And what if there has been a search already? What if I find them in my room? But here was his room. Nothing and no one in it. No one had peeped in. Even Natasha had not touched it. By heavens, how could he have left all those things in the hole? He rushed to the corner, slipped his hand under the paper, pulled the things out, and lined his pockets with them. There were 8 articles in all. 2 little boxes with earrings or something of the sort, he hardly looked to see. Then 4 small leather cases. There was a chain, too, merely wrapped in newspaper, and something else in newspaper that looked like a decoration. He put them all in the different pockets of his overcoat, and the remaining pocket of his trousers, trying to conceal them as much as possible. He took the purse, too. Then he went out of his room, leaving the door open. He walked quickly and resolutely, and though he felt shattered, he had his senses about him. He was afraid of pursuit. He was afraid that, in another half hour, another quarter of an hour, perhaps, instructions would be issued for his pursuit. And so, at all costs, he must hide all traces before then. He must clear everything up while he still had some strength, some reasoning power left him. Where was he to go? That had long been settled. Flinging them into the canal and all traces hidden in the water, the thing would be at an end. So he had decided in the night of his delirium, when several times he had the impulse to get up and go away, to make haste and get rid of it all. But to get rid of it turned out to be a very difficult task. He was wandering along the bank of the Ekaterininsky Canal for half an hour or more, and looked several times at the steps running down to the water, but he could not think of carrying out his plan. Either rafts stood at the step's edge, and women were washing clothes on them, or boats were moored there, and people were swarming everywhere. Moreover, he could be seen, noticed, from the banks on all sides. It would look suspicious for a man to go down on purpose, stop, and throw something into the water. And what if the boxes were to float instead of sinking? And of course they would. Even as it was, everyone he met seemed to stare and look round, as if they had nothing to do but watch him. Why is it, or can it be my fancy? He thought. At last the thought struck him that it might be better to go to the Neva. There were not so many people there. He would be less observed, and it would be more convenient in every way. Above all, it was further off. He wondered how he could have been wandering for a good half hour, worried and anxious in this dangerous past, without thinking of it before. And that half hour he had lost over an irrational plan, simply because he had thought of it in delirium. He had become extremely absent and forgetful, and he was aware of it. He certainly must make haste. He struck out towards a Neva along the Prospect, but on the way another idea struck him. Why the Neva? Would it not be better to go somewhere far off? To the islands again, and there hide the things in some solitary place, in a wood or under a bush, and mark the spot perhaps? And though he felt incapable of clear judgment, the idea seemed to him a sound one. But he was not determined to go there, for coming out of the Prospect toward the square, he saw on the left a passage leading between 2 blank walls to a courtyard. On the right hand, the blank, unwhitewashed wall of a 4-storied house stretched far into the court. On the left, a wooden hoarding ran parallel with it for 20 paces into the court, and then turned sharply to the left. Here was a deserted, fenced-off place where rubbish of different sorts was lying. At the end of the court, the corner of a low, smoky, stone shed, apparently part of some workshop, peeped from behind the hoarding. It was probably a carriage builder's or carpenter's shed. The whole place from the entrance was black with coal dust. Here would be a place to throw it, he thought. Not seeing anyone in the yard, he slipped in, and at once saw near the gate a sink. such as is often put in yards where there are many workmen or cab drivers, and on the hoarding above had been scribbled in chalk the time-honored witticism, "Standing here strictly forbidden." This was all the better, or there would be nothing suspicious about his going in. Here I could throw it all in a heap and get away. Looking round once more, with his hand already in his pocket, he noticed against the outer wall between the entrance and the sink a big unhewn stone weighing perhaps 60 pounds. The other side of the wall was a street. He could hear passers-by, always numerous in that part, but he could not be seen from the entrance unless someone came in from the street, which might well happen indeed, so there was need of haste. He bent down over the stone, seized the top of it firmly in both hands, and using all his strength turned it over. Under the stone was a small hollow in the ground, and immediately he emptied his pocket into it. The purse lay at the top, and yet the hollow was not filled up. Then he seized the stone again, and with one twist turned it back, so that it was in the same position again, though it stood a very little higher. But he scraped the earth about it and pressed it at the edges with his foot. Nothing could be noticed. Then he went out and turned into the square. Again, an intense, the most unbearable joy overwhelmed him for an instant, as it had in the police office. I have buried my tracks, and who can think of looking under that stone? It has been lying there most likely ever since the house was built, and will lie as many years more. And if it were found, who would think of me? It is all over, no clue. And he laughed. Yes, he remembered that he began laughing a thin, nervous, noiseless laugh, and went on laughing all the time he was crossing the square. But when he reached the Quai Boulevard, where 2 days before he had come upon that girl, his laughter suddenly ceased. Other ideas crept into his mind. He felt all at once that it would be loathsome to pass that seat on which, after the girl was gone, he had sat and pondered, and that it would be hateful, too, to meet that whiskered policeman, to whom he had given 20 kopecks. Damn him! He walked, looking about him angrily and distractedly. All his ideas now seemed to be circling round some single point, and he felt that there really was such a point, and that now he was left facing that point, and for the first time, indeed, during the last 2 months. Damn it all, he thought suddenly, in a fit of ungovernable fury. If it has begun, then it has begun. Hang the new life. Good Lord, how stupid it is! And what lies I told today! How despicably I fawned upon that wretched Ilya Petrovitch! And that is all folly. What do I care for them all, and my fawning upon them? It is not that at all. It is not that at all. Suddenly he stopped. A new, utterly unexpected, and exceedingly simple question perplexed and bitterly confounded him. If it all has really been done deliberately and not idiotically, if I really had a certain indefinite object, how is it I did not even glance into the purse and don't know what I have there, for which I have undergone these agonies and have deliberately undertaken these filthy, grating business? And here I wanted at once to throw into the water the purse together with all the things which I had not seen either. How was that? Yes, that was so. That was all so. Yet he had known it all before, and it was not a new question for him, even when it was decided in the night without hesitation and consideration, as though so it must be, as though it could not possibly be otherwise. Yes, he had known it all, and understood it all. It surely had all been settled, even yesterday, at the moment when he was bending over the box and pulling the jewel cases out of it. Yes, so it was. It is because I am very ill, he decided grimly at last. I have been worrying and fretting myself, and I don't know what I am doing. Yesterday, and the day before yesterday, and all this time I have been worrying myself. I shall get well, and I shall not worry. But what if I don't get well at all? Good God, how sick I am of it all. He walked on without resting. He had a terrible longing for some distraction, but he did not know what to do, what to attempt. A new, overwhelming sensation was gaining more and more mastery over him every moment. This was an immeasurable, almost physical repulsion for everything surrounding him, an obstinate, malignant feeling of hatred. All who met him were loathsome to him. He loathed their faces, their movements, their gestures. If anyone had addressed him, he felt that he might have spat at him or bitten him. He stopped suddenly on coming out on the bank of the little Neva, near the bridge to Dostoyevsky Ostrov. Why, he lives here, in that house, he thought. Why, I have not come to Razumikin of my own accord. Here it's the same thing over again. Very interesting to know, though. Have I come on purpose, or have I simply walked here by chance? Never mind. I said, the day before yesterday, that I would go and see him the day after. Well, and so I will. Besides, I really cannot go further now. He went up to Razumikin's room on 5th floor. The latter was at home in his garret, busily writing at the moment, and he opened the door himself. It was 4 months since they had seen each other. Razumikin was sitting in a ragged dressing gown with slippers on his bare feet, unkempt, unshaven, and unwashed. His face showed surprise. "Is it you?" he cried. He looked his comrade up and down. Then, after a brief pause, he whistled. "As hard up as all that? Why, brother, you've cut me out," he added, looking at Raskolnikov's rags. "Come, sit down. You are tired, I'll be bound." And when he had sunk down on the American leather sofa, which was in even worse condition than his own, Razumikin saw at once that his visitor was ill. "Why, you are seriously ill. Do you know that?" He began feeling his pulse. Raskolnikov pulled away his hand. "Never mind," he said. "I have come for this. I have no lessons. I wanted... But I don't really want lessons." "But I say, you are delirious, you know," Razumikin observed, watching him carefully. "No, I am not." Raskolnikov got up from the sofa. As he mounted the stairs to Razumikin's, he had not realized that he would be meeting his friend face to face. Now, in a flash, he knew that what he was least of all disposed for at the moment was to be face to face with anyone in the wide world. His spleen rose within him. He almost choked with rage at himself. As soon as he crossed Razumikin's threshold, "Goodbye," he said abruptly and walked to the door. "Stop, stop, you beer-fish." "I don't want to," said the other, again pulling away his hand. "Then why the devil have you come? Are you mad or what? Why, this is almost insulting. I won't let you go like that." "Well then, I came to you because I know no one but you who could help. To begin, because you are kinder than anyone, cleverer, I mean, and can judge. And now I see that I want nothing. Do you hear? Nothing at all. No one's services, no one's sympathy. I am by myself, alone. Come, that's enough. Leave me alone." "Stay a minute, you sweep. You are a perfect madman." "As you like, for all I care. I have no lessons, do you see, and I don't care about that. But there's a bestseller, Heruvimov, and he takes the place of a lesson. I would not exchange him for 5 lessons. He's doing publishing of a kind and issuing natural science manuals, and what a circulation they have. The very titles are worth the money. You always maintained that I was a fool, but by Jove, my boy, there are greater fools than I am. Now he is setting up for being advanced. Not that he has an inkling of anything, but of course I encourage him. Here are 2 signatures of the German text. In my opinion, the crudest charlatanism. It discusses the question, is woman a human being? And of course triumphantly proves that she is. Haruvimov is going to bring out this work as a contribution to the woman question. I am translating it. He will expand these 2.5 signatures into 6. We shall make up a purchase title half a page long and bring it out at half a ruble. It will do. He pays me 6 rubles the signature. It works out to about 15 rubles for the job, and I've had 6 already in advance. When we have finished this, we are going to begin translation about whales, and then some of the dullest scandals out of the second part of Les Confessions we have marked for translation. Somebody has told Haruvimov that Rousseau was a kind of Radishchev. You may be sure I don't contradict him, hang him. Well, would you like to do the second signature of Is Woman a Human Being? If you would, take the German and pens and paper. All those are provided, and take 3 rubles. For as I have had 6 rubles in advance on the whole thing, 3 rubles comes to you for your share. And when you have finished the signature, there will be another 3 rubles for you. And please don't think I am doing you a service. Quite the contrary. As soon as you came in, I saw how you could help me. Begin with, I am weak in spelling. And secondly, I am sometimes utterly adrift in German, so that I make it up as I go along for the most part. The only comfort is that it's bound to be a change for the better. Though who can tell, maybe it's sometimes for the worse. Will you take it? Raskolnikov took the German sheets in silence, took the 3 rubles, and without a word went out. Razumikin gazed after him in astonishment. But when Raskolnikov was in the next street, he turned back, mounted the stairs to Razumikin's again, and laying on the table the German article and the 3 rubles, went out again, still without uttering a word. "Are you raving or what?" Razumikin shouted, roused to fury at last. "What farce is this? You're driving me crazy too. What did you come to see me for, damn you?" "I don't want translation," muttered Raskolnikov from the stairs. "Then what the devil do you want?" shouted Razumikin from above. Raskolnikov continued descending the staircase in silence. Hey there, where are you living?" No answer. "Well, confound you then." But Raskolnikov was already stepping into the street. On the Nikolaevsky bridge he was aroused to full consciousness again by an unpleasant incident. A coachman, after shouting at him 2 or 3 times, gave him a violent lash on the back with his whip for having almost fallen under his horse's hoofs. The lash so infuriated him that he dashed away to the railing. For some unknown reason he had been walking in the very middle of the bridge in the traffic. He angrily clenched and ground his teeth. He heard laughter, of course. Serves him right. A pickpocket, I dare say. Pretending to be drunk, for sure, and getting under the wheels on purpose. And you have to answer for him. It's a regular profession, that's what it is. But while he stood at the railing, still looking angry and bewildered after the retreating carriage, and rubbing his back, he suddenly felt someone thrust money into his hand. He looked. It was an elderly woman in a kerchief and goatskin shoes, with a girl, probably her daughter, wearing a hat and carrying a green parasol. "Take it, my good man, in Christ's name." He took it, and they passed on. It was a piece of 20 kopecks. From his dress and appearance, they might well have taken him for a beggar asking alms in the street, and the gift of 20 kopecks he doubtless owed to the blow which made them feel sorry for him. He closed his hand on the 20 kopecks, and walked on for 10 paces, and turned facing the Neva, looking toward the palace. The sky was without a cloud, and the water was almost bright blue, which is so rare in the Neva. The cupola of the cathedral, which is seen at its best from the bridge about 20 paces from the chapel, glittered in the sunlight, and in the pure air, every ornament on it could be clearly distinguished. The pain from the lash went off, and Raskolnikov forgot about it. One uneasy and not quite definite idea occupied him now completely. He stood still and gazed long and intently into the distance. This spot was especially familiar to him. When he was attending the university, he had hundreds of times, generally on his way home, stood still on this spot, gazed at this truly magnificent spectacle, and almost always marveled at a vague and mysterious emotion it roused in him. It left him strangely cold. This gorgeous picture was for him blank and lifeless. He wondered every time at his somber and enigmatic impression, and mistrusting himself, put off finding the explanation of it. He vividly recalled those old doubts and perplexities, and it seemed to him that it was no mere chance that he recalled them now. It struck him as strange and grotesque that he should have stopped at the same spot as before, as though he actually imagined he could think the same thoughts, be interested in the same theories and pictures that had interested him so short a time ago. He felt it almost amusing, and yet it wrung his heart. Deep down, hidden far away, out of sight, all that seemed to him now. All his old past, his old thoughts, his old problems and theories, his old impressions, and that picture, and himself, and all. He felt as though he were flying upwards, and everything were vanishing from his sight. Making an unconscious movement with his hand, he suddenly became aware of a piece of money in his fist. He opened his hand, stared at the coin, and with a sweep of his arm flung it into the water. Then he turned and went home. It seemed to him he had cut himself off from everyone and from everything at that moment. Evening was coming on when he reached home, so that he must have been walking about 6 hours. How and where he came back, he did not remember. Undressing and quivering like an overdriven horse, he lay down on the sofa, drew his greatcoat about him, and at once sank into oblivion. It was dusk when he was waked up by a fearful scream. Good God, what a scream! Such unnatural sounds, such howling, wailing, grinding, tears, blows, and curses he had never heard. He could never have imagined such brutality, such frenzy. In terror, he sat up in bed, almost swooning with agony. But the fighting, wailing, and cursing grew louder and louder, and then, to his intense amazement, he caught the voice of his landlady. She was howling, shrieking, and wailing, rapidly, hurriedly, incoherently, so that he could not make out what she was talking about. She was beseeching, no doubt, not to be beaten, for she was being mercilessly beaten on the stairs. The voice of her assailant was so horrible from spite and rage that it was almost a croak. But he too was saying something, and just as quickly and indistinctly, hurrying and splattering. All at once Raskolnikov trembled. He recognized the voice. It was the voice of Ilya Petrovitch. Ilya Petrovitch here and beating the landlady? He is kicking her, banging her head against the steps, that's clear. That can be told from the sounds, from the cries and the thuds. How is it? Is the world topsy-turvy? He could hear people running in crowds from all the stories and all the staircases. He heard voices, exclamations, knocking, doors banging. Why, how could it be? He repeated, thinking seriously that he had gone mad. But no, he heard too distinctly. And they would come to him then next. For no doubt it's all about that, about yesterday, good God. He would have fastened his door with a latch, but he could not lift his hand. Besides, it would be useless. Terror gripped his heart like ice, tortured him and numbed him. But at last all this uproar, after continuing about 10 minutes, began gradually to subside. The landlady was moaning and groaning. Ilya Petrovitch was still uttering threats and curses. But at last he, too, seemed to be silent, and now he could not be heard. Can he have gone away? Good Lord! Yes, and now the landlady is going too, still weeping and moaning. And then her door slammed. Now the crowd was going from the stairs to the rooms, exclaiming, disputing, calling to one another, raising their voices to a shout, dropping them to a whisper. There must have been numbers of them. Almost all the inmates of the block. Good God, how could this be? And why? Why had he come here? Raskolnikov sank worn out on the sofa, but could not close his eyes. He lay for half an hour in such anguish, such an intolerable sensation of infinite terror as he had never experienced before. Suddenly, a bright light flashed into his room. Nastasia came in with a candle and a plate of soup. Looking at him carefully, and ascertaining he was not asleep, she set the candle on the table and began to lay out what she had brought: bread, salt, a plate, a spoon. "You've eaten nothing since yesterday, I warrant. You've been trudging about all day, and you're shaking with fever." "Nastasia, what were they beating the landlady for?" She looked intently at him. "Who beat the landlady?" "Just now, half an hour ago. Ilya Petrovitch, the assistant superintendent, on the stairs. Why was he ill-treating her like that? And why was he here?" Nastasia scrutinized him, silent and frowning, and her scrutiny lasted a long time. He felt uneasy, even frightened, at her searching eyes. "Nastasia, why don't you speak?" "Nastasia, why don't you speak?" he said timidly at last in a weak voice. "It's the blood," she answered, at last, softly, as though speaking to herself. "Blood? What blood?" he muttered, growing white and turning towards the wall. Nastasia still looked at him without speaking. "Nobody has been beating the landlady," she declared at last in a firm, resolute voice. He gazed at her, hardly able to breathe. "I heard it myself. I was not asleep. I was sitting up," he said more timidly. "I listened a long time. The assistant superintendent came. Everyone ran out on the stairs from all the flats." "No one has been here. That's the blood crying in your ears. When there's no outlet for it and it gets clotted, you begin fancying things. Will you eat something?" He made no answer. Nastasia stood over him, watching him. "Give me something to drink, Nastasia." She went downstairs and returned with a white earthenware jug of water. He remembered only swallowing one sip of cold water and spilling some on his neck. Then followed forgetfulness. He was not completely unconscious, however, all the time he was ill. He was in a feverish state, sometimes delirious, sometimes half-conscious. He remembered a great deal afterwards. Sometimes it seemed as though there were a number of people around him. They wanted to take him away somewhere. There was a great deal of squabbling and discussing about him. Then he would be alone in the room. They had all gone away, afraid of him, and only now and then opened the door a crack to look at him. They threatened him, plotted something together, laughed and mocked at him. He remembered Nastasia often at his bedside. He distinguished another person, too, whom he seemed to know very well, though he could not remember who he was, and this fretted him, even made him cry. Sometimes he fancied he had been lying there a month. At other times it all seemed part of the same day. But of that he had no recollection, and yet every minute he felt that he had forgotten something he ought to remember. He worried and tormented himself, trying to remember, moaned, flew into a rage, or sank into awful, intolerable terror. Then he struggled to get up, would have run away, but someone always prevented him by force, and he sank back into impotence and forgetfulness. At last he returned to complete consciousness. It happened at 10 o'clock in the morning, On fine days the sun shone into the room at that hour, throwing a streak of light on the right wall and the corner near the door. Nastasia was standing beside him with another person, a complete stranger, who was looking at him very inquisitively. He was a young man with a beard, wearing a full, short-waisted coat, and looked like a messenger. The landlady was peeping in at the half-open door. Raskolnikov sat up. "Who is this, Nastasia?" he asked, pointing to the young man. "I say, he's himself again," she said. "He is himself," echoed the man. Concluding that he had returned to his senses, the landlady closed the door and disappeared. She was always shy and dreaded conversations or discussions. She was a woman of 40, not at all bad-looking, fat and buxom, with black eyes and eyebrows, good-natured from fatness and laziness, and absurdly bashful. "Who are you?" he went on, addressing the man. But at that moment the door was flung open, and, stooping a little, as he was so tall, Razumihin came in. "What a cabin it is!" he cried. "I am always knocking my head. You call this a lodging? So you are conscious, brother? I've just heard the news from Pashenka." "He has just come to," said Nastasia. "Just come to," echoed the man again, with a smile. "And who are you?" Razumihin asked, suddenly addressing him. "My name is Razumihin, at your service. Not Razumihin, as I am always called, but Razumihin, a student and gentleman. And he is my friend. And who are you?" "I am the messenger from our office, from the merchant Shalopav, and I have come on business." "Please sit down." Razumihin seated himself on the other side of the table. "It's a good thing you've come too, brother," he went on to Raskolnikov. "For the last 4 days you have scarcely eaten or drunk anything. We had to give you tea in spoonfuls. I brought Zazimov to see you twice. You remember Zazimov. He examined you carefully and said at once it was nothing serious. Something seemed to have gone to your head. Some nervous nonsense, the result of bad feeling. He says you have not had enough beer and radish, but it's nothing much. It will pass, and you'll be all right. Zazimov is a first-rate fellow. He is making quite a name. Come, I won't keep you," he said, addressing the man again. "Will you explain what you want? You must know, Rodya, this is the second time they have sent from the office. But it was another man last time, and I talked to him. Who was it came before?" "That was the day before yesterday, I ventured to say, if you please, sir. That was Alexei Semyonovitch. He is in our office, too." "He was more intelligent than you, don't you think so?" "Yes, indeed, sir, he is of more weight than I am." "Quite so. Go on." "At your mamma's request, through Afanasy Ivanovitch Varushin, of whom I presume you have heard more than once, a remittance is sent to you from our office," the man began, addressing Raskolnikov. "If you are in an intelligible condition, I have 35 rubles to remit to you, as Semyon Semyonovitch has received from Afanasy Ivanovitch at your mamma's request instructions to that effect, as on previous occasions. Do you know him, sir?" "Yes, I remember. Varushin," Raskolnikov said dreamily. "You hear, he knows Varushin," cried Razumihin. "He is an intelligible condition, and I see you are an intelligent man too. Well, it's always pleasant to hear words of wisdom. That's the gentleman, Varushin, Afanasy Ivanovitch. And at the request of your mamma, who has sent you a remittance once before in the same manner through him, he did not refuse this time also, and sent instructions to Semyon Semyonovitch some days since to hand you 35 rubles in the hope of better to come." "That hoping for better to come is the best thing you've said, though your mamma is not bad either. Come then, what do you say? Is he fully conscious, eh?" "That's all right, if only he can sign this little paper." "He can scrawl his name? Have you got the book?" "Yes, here's the book." "Give it to me. Here, Rodya, sit up. I'll hold you. Take the pen and scribble Raskolnikov for him. But just now, brother, money is sweeter to us than treacle." "I don't want it," said Raskolnikov, pushing the pen away. "Not want it? I won't sign it." How the devil can you do without signing it? I don't want the money. Come, want the money? Come, brother, that's nonsense. I bear witness. Don't trouble, please. It's only that he is on his travels again. But that's pretty common with him at all times, though. You are a man of judgment, and we will take him in hand. That is, more simply, take his hand, and he will sign it here. But I can come another time. No, why should we trouble you? You're a man of judgment. Now, Raja, don't keep your visitor. You see he is waiting. And he made ready to hold Raskolnikov's hand in earnest. Stop, I'll do it alone, said the latter, taking the pen and signing his name. The messenger took out the money and went away. Bravo! And now, brother, are you hungry? Yes, answered Raskolnikov. Is there any soup? Some of yesterday's, answered Natasya, who was still standing there. With potatoes and rice in it? Yes, I know it by heart. Bring soup and give us some tea. Very well. Raskolnikov looked at all this with profound astonishment and a dull, unreasoning terror. He made up his mind to keep quiet and see what would happen. I believe I am not wandering. I believe it's reality, he thought. In a couple of minutes Natasya returned with the soup and announced that the tea would be ready directly. With the soup she brought 2 spoons, 2 plates, salt, pepper, mustard for the beef, and so on. The table was set as it had not been for a long time. The cloth was clean. It would not be amiss, Natasya, if Praskovya Pavlovna were to send us up a couple of bottles of beer. We could empty them. Well, you are a cool hand, muttered Natasya, and she departed to carry out his orders. Raskolnikov still gazed wildly with strained attention. Meanwhile, Razumihin sat down on the sofa beside him as clumsily as a bear, put his left arm round Raskolnikov's head, although he was able to sit up, and with his right hand gave him a spoonful of soup, blowing on it that it might not burn him. But the soup was only just warm. Raskolnikov swallowed 1 spoonful greedily, and then a second, then a third. But after giving him a few more spoonfuls of soup, Razumihin suddenly stopped and said that he must ask Zosimov whether he ought to have more. Natasya came in with 2 bottles of beer. And will you have tea? Yes. Cut along, Natasya, and bring us some tea, for we may venture on without the faculty, but here is the beer. He moved back to his chair, pulled the soup and meat in front of him, and began eating as though he had not touched food for 3 days. I must tell you, Rodya, I dine like this here every day now, he mumbled with a mouthful of beet, and it's all Pashenka, your dear little landlady, who sees to that. She loves to do anything for me. I don't ask for it, but of course, I don't object. And here's Natasya with the tea. She is a quick girl. Natasya, my dear, won't you have some beer? Get along with your nonsense. A cup of tea, maybe. Pour it out. Stay, I'll pour it out myself. Sit down. He poured out 2 cups, left his dinner, and sat on the sofa again. As before, he put his left arm round the sick man's head, raised him up, and gave him tea in spoonfuls, again blowing each spoonful steadily and earnestly, as though this process was the principal and most effective means towards his friend's recovery. Raskolnikov said nothing, and made no resistance, though he felt quite strong enough to sit up on the sofa without support, and could not merely have held a cup or a spoon, but even perhaps could have walked about. But from some queer, almost animal cunning, he conceived the idea of hiding his strength and lying low for a time, pretending, if necessary, not to be yet in full possession of his faculties, and meanwhile listening to find out what was going on. Yet he could not overcome his sense of repugnance. After sipping a dozen spoonfuls of tea, he suddenly released his head, pushed the spoon away capriciously, and sank back on the pillow. There were actually real pillows under his head now, down pillows in clean cases. He observed that, too, and took note of it. Pashenka must give us some raspberry jam today, and make him some raspberry tea, said Razumihin, going back to his chair and attacking his soup and beer again. And where is she to get raspberries for you? Asked Natasya, balancing a saucer on her 5 outspread fingers and sipping tea through a lump of sugar. She get it at the shop, my dear. You see, Rhodia, all sorts of things have been happening while you have been laid up. When you decamped in that rascally way without leaving your address, I felt so angry that I resolved to find you out and punish you. I set to work that very day. How I ran about making inquiries for you. This lodging of yours I had forgotten, though I never remembered it, indeed, because I did not know it. And as for your old lodgings, I could only remember it was at the Five Corners, Harlamov's house. I kept trying to find that Harlamov's house, and afterwards it turned out that it was not Harlamov's, but Buch's. How one muddles up sounds sometimes. So I lost my temper, and I went on the chance to the address bureau next day, and only fancy, in 2 minutes they looked you up. Your name is down there. My name? I should think so. And yet a general cabala they could not find while I was there. Well, it's a long story. But as soon as I did land on this place, I soon got to know all your affairs. All, brother. I know everything. Natasha here will tell you. I made the acquaintance of Nikodem Fomitch and Ilya Petrovitch, and the house porter, and Mr. Zamatov, Alexander Grigorovitch, the head clerk in the police office, and last but not least, of Pushinka. Natasha here knows. He's got round her, Natasha murmured, smiling slyly. Why don't you put the sugar in your tea, Natasha Nikiforovna? You are a one, Natasha cried suddenly, going off into a giggle. I am not Nikiforovna, but Petrovna, she added suddenly, recovering from her mirth. I'll make a note of it. Well, brother, to make a long story short, I was going in for a regular explosion here to uproot all malignant influences in the locality, but Pushenka won the day. I had not expected, brother, to find her so prepossessing. Eh, what do you think? Raskolnikov did not speak, but he still kept his eyes fixed upon him, full of alarm. And all that could be wished indeed in every respect, Razumihin went on, not at all embarrassed by his silence. The sly dog, Natasha shrieked again. This conversation afforded her unspeakable delight. It's a pity, brother, that you did not set to work in the right way at first. You ought to have approached her differently. She is, so to speak, a most unaccountable character, but we will talk about her character later. How could you let things come to such a pass that she gave up sending your dinner? And an IOU. You must have been mad to sign an IOU. And that promise of marriage when her daughter, Natalia Yegorovna, was alive? I know all about it. But I see that's a delicate matter, and I am an ass. Forgive me. But talking the foolishness, do you know, Praskovia Pavlovna is not nearly so foolish as you would think at first sight? No, mumbled Raskolnikov, looking away, but feeling that it was better to keep up the conversation. She isn't, is she? Cried Razumihin, delighted to get an answer out of him. But she is not very clever either, eh? She is essentially an unaccountable character. I am sometimes quite at a loss, I assure you. She must be 40. She says she is 36, and of course she has every right to say so, but I swear I judge her intellectually simply from the metaphysical point of view. There is a sort of symbolism sprung up between us, a sort of algebra or what-not. I don't understand it. Well, that's all nonsense. Only, seeing that you are not a student now, and have lost your lessons, and your clothes, and that through the young lady's death she has no need to treat you as a relation, she suddenly took fright, and as you hid in your den and dropped all your old relations with her, she planned to get rid of you, and she's been cherishing that design a long time, but was sorry to lose the IOU, for you assured her yourself that your mother would pay. It was a lie of me to say that. My mother herself is almost a beggar, and I told a lie to keep my lodging and be fed, Raskolnikov said loudly and distinctly. Yes, you did very sensibly, but the worst of it is that at that point Mr. Chebarov turns up, a businessman. Pashenka would never have thought of doing anything on her own account. She is too retiring. But the businessman is by no means retiring, and first thing he puts the question, is there any hope of realizing the IOU? Answer, there is, because he has a mother who would save her Rhodia with her 125 rubles pension if she had to starve herself, and a sister too, who would go into bondage for his sake. That's what he was building upon. Why do you start? I know all the ins and outs of your affairs now, my dear boy. It's not for nothing that you were so open with Pershenka when you were her prospective son-in-law. And I say all this as a friend, but I tell you what it is. An honest and sensitive man is open, and a businessman listens and goes on eating you up. Well, then she gave the IOU by way of payment to this Chebra, and without hesitation he made formal demand for payment. When I heard of all this, I wanted to blow him up too, to clear my conscience. But by that time harmony reigned between me and Pashenka, and I insisted upon stopping the whole affair, engaging that you would pay. I went security for you, brother, do you understand? We called Chebarov, flung him 10 rubles, and got the IOU back from him. And here I have the honor of presenting it to you. She trusts your word now. Here, take it. You see, I have torn it. Razumihin put the note on the table. Raskolnikov looked at him and turned to the wall without uttering a word. Even Razumihin felt a twinge. I see, brother, he said a moment later, that I have been playing the fool again. I thought I should amuse you with my chatter, and I believe I have only made you cross. Was it you I did not recognize when I was delirious? Raskolnikov asked after a moment's pause, without turning his head. Yes, and you flew into a rage about it, especially when I brought Zametov one day. Zametov, the head clerk? What for? Raskolnikov turned round quickly and fixed his eyes on Razumihin. What's the matter with you? What are you upset about? He wanted to make your acquaintance because I talked to him a lot about you. How could I have found out so much except from him? He is a capital fellow, brother, first rate, in his own way, of course. Now we are friends, see each other almost every day. I have moved into this part, you know. I have only just moved. I've been with him to Louise Ivanovna once or twice. Do you remember Louise Ivanovna? Did I say anything in delirium? I should think so. You were beside yourself. What did I rave about? What next? What did you rave about? What people do rave about. Well, brother, now I must not lose time to work. He got up from the table and took up his cap. What did I rave about? How he keeps on. Are you afraid of having let out some secret? Don't worry yourself. You said nothing about a countess. But you said a lot about a bulldog, and about earrings and chains, and about Krestovsky Island, and some porter, and Nikodim Formich, and Ilya Petrovich, the assistant superintendent. And another thing that was of special interest to you was your own sock. You whined, "Give me my sock." Zametov hunted all about your room for your socks, and with his own scented ring-bedecked fingers he gave you the rag, and only then were you comforted, and for the next 24 hours you held a wretched thing in your hand. We could not get it from you. It is most likely somewhere under your quilt at this moment. And then you asked so piteously for a fringe from your trousers. We tried to find out what sort of fringe, but we could not make it out. Now to business. Here are 35 rubles. I take 10 of them, and shall give you an account of them in an hour or two. I will let Zasimov know at the same time, though he ought to have been here long ago, for it is nearly 12. And you, Natasya, look in pretty often while I am away, to see whether he wants a drink or anything else. And I will tell Pushinka what is wanted myself. Goodbye. He calls her Pushinka. He's a deep one, said Natasya, as he went out. Then she opened the door and stood listening, but could not resist running downstairs after him. She was very eager to hear what he would say to the landlady. She was evidently quite fascinated by Razumihin. No sooner had she left the room than the sick man flung off the bedclothes and leaped out of bed like a madman. With burning, twitching impatience he had waited for them to be gone so that he might set to work. But to what work? Now, as though despite him, it eluded him. Good God, only tell me one thing. Do they know of it yet or not? What if they know it and are only pretending, mocking me while I am laid up? And then they will come in and tell me that it's been discovered long ago, and that they have only— What am I to do now? That's what I've forgotten, as though on purpose, forgotten it all at once. I remembered a minute ago. He stood in the middle of the room and gazed in miserable bewilderment about him. He walked to the door, opened it, listened. But that was not what he wanted. Suddenly, as though recalling something, he rushed to the corner where there was a hole under the paper, began examining it, put his hand into the hole, fumbled, but that was not it. He went to the stove, opened it, and began rummaging in the ashes. The frayed edges of his trousers and the rags cut off his pocket were lying there just as he had thrown them. No one had looked then. Then he remembered the sock about which Razumihin had just been telling him. Yes, there it lay on the sofa under the quilt, but it was so covered with dust and grime that Zametov could not have seen anything on it. Ah, Zametov, the police office. And why am I sent for to the police office? Where's the notice? Ah, I am mixing it up. That was then. I looked at my sock then, too. But now I have been ill. Oh, what did Zametov come for? Why did Razumihin bring him? He muttered, helplessly sitting on the sofa again. What does it mean? Am I still in delirium, or is it real? I believe it is real. I remember. I must escape. Make haste to escape. Yes, I must escape. Yes, but where? And where are my clothes? I've no boots. They've taken them away. They've hidden them. I understand. Here is my coat. They passed that over. And here is money on the table, thank God. And here is the IOU. I'll take the money and go and take another lodging. They won't find me. Yes, but the address bureau? They'll find me. Razumihin will find me. Better escape altogether, far away, to America, and let them do their worst, and take the IOU. It would be of use there. What else shall I take? They think I am ill. They don't know that I can walk. I could see by their eyes that they know all about it. If only I could get downstairs. And what if they have set a watch there? Policeman! What's this tea? And here is beer left, half a bottle, cold. He snatched up the bottle, which still contained a glassful of beer, and gulped it down with relish, as though quenching a flame in his breast. But in another minute the beer had gone to his head, and a faint and even pleasant shiver ran down his spine. He lay down and pulled the quilt over him. His sick and incoherent thoughts grew more and more disconnected, and soon a light, pleasant drowsiness came upon him. With a sense of comfort he nestled his head into the pillow, wrapped more closely about him the soft, wadded quilt, which had replaced the old ragged greatcoat, sighed softly, and sank into a deep, sound, refreshing sleep. He woke up hearing someone come in. He opened his eyes and saw Razumihin standing in the doorway, uncertain whether to come in or not. Raskolnikov sat up quickly on the sofa and gazed at him, as though trying to recall something. "Ah, you are not asleep. Here I am. Natasya, bring in the parcel," Razumihin shouted down the stairs. "You shall have the account directly." "What time is it?" asked Raskolnikov, looking around uneasily. "Yes, you had a fine sleep, brother. It's almost evening. It will be 6 o'clock directly. You have slept more than 6 hours." "Good heavens, have I? And why not? It will do you good. What's the hurry? A tryst, is it? We've all time before us. I've been waiting for the last 3 hours for you. I've been up twice and found you asleep. I've called on Zosimov twice, not at home, only fancy. But no matter, he will turn up. And I've been out on my own business, too. You know, I've been moving today, moving with my uncle. I have an uncle living with me now, but that's no matter. To business. Give me the parcel, Natasya. We'll open it directly. And how do you feel now, brother?" "I am quite well. I am not ill." "Razumihin, have you been here long?" "I tell you, I've been waiting for the last 3 hours. No, before." "How do you mean?" "How long have you been coming here?" "Why, I told you about it this morning. Don't you remember?" Raskolnikov pondered. The morning seemed like a dream to him. He could not remember alone, and looked inquiringly at Razumihin. Said the latter. "He has forgotten. I fancied then that you were not quite yourself. Now you are better for your sleep. You really look much better, first rate. Well, to business. Look here, dear boy." He began untying the bundle, which evidently interested him. Believe me, brother, this is something specially near my heart, for we must make a man of you. Let's begin from the top. Do you see this cap?" he said, taking out of the bundle a fairly good, though cheap and ordinary cap. "Let me try it on." "Presently, afterwards," said Raskolnikov, waving it off pettishly. "Come on, Rody, my boy, don't oppose it. Afterwards will be too late, and I shan't sleep all night, for I bought it by guess, without measure." "Just right," he cried triumphantly, pinning it on, "just your size. A proper head covering is the first thing in dress, and a recommendation in its own way. Dostoyevsky, a friend of mine, is always obliged to take off his pudding basin when he goes into any public place where other people wear their hats or caps. People think he does it from slavish politeness, but it's simply because he is ashamed of his bird's nest. He is such a boastful fellow. Look, Natasya, here are 2 specimens of headgear. This Palmerston," he took from the corner Raskolnikov's old battered hat, which for some unknown reason he called a Palmerston, "or this jewel. Guess the price, Radia. What do you suppose he paid for it?" "Natasya," he said, turning to her, seeing that Raskolnikov did not speak. 20 kopecks, no more, I dare say," answered Natasya. 20 kopecks, silly," he cried, offended. "Why, nowadays you'd cost more than that, 80 kopecks, and that only because it has been worn. And it's bought on condition that when it's worn out they will give you another next year. Yes, on my word. Well, now let us pass to the United States of America, as they call them at school. I assure you, I am proud of these breeches." And he exhibited to Raskolnikov a pair of light summer trousers, of grey woolen material. No holes, no spots, and quite respectable, although a little worn. And a waistcoat to match, quite in the fashion. And its being worn really is an improvement. It's softer, smoother. You see, Rodia, to my thinking, the great thing for getting on in the world is always to keep to the seasons. If you don't insist on having asparagus in January, you keep your money in your purse. And it's the same with this purchase. It's summer now, so I've been buying summer things. Warmer materials will be wanted for autumn, so you will have to throw these away in any case, especially as they will be done for by then from their own lack of coherence, if not your higher standard of luxury. Come, price them. What do you say? 2 rubles 25 kopecks. And remember the condition. If you wear these out, you will have another suit for nothing. They only do business on that system at Fedyev's. If you've bought a thing once, you are satisfied for life, or you will never go there again of your own free will. Now for the boots, what do you say? You see that they are a bit worn, but they'll last a couple of months, for it's foreign work and foreign leather. The secretary of the English embassy sewed him last week. He had only worn them 6 days, but he was very short of cash. Price? 1.5 rubles. A bargain. But perhaps they won't fit, observed Natasha. Not fit, just look. And he pulled out of his pocket Raskolnikov's old broken boot, stiffly coated with dry mud. I did not go empty-handed. They took the size from this monster. We all did our best. And as to your linen, your landlady has seen to that. Here, to begin with, are 3 shirts, hempen but with a fashionable front. Well, now then, 80 kopecks the cap, 2 rubles 25 kopecks the suit, together 3 rubles 5 kopecks, 1.5 rubles for the boots, for you see, they are very good, and that makes 4 rubles 55 kopecks, 5 rubles for the underclothes. They were bought in the low, which makes exactly 9 rubles 55 kopecks. 45 kopecks change in coppers. Will you take it? And so, Rodia, you are set up with a complete new rig-out, for your overcoat will serve, and even has a style of its own. That comes from getting one's clothes from Sharmer's. As for your socks and other things, I will leave them to you. We've 25 rubles left. And as for Pashenka, and paying for your lodging, don't you worry. I tell you she'll trust you for anything. And now, brother, let me change your linen, for I dare say you will throw off your illness with your shirt. Let me be. I don't want to. Raskolnikov waved him off. He had listened with disgust to Razumian's efforts to be playful about his purchases. "Come, brother, don't tell me I've been trudging around for nothing," Razumihin insisted. "Natasya, don't be bashful, but help me, that's it." And in spite of Raskolnikov's resistance, he changed his linen. The latter sank back on the pillows and for a minute or two said nothing. "It will be long before I get rid of them," he thought. "What money was all that bought with?" he asked at last, gazing at the wall. "Money? Why, your own. What the messenger brought from Varushin, your mother sent it. Have you forgotten that too?" "I remember now," said Raskolnikov after a long, sullen silence. Razumihin looked at him, frowning and uneasy. The door opened, and a tall, stout man, whose appearance seemed familiar to Raskolnikov, came in. Zazimov was a tall, fat man with a puffy, colorless, clean-shaven face and straight flaxen hair. He wore spectacles and a big gold ring on his fat finger. He was 27. He had on a light gray, fashionable loose coat, light summer trousers, and everything about him loose, fashionable, and spick and span. His linen was irreproachable. His watch chain was massive. In manner he was slow, and as it were nonchalant, and at the same time studiously free and easy. He made efforts to conceal his self-importance, but it was apparent at every instant. All his acquaintances found him tedious, but said he was clever at his work. "I've been to you twice today, brother." "You see, he's come to himself," cried Razumihin. I see. And how do we feel now, eh?" said Zazimov to Raskolnikov, watching him carefully and sitting down at the foot of the sofa. He settled himself as comfortably as he could. "He is still depressed," Razumihin went on. "We've just changed his linen and he almost cried. That's very natural. You might have put it off if he did not wish it. His pulse is first rate. Is your head still aching, eh?" "I am well, I am perfectly well," Raskolnikov declared positively and irritably. He raised himself on the sofa and looked at them with glittering eyes, but sank back onto the pillow at once and turned to the wall. Zazimov watched him intently. "Very good. Going on all right," he said lazily. "Has he eaten anything?" They told him and asked what he might have. "He may have anything. Soup, tea." "Mushrooms and cucumbers, of course, you must not give him. He'd better not have meat either. But no need to tell you that." Razumihin and he looked at each other. "No more medicine or anything. I'll look at him again tomorrow. Perhaps today even. But never mind. Tomorrow evening I shall take him for a walk," said Razumihin. "We are going to the Yusupov garden and then to the Palais de Cristal. I would not disturb him tomorrow at all, but I don't know. A little, maybe, but we'll see. Ah, what a nuisance. I've got a housewarming party tonight. It's only a step from here. Couldn't he come? He could lie on the sofa." "You are coming?" Razumihin said to Zazimov. "Don't forget you promised." "All right, only rather later. What are you going to do?" "Oh, nothing. Tea, vodka, herrings. There will be a pie. Just our friends." "And who?" "All neighbors here, almost all new friends, except my old uncle. And he is new too. He only arrived in Petersburg yesterday to see to some business of his. We met once in 5 years. "What is he?" "He's been stagnating all his life as a district postmaster. Gets a little pension. He is 65 and not worth talking about. But I am fond of him." "Porfiry Petrovitch, the head of the investigation department here, but you know him. Is he a relation of yours too?" "A very distant one. But why are you scowling?" "Because you quarreled once. Won't you come then?" "I don't care a damn for him." "So much the better. Well, there will be some students, A teacher, a government clerk, a musician, an officer, and Zametov. Do tell me, please, what you or he, Zazimov nodded at Raskolnikov, can have in common with this Zametov. Oh, you particular gentleman. Principles. You are worked by principles, as it were by springs. You won't venture to turn round on your own account. If a man is a nice fellow, that's the only principle I go upon. Zametov is a delightful person. Though he does take bribes. Well, he does, and what of it? I don't care if he does take bribes, Razumian cried with unnatural irritability. I don't praise him for taking bribes. I only say he is a nice man in his own way. But if one looks at men in all ways, are there many good ones left? Why, I am sure I shouldn't be worth a baked onion myself. Perhaps with you thrown in. That's too little. I'd give 2 for you. And I wouldn't give more than 1 for you. No more of your jokes. Zametov is no more than a boy. I can pull his hair, and one must draw him, not repel him. You'll never improve a man by repelling him, especially a boy. One has to be twice as careful with a boy. Oh, you progressive dullards, you don't understand. You harm yourselves running another man down. But if you want to know, we really have something in common. I should like to know what. Why, it's all about a house painter. We are getting him out of a mess, though indeed there is nothing to fear now. The matter is absolutely self-evident. We only put on steam. A painter? Why haven't I told you about it? I only told you the beginning then about the murder of the old Palmbrucker woman. Well, the painter is mixed up in it. Oh, I heard about that murder before and was rather interested in it. Partly. For one reason, I read about it in the papers. 2. Lizaveta was murdered too, Nastasia blurted out, suddenly addressing Raskolnikov. She remained in the room all the time, standing by the door, listening. Lizaveta, murmured Raskolnikov, hardly audibly. Lizaveta, who sold old clothes. Didn't you know her? She used to come here. She mended your shirt for you, too. Raskolnikov turned to the wall, where in the dirty yellow paper he picked out one clumsy white flower with brown lines on it, and began examining how many petals there were in it, how many scallops in the petals, and how many lines on them. He felt his arms and legs as lifeless as though they had been cut off. He did not attempt to move, but stared obstinately at the flower. But what about the painter? Zazimov interrupted Nastasia's chatter with marked displeasure. She sighed and was silent. Why, he was accused of the murder, Razumian went on hotly. Was there evidence against him then? Evidence indeed. Evidence that was no evidence, and that's what we have to prove. It was just as they pitched on those fellows, Koch and Pestrikov, at first. Whew, how stupidly it's all done. It makes one sick. Though it's not one's business. Pestriakov may be coming tonight. By the way, Radia, you've heard about the business already. It happened before you were ill, the day before you fainted at the police office while they were talking about it. Zazimov looked curiously at Raskolnikov. He did not stir. But I say, Razumian, I wonder at you. What a busybody you are, Zazimov observed. Maybe I am, but we will get him off anyway, shouted Razumian, bringing his fist down on the table. What's the most offensive is not their lying. One can always forgive lying. Lying is a delightful thing, for it leads to truth. What is offensive is that they lie and worship their own lying. I respect Porfiry. But what threw them out at first? The door was locked, and when they came back with the porter, it was open. So it followed that Koch and Pestriakov were the murderers. That was their logic. But don't excite yourself, they simply detained them. They could not help that. And, by the way, I've met that man Koch. He used to buy unredeemed pledges from the old women, eh? Yes, he is a swindler. He buys up bad debts, too. He makes a profession of it. But enough of him. Do you know what makes me angry? It's their sickening, rotten, petrified routine. And this case might be the means of introducing a new method. One can show from the psychological data alone how to get on the track of the real man. We have facts, they say, but facts are not everything. At least half the business lies in how you interpret them. Can you interpret them then? Anyway, one can't hold one's tongue when one has a feeling, a tangible feeling that one might be a help if only... Eh? Do you know the details of the case? I'm waiting to hear about the painter. Oh yes, well here's the story. Early on the third day after the murder, when they were still dandling Koch and Pesterkov, though they accounted for every step they took, and it was plain as a pikestaff, an unexpected fact turned up. A peasant called Dushkin, who keeps a dram shop facing the house, brought to the police office a jeweler's case containing some gold earrings and told a long rigmarole. The day before yesterday, just after 8 o'clock, marked the day and the hour. A journeyman house painter, Nikolai, who had been in to see me already that day, brought me this box of gold earrings and stones and asked me to give him 2 rubles for them. When I asked him where he got them, he said that he picked them up in the street. I did not ask him anything more. I am telling you Dushkin's story. I gave him a note, a ruble that is, for I thought if he did not pawn it with me, he would with another. It would all come to the same thing. He'd spend it on drink, so the thing had better be with me. The further you hide it, the quicker you will find it, and if anything turns up, if I hear any rumors, I'll take it to the police. Of course, that's all taradiddle. He lies like a horse, for I know this Dushkin. He is a pawnbroker and told a long rigmarole. The day before yesterday, just after 8 o'clock, marked the day and the hour. A journeyman house painter, Nikolai, who had been in to see me already that day, brought me this box of gold earrings and stones and asked me to give him 2 rubles for them. When I asked him where he got them, he said that he picked them up in the street. I did not ask him anything more. I am telling a Dushkin story. I gave him a note, a ruble that is, for I thought if he did not pawn it with me, he would with another. It would all come to the same thing. He'd spend it on drink, so the thing had better be with me. The further you hide it, the quicker you will find it, and if anything turns up, if I hear any rumors, I'll take it to the police. Of course, that's all taradiddle. He lies like a horse, for I know this Dushkin. He is a pawnbroker and a receiver of stolen goods, and he did not cheat Nikolai out of a 30-ruble trinket in order to give it to the police. He was simply afraid. But no matter. To return to Dushkin's story. I've known this peasant, Nikolai Dementiv, from a child. He comes from the same province and district of Zares. We are both Ryazan men. And though Nikolai is not a drunkard, he drinks. And I knew he had a job in that house painting work with Dmitri, who comes from the same village too. As soon as he got the ruble, he changed it, had a couple of glasses, took his change and went out. But I did not see Dmitri with him then. And the next day I heard that someone had murdered Alyona Ivanovna and her sister Lizaveta Ivanovna with an axe. I knew them, and I felt suspicious about the earrings at once, for I knew the murdered woman lent money on pledges. I went to the house and began to make careful inquiries without saying a word to anyone. First of all I asked, "Is Nikolai here?" Dmitri told me that Nikolai had gone off on the spree. He had come home at daybreak drunk, stayed in the house about 10 minutes and went out again. Dmitri didn't see him again and is finishing the job alone. And their job is on the same staircase as the murder, on the 2nd floor. When I heard all that, I did not say a word to anyone. That's Dushkin's tale. But I found out what I could about the murder and went home feeling as suspicious as ever. And at 8 o'clock this morning, that was the 3rd day, you understand, I saw Nikolai coming in not sober, though not so very drunk. He could understand what was said to him. He sat down on the bench and did not speak. There was only one stranger in the bar and a man I knew asleep on a bench and our two boys. "Have you seen Dmitri?" said I. "No, I haven't," said he. "And you've not been here either?" "Not since the day before yesterday," said he. "And where did you sleep last night?" "In Pesky with the Kolomensky men." "And where did you get those earrings?" I asked. "I found them in the street." And the way he said it was a bit queer. He did not look at me. "Did you hear what happened that very evening at that very hour on that same staircase?" said I. "No," said he, "I had not heard." And all the while he was listening, his eyes were staring out of his head and he turned as white as chalk. I told him all about it, and he took his hat and began getting up. I wanted to keep him. "Wait a bit, Nikolai," said I. "Won't you have a drink?" And I signed to the boy to hold the door, and I came out from behind the bar. But he darted out and down the street to the turning at a run. I have not seen him since. Then my doubts were at an end. It was his doing, as clear as could be. "I should think so," said Zazimov. "Wait, here's the end." Of course, they sought high and low for Nikolai. They detained Dushkin and searched his house. Dmitri, too, was arrested. The Kolomensky men also were turned inside out. And the day before yesterday they arrested Nikolai in a tavern at the end of the town. He had gone there, taken the silver cross off his neck, and asked for a dram for it. They gave it to him. A few minutes afterwards, the woman went to the cowshed, and through a crack in the wall she saw in the stable adjoining he had made a noose of his sash from the beam, stood on a block of wood, and was trying to put his neck in the noose. The woman screeched her hardest. People ran in. "So that's what you were up to. Take me," he says, "to such and such a police officer. I'll confess everything." Well, they took him to that police station, that is here, with a suitable escort. So they asked him this and that, how old he is, 22, and so on. At the question, "When you were working with Dmitri, didn't you see anyone on the staircase at such and such a time?" Answer: "To be sure, folks may have gone up and down, but I did not notice them." "And didn't you hear anything, any noise, and so on?" "We heard nothing special." "And did you hear, Nikolai, that on the same day widow so-and-so and her sister were murdered and robbed?" "I never knew a thing about it. The first I heard of it was from Afanasy Pavlovitch the day before yesterday." "And where did you find the earrings?" "I found them on the pavement." "Why didn't you go to work with Dmitri the other day?" "Because I was drinking." "And where were you drinking?" "Oh, in such a place." "Why did you run away from Dushkin's?" "Because I was awfully frightened." "What were you frightened of?" "That I should be accused." "How could you be frightened if you felt free from guilt?" Now, Zazima, you may not believe me, that question was put literally in those words. I know it for a fact. It was repeated to me exactly. What do you say to that? Well, anyway, there's the evidence. I am not talking of the evidence now. I am talking about that question, of their own idea of themselves. Well, so they squeezed and squeezed him and he confessed. I did not find it in the street, but in the flat where I was painting with Dmitri. And how was that? Why, Dmitri and I were painting there all day, and we were just getting ready to go, and Dmitri took a brush and painted my face. And he ran off and I after him. I ran after him, shouting my hardest, and at the bottom of the stairs I ran right against the porter and some gentlemen. And how many gentlemen were there I don't remember. And the porter swore at me, and the other porter swore too, and the porter's wife came out, and swore at us too. And a gentleman came into the entry with a lady, and he swore at us too, for Dmitri and I lay right across the way. I got hold of Dmitri's hair and knocked him down and began beating him. And Dmitri, too, caught me by the hair and began beating me. But we did it all not for temper, but in a friendly way for sport. And then Dmitri escaped, and ran into the street, and I ran after him. But I did not catch him and went back to the flat alone. I had to clear up my things. I began putting them together, expecting Dmitri to come, and there in the passage, in the corner by the door, I stepped on the box. I saw it lying there wrapped up in paper. I took off the paper, saw some little hooks, undid them, and in the box were the earrings. "Behind the door, lying behind the door, behind the door," Raskolnikov cried suddenly, staring with a blank look of terror at Razumihin, and he slowly sat up on the sofa, leaning on his hand. "Yes, why, what's the matter, what's wrong?" Razumihin, too, got up from his seat. "Nothing," Raskolnikov answered faintly, turning to the wall. All were silent for a while. "He must have waked from a dream," Razumihin said at last, looking inquiringly at Zazimov. The latter slightly shook his head. "Well, go on," said Zazimov. "What next?" "What next?" As soon as he saw the earrings, forgetting Dmitri and everything, he took up his cap and ran to Dushkin and, as we know, got a ruble from him. He told a lie, saying he found them in the street, and went off drinking. He keeps repeating his old story about the murder. I know nothing of it. Never heard of it till the day before yesterday. And why didn't you come to the police till now? I was frightened. And why did you try to hang yourself? From anxiety. What anxiety? That I should be accused of it. Well, that's the whole story, and now what do you suppose they deduced from that? Why, there's no supposing. There's a clue, such as it is, a fact. You wouldn't have your painter set free, and now they've simply taken him for the murder. They haven't a shadow of doubt. That's nonsense. You're excited. But what about the earrings? You must admit that if on the very same day and hour earrings from the old woman's box have come into Nikolai's hands, they must have come there somehow. That's a good deal in such a case. How did they get there? How did they get there? Cried Razumihin. How can you, a doctor, whose duty it is to study man, and who has more opportunity than anyone else for studying human nature, how can you fail to see the character of the man in the whole story? Don't you see at once that the answers he has given in the examination are the holy truth? They came into his hand precisely as he has told us. He stepped on the box and picked it up. The holy truth. But didn't he own himself that he told a lie at first? Listen to me. Listen attentively. The porter and cock and Pestryakov and the other porter and the wife of the first porter and the woman who was sitting in the porter's lodge and the man Kryakov, who had just got out of a cab at that minute and went in at the entry with a lady on his arm, that is 8 or 10 witnesses, agree that Nikolai had Dmitri on the ground, was lying on him, beating him, while Dmitri hung on to his hair, beating him too. They lay right across the way, blocking the thoroughfare. They were sworn at on all sides, while they, like children, the very words of the witnesses, were falling over one another, squealing, fighting, and laughing, with the funniest faces, and chasing one another like children. They ran into the street. Now take careful note. The bodies upstairs were warm, you understand, warm when they found them. If they, or Nikolai alone, had murdered them and broken open the boxes, or simply taken part in the robbery, allow me to ask you one question. Do their state of mind, their squeals and giggles and childish scuffing at the gate fit in with axes, bloodshed, fiendish cunning, robbery? They'd just killed them, not 5 or 10 minutes before, for the bodies were still warm, and at once leaving the flat open, knowing that people would go there at once. Flinging away their booty, they rolled about like children, laughing and attracting general attention. And there are a dozen witnesses to swear to that. Of course it is strange. It's impossible indeed, but no, brother, no buts. And if the earrings being found in Nikolai's hands at the very day and hour of the murder constitutes an important piece of circumstantial evidence against him, although the explanation given by him accounts for it, and therefore it does not tell seriously against him, one must take into consideration the facts which prove him innocent, especially as they are facts that cannot be denied. And do you suppose, from the character of our legal system, that they will accept, or that they are in a position to accept, this fact, resting simply on a psychological impossibility, as irrefutable and conclusively breaking down the circumstantial evidence for the prosecution? No, they won't accept it. They certainly won't, because they found the jewel case and the man tried to hang himself, which he could not have done if he hadn't felt guilty. That's the point. That's what excites me. You must understand. Oh, I see you are excited. Wait a bit. I forgot to ask you, what proof is there that the box came from the old woman? That's been proved, said Razumim with apparent reluctance, frowning. Koch recognized the jewel box and gave the name of the owner, who proved conclusively that it was his. That's bad. Now another point. Did anyone see Nikolai at the time that Koch and Pestryakov were going upstairs at first, and is there no evidence about that? Nobody did see him, Razumian answered with vexation. That's the worst of it. Even Koch and Pestryakov did not notice them on their way upstairs, though indeed their evidence could not have been worth much. They said they saw the flat was open, and that there must be work going on in it, but they took no special notice and could not remember whether there actually were men at work in it. So the only evidence for the defense is that they were beating one another and laughing. That constitutes a strong presumption, but how do you explain the facts yourself? How do I explain them? What is there to explain? It's clear. At any rate, the direction in which explanation is to be sought is clear, and the jewel case points to it. The real murderer dropped those earrings. The murderer was upstairs, locked in, when Koch and Strelkov knocked at the door. Koch, like an ass, did not stay at the door, so the murderer popped out and ran down, too, for he had no other way to escape. He hid from Koch, Strelkov, and the porter in the flat when Nikolai Dmitri had just run out of it. He stopped there while the porter and others were going upstairs, waited till they were out of hearing, and then went calmly downstairs at the very minute when Dmitri and Nikolai ran out into the street, and there was no one in the entry. Possibly he was seen, but not noticed. There are lots of people going in and out. He must have dropped the earrings out of his pocket when he stood behind the door, and did not notice he dropped them, because he had other things to think of. The jewel case is a conclusive proof that he did stand there. That's how I explain it. Too clever. No, my boy, you're too clever. That beats everything. But why? 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 Because everything fits too well. It's too melodramatic. Razumian was exclaiming. But at that moment, the door opened, and a personage came in who was a stranger to all present. This was a gentleman no longer young, of a stiff and portly appearance and a cautious and sour countenance. He began by stopping short in the doorway, staring about him with offensive and undisguised astonishment, as though asking himself what sort of place he had come to. Mistrustfully and with an affectation of being alarmed and almost affronted, he scanned Raskolnikov's low and narrow cabin. With the same amazement he stared at Raskolnikov, who lay undressed, disheveled, unwashed, on his miserable, dirty sofa, looking fixedly at him. Then with the same deliberation he scrutinized the uncouth, unkempt figure and unshaven face of Razumikin, who looked him boldly and inquiringly in the face without rising from his seat. A constrained silence lasted for a couple of minutes, and then, as might be expected, some scene-shifting took place. Reflecting, probably from certain fairly unmistakable signs that he would get nothing in this cabin by attempting to overawe them, the gentleman softened somewhat, and civilly, though with some severity, emphasizing every syllable of his question, addressed Zosima. "Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, a student or formerly a student?" Zosimov made a slight movement and would have answered had not Razumihin anticipated him. "Here he is, lying on the sofa. What do you want?" This familiar "what do you want" seemed to cut the ground from the feet of the pompous gentleman. He was turning to Razumihin, but checked himself in time and turned to Zosimov again. "This is Raskolnikov," mumbled Zosimov, nodding towards him. Then he gave a prolonged yawn, opening his mouth as wide as possible. Then he lazily put his hand into his waistcoat pocket, pulled out a huge gold watch in a round hunter's case, opened it, looked at it, and as slowly and lazily proceeded to put it back. Raskolnikov himself lay without speaking on his back, gazing persistently, though without understanding, at the stranger. Now that his face was turned away from the strange flower on the paper, it was extremely pale and wore a look of anguish, as though he had just undergone an agonizing operation or just been taken from the rack. But the newcomer gradually began to arouse his attention, then his wonder, then suspicion, and even alarm. When Zosimov said, "This is Raskolnikov," he jumped up quickly, sat on the sofa, and with an almost defiant but weak and breaking voice articulated, "Yes, I am Raskolnikov. What do you want?" The visitor scrutinized him and pronounced impressively, "Fyodor Petrovich Luzhin. I believe I have reason to hope that my name is not wholly unknown to you?" But Raskolnikov, who had expected something quite different, gazed blankly and dreamily at him, making no reply, as though he heard the name of Fyodor Petrovich for the first time. "Is it possible that you can up to the present have received no information?" asked Fyodor Petrovich, somewhat disconcerted. In reply, Raskolnikov sank languidly back on the pillow, put his hands behind his head, and gazed at the ceiling. A look of dismay came into Lushin's face. Zosimov and Razumihin stared at him more inquisitively than ever, and at last he showed unmistakable signs of embarrassment. "I had presumed and calculated," he faltered, "that a letter posted more than 10 days, if not a fortnight ago." "I say, why are you standing in the doorway?" Razumihin interrupted suddenly. "If you have something to say, sit down. Nastasia and you are so crowded. Nastasia, make room. Here's a chair. Prod your way in." He moved his chair back from the table, made a little space between the table and his knees, and waited in a rather cramped position for the visitor to thread his way in. The minute was so chosen that it was impossible to refuse, and the visitor squeezed his way through, hurrying and stumbling. Reaching the chair, he sat down, looking suspiciously at Razumihin. "No need to be nervous," the latter blurted out. "He has been ill for the last 5 days and delirious for 3, but now he's recovering and has got an appetite. This is his doctor who has just had a look at him. I'm a comrade of Roja's, like him, formerly a student, and now I'm nursing him, so don't you take any notice of us, but go on with your business." "Thank you. But shall I not disturb the invalid by my presence and conversation?" Fyodor Petrovich asked of Zosimov. "No," mumbled Zosimov. "You may amuse him." He yawned again. "He has been conscious a long time, since the morning," went on Razumihin, whose familiarity seemed so much like unaffected good nature that Fyodor Petrovich began to be more cheerful, partly perhaps because this shabby and impudent person had introduced himself as his student. "Your mamma," began Lucien. Razumihin cleared his throat loudly. Lucien looked at him inquiringly. "That's all right, go on." Lucien shrugged his shoulders. "Your mamma had commenced a letter to you while I was sojourning in her neighborhood. On my arrival here I purposely allowed a few days to elapse before coming to see you, in order that I might be fully assured that you were in full possession of the tidings. But now to my astonishment. I know, Raskolnikov cried suddenly with impatient vexation. So you are the fiancé. I know, and that's enough. There was no doubt about Pyotr Petrovitch's being offended this time, but he said nothing. He made a violent effort to understand what it all meant. There was a moment's silence. Meanwhile, Raskolnikov, who had turned a little towards him when he answered, began suddenly staring at him again with marked curiosity, as though he had not had a good look at him yet, or as though something new had struck him. He rose from his pillow on purpose to stare at him. There certainly was something peculiar in Pyotr Petrovitch's whole appearance, something which seemed to justify the title of fiancé, so unceremoniously applied to him. In the first place, it was evident, far too much so indeed, that Pyotr Petrovitch had made eager use of his few days in the capital to get himself up and rig himself out in expectation of his betrothed. A perfectly innocent and permissible proceeding indeed. Even his own, perhaps too complacent, consciousness of the agreeable improvement in his appearance might have been forgiven in such circumstances, seeing that Pyotr Petrovitch had taken up the role of fiancé. All his clothes were fresh from the tailor's and were all right, except for being too new and too distinctly appropriate. Even the stylish new round hat had the same significance. Pyotr Petrovitch treated it too respectfully and held it too carefully in his hands. The exquisite pair of lavender gloves, real Lavin, told the same tale, if only from the fact of his not wearing them, but carrying them in his hand for show. Light and youthful colors predominated in Pyotr Petrovitch's attire. He wore a charming summer jacket of a fawn shade, light thun trousers, a waistcoat of the same new and fine linen, a cravat of the lightest cambric with pink stripes on it, and the best of it was, this all suited Pyotr Petrovitch. His very fresh and even handsome face looked younger than his 45 years at all times. His dark mutton-chop whiskers made an agreeable setting on both sides, growing thickly upon his shining, clean-shaven chin. Even his hair, touched here and there with gray, though it had been combed and curled at a hairdresser's, did not give him a stupid appearance, as curled hair usually does, by inevitably suggesting a German on his wedding day. If there really was something unpleasing and repulsive in his rather good-looking and imposing countenance, it was due to quite other causes. After scanning Mr. Lucian unceremoniously, Raskolnikov smiled malignantly, sank back on the pillow and stared at the ceiling as before. But Mr. Lucian hardened his heart and seemed to determine to take no notice of their oddities. "I feel the greatest regret at finding you in this situation," he began, again breaking the silence with an effort. "If I had been aware of your illness, I should have come earlier. But you know what business is. I have, too, a very important legal affair in the Senate, not to mention other preoccupations, which you may well conjecture. I am expecting your mamma and sister any minute." Raskolnikov made a movement and seemed about to speak. His face showed some excitement. Pyotr Petrovitch paused, waited, but as nothing followed, he went on. "Any minute. I have found a lodging for them on their arrival." "Where?" asked Raskolnikov weakly. "Very near here, in Bakalayev's house." "That's in Voskresensky," put in Raskolnikov. "There are 2 stories of rooms let out by a merchant called Yishin. I've been there." "Yes, rooms. A disgusting place, filthy, stinking, and what's more, of doubtful character. Things have happened there, and there are all sorts of queer people living there. And I went there about a scandalous business. It's cheap, though." "I could not, of course, find out so much about it, for I am a stranger in Petersburg myself," Pyotr Petrovitch replied huffily. "However, the 2 rooms are exceedingly clean, and as it is for so short a time, I have already taken a permanent, that is, our future flat," he said, addressing Raskolnikov, "and I am having it done up. And meanwhile I am myself cramped for room in a lodging with my friend, Andrei Semyonovitch Libizlatnikov, in the flat of Madame the Peverish. It was he who told me of Bakalayev's house, too." "Libizlatnikov?" asked Raskolnikov slowly, as if recalling something. Yes, Andrei Semyonovich Libzerklov, clerk in the ministry. Do you know him? Yes, no, Raskolnikov answered. Excuse me, I fancied so from your inquiry. I was once his guardian, a very nice young man and advanced. I like to meet young people. One learns new things from them. Nugent looked round hopefully at them all. How do you mean? Asked Razumihin. In the most serious and essential matters, Pyotr Petrovitch replied, as though delighted at the question. You see, it's 10 years since I visited Petersburg. All the novelties, reforms, ideas have reached us in the provinces, but to see it all more clearly one must be in Petersburg. And it's my notion that you observe and learn most by watching the younger generation. And I confess I am delighted. At what? Your question is a wide one. I may be mistaken, but I fancy I find clearer views, more, so to say, criticism, more practicality. That's true, Zossimov let drop. Nonsense, there is no practicality. Razumihin flew at him. Practicality is a difficult thing to find. It does not drop down from heaven, and for the last 200 years we have been divorced from all practical life. Ideas, if you like, are fermenting, he said to Pyotr Petrovitch, and desire for good exists, though it's in a childish form. In honesty you may find, although there are crowds of brigands. Anyway, there's no practicality. Practicality goes well shod. I don't agree with you, Pyotr Petrovitch replied with evident enjoyment. Of course people do get carried away and make mistakes, but one must have indulgence. Those mistakes are merely evidence of enthusiasm for the cause and of abnormal external environment. If little has been done, the time has been but short. Of means I will not speak. It's my personal view, if you care to know, that something has been accomplished already. New valuable ideas, new valuable works are circulating in the place of our old dreamy and romantic authors. Literature is taking a maturer form. Many injurious prejudices have been rooted up and turned into ridicule. In a word, we have cut ourselves off irrevocably from the past, and that, to my thinking, is a great thing. They've learnt it by heart to show off, Raskolnikov pronounced suddenly. What? Asked Pyotr Petrovitch, not catching his words, but he received no reply. That's all true, Zossimov hastened to interpose. Isn't it so? Pyotr Petrovitch went on, glancing affably at Zossimov. You must admit, he went on, addressing Razumihin with a shade of triumph and superciliousness. He almost added, young man, that there is an advance, or as they say now, progress in the name of science and economic truth. A commonplace? No, not a commonplace. Hitherto, for instance, if I were told, love thy neighbor, what came of it? Pyotr Petrovitch went on, perhaps with excessive haste. It came to my tearing my coat in half to share with my neighbor, and we both were left half naked. As a Prussian proverb has it, catch several hares and you won't catch one. Science now tells us, love yourself before all men, for everything in the world rests on self-interest. You love yourself and manage your own affairs properly, and your coat remains whole. Economic truth adds that better private affairs are organized in society. The more whole coat, so to say, the firmer are its foundations, and the better is the common welfare organized too. Therefore, in acquiring wealth solely and exclusively for myself, I am acquiring, so to speak, for all, and helping to bring to pass my neighbor's getting a little more than a torn coat. And that not from private, personal liberality, but as a consequence of the general advance. The idea is simple, but unhappily it has been a long time reaching us, being hindered by idealism and sentimentality, and yet it would seem to want very little wit to perceive it. Excuse me, I've very little wit myself, Brisson-May cut in sharply, and so let us drop it. I began this discussion with an object, but I've grown so sick during the last 3 years of this chattering to amuse oneself, of this incessant flow of commonplaces, always the same, that, by Jove, I blush even when other people talk like that. You are in a hurry, no doubt, to exhibit your requirements, and I don't blame you. That's quite pardonable. I only wanted to find out what sort of man you are, for so many unscrupulous people have got hold of the progressive cause of late, and have so distorted in their own interest everything they touched that the whole cause has been dragged in the mire. That's enough." "Excuse me, sir," said Luzhin, fronted and speaking with excessive dignity. "Do you mean to suggest so unceremoniously that I, too—" "Oh, my dear sir, how could I? Come, that's enough," Raskolnikov concluded, and he turned abruptly to Zazimych to continue their previous conversation. Fyodor Petrovitch had the good sense to accept the disavowal. He made up his mind to take leave in another minute or two. "I trust our acquaintance," he said, addressing Raskolnikov, "may, upon your recovery and in view of the circumstances of which you are aware, become closer. Above all, I hope for your return to health." Raskolnikov did not even turn his head. Fyodor Petrovitch began getting up from his chair. "One of her customers must have killed her," Zazimov declared positively. "Not a doubt of it," replied Razumihin. "Porfiry doesn't give his opinion, but is examining all who have left pledges with her there." "Examining them?" Raskolnikov asked aloud. "Yes. What then?" "Nothing." "How does he get hold of them?" asked Zazimov. "Cook has given the names of some of them, other names are on the wrappers of the pledges, and some have come forward of themselves. It must have been a cunning and practiced ruffian. Boldness of it, the coolness—" "That's just what it wasn't," interposed Razumihin. "That's what throws you all off the scent. But I maintain that he is not cunning, not practiced, and probably this was his first crime. The supposition that it was a calculated crime in a cunning criminal doesn't work. Suppose him to have been inexperienced, and it's clear that it was only a chance that saved him, and chance may do anything. Why, he did not foresee obstacles, perhaps. And how did he set to work? He took jewels worth 10 or 20 rubles, stuffing his pockets with them, ransacked the old woman's trunks, her rags, and they found 15 rubles, besides notes, in a box in the top drawer of the chest. He did not know how to rob, he could only murder. It was his first crime, I assure you, his first crime. He lost his head, and he got off more by luck than good counsel." "You were talking of the murder of the old pawnbroker, I believe?" Fyodor Petrovitch put in, addressing Zosima. He was standing, hat and gloves in hand, but before departing he felt disposed to throw up a few more intellectual phrases. He was evidently anxious to make a favorable impression, and his vanity overcame his prudence. "Yes, you've heard of it?" "Oh, yes, being in the neighborhood." "Do you know the details?" "I can't say that, but another circumstance interests me in the case, the whole question, so to say. Not to speak of the fact that crime has been greatly on the increase among the lower classes during the last 5 years, not to speak of the cases of robbery and arson everywhere, what strikes me as the strangest thing is that in the higher classes, too, crime is increasing proportionately. One place one hears of a student's robbing the mail on the high road, and in other place people of good social position forged false banknotes. In Moscow of late a whole gang has been captured who used to forge lottery tickets, and one of the ringleaders was a lecturer in universal history. Then our secretary abroad was murdered from some obscure motive of gain. And if this old woman, the pawnbroker, has been murdered by someone of a higher class in society, for peasants don't pawn gold trinkets, how are we to explain this demoralization of the civilized part of our society?" "There are many economic changes," put in Zazimov. "How are we to explain it?" Razumihin caught him up. "It might be explained by our inveterate impracticality." "How do you mean?" "What answer had your lecturer in Moscow to make to the question why he was forging notes? Everybody is getting rich one way or another, so I want to make haste to get rich too. I don't remember the exact words, but the upshot was that he wants money for nothing, without waiting or working. We grew used to having everything ready-made, to walking on crutches, to having our food chewed for us. Then the great hour struck, and every man showed himself in his true colors. But morality, and, so to speak, principles? Why, you worry about it, Raskolnikov interposed suddenly. It's in accordance with your theory. In accordance with my theory? Why, carry out logically the theory you were advocating just now, and it follows that people may be killed. Upon my word, cried Lucien. Oh, that's not so, put in Zazimov. Raskolnikov lay with a white face, twitching upper lip, breathing painfully. "There is a measure in all things," Lucian went on superciliously. "Economic ideas are not an incitement to murder, and one has but to suppose—" "And is it true," Raskolnikov interposed, once more suddenly, again in a voice quivering with fury and delight in insulting him, "is it true that you told your fiancée, within an hour of her acceptance, that what pleased you most was that she was a beggar, because it was better to raise a wife from poverty, so that you may have complete control over her, and reproach her with your being her benefactor?" "Upon my word," Eugene cried wrathfully, irritably, crimson with confusion, "to distort my words in this way? Excuse me, allow me to assure you that the report which has reached you, or rather, let me say, has been conveyed to you, has no foundation in truth, and I suspect who, in a word, this arrow, in a word, your mamma. She seemed to me in other things, with all her excellent qualities, of a somewhat high-flown and romantic way of thinking. But I was 1,000 miles from supposing that she would misunderstand and misrepresent things in so fanciful a way. And indeed, I tell you what," cried Raskolnikov, raising himself on his pillow and fixing his piercing, glittering eyes upon him, "I tell you what." "What?" Eugene stood still, waiting with a defiant and offended face. Silence lasted for some seconds. "Why, if ever again you dare to mention a single word about my mother, I shall send you flying downstairs." "What's the matter with you?" cried the suppressee. "So that's how it is?" Lucian turned pale and bit his lip. "Let me tell you, sir," he began deliberately, doing his utmost to restrain himself, but breathing hard. "At the first moment I saw you, you were ill-disposed to me, but I remained here on purpose to find out more. I could forgive a great deal in a sick man and a connection, but you, never after this." "I am not ill," cried Raskolnikov. "So much the worse. Go to hell." But Lucian was already leaving without finishing his speech. Squeezing between the table and the chair, Razumihin got up this time to let him pass, without glancing at anyone and not even nodding to Zosimo, who had for some time been making signs to him to let the sick man alone. He went out, lifting his hat to the level of his shoulders to avoid crushing it as he stooped to go out of the door. And even the curve of his spine was expressive of the horrible insult he had received. "How could you? How could you?" Razumihin said, shaking his head in perplexity. "Let me alone, all of you," Raskolnikov cried in a frenzy. "Will you ever leave off tormenting me? I am not afraid of you. I am not afraid of anyone now." "Get away from me. I want to be alone. Alone. "Come along," said Zosima, nodding to Razumihin. "But we can't leave him like this." "Come along," Zosima repeated insistently, and he went out. Razumihin thought a minute and ran to overtake him. "It might be worse not to obey him," says Zosimov on the stairs. "He mustn't be irritated." "What's the matter with him?" "If only he could get some favorable shock. That's what would do it. At first he was better. You know, he has got something on his mind, some fixed idea weighing on him. I am very much afraid so. He must have. Perhaps it's that gentleman, Pyotr Petrovitch. From his conversation I gather he is going to marry his sister, and that he'd received a letter about it just before his illness. Yes, confound the man, he may have upset the case altogether. But have you noticed he takes no interest in anything? He does not respond to anything except one point on which he seems excited. That's the murder." Yes, Razumihin agreed. "I noticed that too. He's interested, frightened. It gave him a shock on the day he was ill in the police office. He fainted. Tell me more about that this evening, and I'll tell you something afterwards. He interests me very much, and half an hour I'll go see him again. There'll be no inflammation, though." "Thanks, and I'll wait with Poshenka meantime, and we'll keep a watch on him through Nastasia." Raskolnikov, left alone, looked with impatience and misery at Nastasia, but she still lingered. "Won't you have some tea now?" she asked. "Later, I'm sleepy. Leave me alone." He turned abruptly to the wall. Nastasia went out. But as soon as she went out, he got up, latched the door, undid the parcel which Razumihin had brought in that evening and had tied up again, and began dressing. Strange to say, he seemed immediately to have become perfectly calm. Not a trace of his recent delirium, nor of the panic fear that had haunted him of late. It was the first moment of his strange, sudden calm. His movements were precise and definite. A firm purpose was evident in them. Today, he muttered to himself. He understood that he was still weak, but his intense spiritual concentration gave him strength and self-confidence. He hoped, moreover, that he would not fall down in the street. When he had dressed in entirely new clothes, he looked at the money lying on the table, and after a moment's thought, put it in his pocket. It was 25 rubles. He took also all the copper change from the 10 rubles spent by Razumihin on the clothes. Then he softly unlatched the door, went out, slipped downstairs, and glanced in at the open kitchen door. Nastasia was standing with her back to him, blowing up the landlady's samovar. She heard nothing. Who would have dreamed of his going out, indeed? A minute later he was in the street. It was nearly 8 o'clock. The sun was setting. It was as stifling as before, but he eagerly drank in the stinking, dusty town air. His head felt rather dizzy. A sort of savage energy gleamed suddenly in his feverish eyes and his wasted, pale and yellow face. He did not know and did not think where he was going. He had one thought only: that all this must be ended today, once for all, immediately, that he would not return home without it, because he would not go on living like that. How, with what, to make an end? He had not an idea about it. He did not even want to think of it. He drove away thought. Thought tortured him. All he knew, all he felt, was that everything must be changed, one way or another. He repeated with desperate and immovable self-confidence and determination. From old habit, he took his usual walk in the direction of the Haymarket. A dark-haired young man with a barrel organ was standing in the road in front of a little general shop and was grinding out a very sentimental song. He was accompanying a girl of 15 who stood on the pavement in front of him. She was dressed up in a crinoline, a mantle, and a straw hat with a flame-colored feather in it, all very old and shabby. In a strong and rather agreeable voice, cracked and hoarsened by street singing, she sang in hope of getting a copper from the shop. Raskolnikov joined 2 or 3 listeners, took out a 5-kopeck piece, and put it in the girl's hand. She broke off abruptly on a sentimental high note, shouted sharply to the organ grinder, "Come on!" and both moved on to the next shop. "Do you like street music?" said Raskolnikov, addressing a middle-aged man standing idly by him. The man looked at him, startled and wondering. "I love to hear singing to a street organ," said Raskolnikov, and his manner seemed strangely out of keeping with the subject. "I like it on cold, dark, damp autumn evenings. They must be damp. When all the passers-by have pale, green, sickly faces. Or better still, when wet snow is falling straight down, when there's no wind. You know what I mean? And the street lamps shine through it. I don't know. Excuse me." They were not there now. Recognizing the place, he stopped, looked round, and addressed a young fellow in a red shirt who stood gaping before a corn chandler's shop. "Isn't there a man who keeps a booth with his wife at this corner?" "All sorts of people keep booths here," answered the young man, glancing superciliously at Raskolnikov. "What's his name?" "What he was christened." "Aren't you a Zaraiskin man too? Which province?" The young man looked at Raskolnikov again. "It's not a province, Your Excellency, but a district." "Graciously forgive me, Your Excellency." "Is that a tavern at the top there?" "Yes, it's an eating-house, and there's a billiard-room, and you'll find princesses there too. Lela." Maskomika crossed the square. In that corner there was a dense crowd of peasants. He pushed his way into the thickest part of it, looking at the faces. He felt an unaccountable inclination to enter into conversation with people. But the peasants took no notice of him. They were all shouting in groups together. He stood and thought a little and took a turning to the right in the direction of B. He had often crossed that little street which turns at an angle leading from the marketplace to Sudovy Street. Of late he had often felt drawn to wander about this district, when he felt depressed, that he might feel more so. Now he walked along thinking of nothing. At that point there was a great block of buildings, entirely let out in dram shops and eating houses. Women were continually running in and out, bareheaded and in their indoor clothes. Here and there they gathered in groups on the pavement, especially about the entrances to various festive establishments in the lower stories. From one of these a loud din, sounds of singing, the tinkling of a guitar and shouts of merriment floated into the street. A crowd of women were thronging round the door. Some were sitting on the steps, others on the pavement, others were standing talking. A drunken soldier smoking a cigarette was walking near them in the road, swearing. He seemed to be trying to find his way somewhere, but had forgotten where. One beggar was quarreling with another, and a man dead drunk was lying right across the road. Raskolnikov joined the throng of women who were talking in husky voices. They were bareheaded and wore cotton dresses and goatskin shoes. There were women of 40 and some not more than 17. Almost all had blackened eyes. He felt strangely attracted by the singing and all the noise and uproar in the saloon below. Someone could be heard within dancing frantically, marking time with his heels to the sounds of the guitar and of a thin falsetto voice singing in jaunty air. He listened intently, gloomily and dreamily, bending down at the entrance and peeping inquisitively in from the pavement. "Oh, my handsome soldier, don't beat me for nothing," trilled the thin voice of the singer. Raskolnikov felt a great desire to make out what he was singing, as though everything depended on that. "Shall I go in?" he thought. "They are laughing. From drink? Shall I get drunk?" "Will you come in?" one of the women asked him. Her voice was still musical and less thick than the others. She was young and not repulsive, the only one of the group. "Why, she's pretty," he said, drawing himself up and looking at her. She smiled, much pleased at the compliment. "You're very nice looking yourself," she said. "Isn't he thin, though?" observed another woman in a deep bass. "Have you just come out of a hospital?" "They're all generals' daughters, it seems, but they all have snub noses," interposed a tipsy peasant with a sly smile on his face, wearing a loose coat. "See how jolly they are. Go along with you." "I'll go, sweetie," and he darted down into the saloon below. Raskolnikov moved on. "I say, sir," the girl shouted after him. "What is it?" She hesitated. "I'll always be pleased to spend an hour with you kind gentlemen, but now I feel shy. Give me 6 kopecks for a drink, there's a nice young man." Raskolnikov gave her what came first, 15 kopecks. "Oh, what a good-natured gentleman." "What's your name?" "Asked for Duklida." "Well, that's too much," one of the women observed, shaking her head at Duklida. "I don't know how you can ask like that. I believed I should drop with shame." Raskolnikov looked curiously at the speaker. She was a pock-marked wench of 30, covered with bruises, with her upper lip swollen. She made her criticism quietly and earnestly. "Where is it?" thought Raskolnikov. "Where is it? I read that someone condemned to death says or thinks, an hour before his death, that if he had to live on some high rock, on such a narrow ledge that he had only room to stand on the ocean, everlasting darkness, everlasting solitude, everlasting tempest around him. If he had to remain standing on a square yard of space all his life, 1,000 years, eternity, it were better to live so than to die at once. Only to live and live. Life, whatever it may be, how true it is. Good God, how true. Man is a vile creature, and vile is he who calls him vile for that," he added a moment later. He went into another street. The Palais de Cristal. Remember, he was just talking of the Palais de Cristal. But what on earth was it I wanted? Yes, the newspapers. Sasimov said he'd read it in the papers. "Have you the papers?" he asked, going into a very spacious and positively clean restaurant consisting of several rooms, which were, however, rather empty. 2 or 3 people were drinking tea, and in a room further away were sitting 4 men drinking champagne. Raskolnikov fancied that Zalmatov was one of them, but he could not be sure at that distance. "What if it is?" he thought. "Will you have vodka?" asked the waiter. "Give me some tea and bring me the papers, the old ones for the last 5 days, and I'll give you something." "Yes, sir, here's today's." "No vodka?" The old newspapers and the tea were brought. Raskolnikov sat down and began to look through them. Oh, damn. These are the items of intelligence. An accident on a staircase, spontaneous combustion of a shopkeeper from alcohol, a fire in Pesky, a fire in the Petersburg Quarter, another fire in the Petersburg Quarter, and another fire in the Petersburg Quarter. Here it is. He found at last what he was seeking and began to read it. Lines danced before his eyes, but he read it all and began eagerly seeking later editions in the following numbers. His hands shook with nervous impatience as he turned the sheets. Suddenly someone sat down beside him at his table. He looked up. It was the head clerk, Zamtov, looking just the same, with the rings on his fingers and the watch chain, with the curly black hair parted and palmated, with the smart waistcoat, rather shabby coat, and doubtful linen. He was in a good humor. At least he was smiling very gaily and good-humoredly. His dark face was rather flushed from the champagne he had drunk. "What, you here?" he began in surprise, speaking as though he'd known him all his life. "Why, Razumi, he told me only yesterday you were unconscious. How strange. Do you know I've been to see you?" Raskolnikov knew he would come up to see her. He laid aside the papers and turned to Zamata. There was a smile on his lips, and a new shade of irritable impatience was apparent in that smile. "I know you have," he answered. "I've heard it. You looked for my sock. And you know Razumian has lost his heart to you? He says you've been with him to Louise Ivanovna's. You know, the woman you tried to befriend, for whom you winked to the explosive lieutenant, and he would not understand? Do you remember? How could he fail to understand? It was quite clear, wasn't it? What a hothead he is." "The explosive one?" "No, your friend Razumian. You must have a jolly life, Mr. Zamata. Entrance free to the most agreeable places. Who's been pouring champagne into you just now?" "We've just been having a drink together." "You talk about pouring it into me. By way of a fee, profit by everything." Raskolnikov laughed. "It's all right, my dear boy," he added, slapping Zamatov on the shoulder. "I'm not speaking from temper, but in a friendly way, for sport, as that workman of yours said when he was scuffling with Dmitri, in the case of the old woman. How do you know about it?" "Perhaps I know more about it than you do." "How strange you are. I'm sure you are still very unwell. You oughtn't to have come out." "Oh, do I seem strange to you?" "Yes. What are you doing, reading the papers?" "Yes." "There's a lot about the fires." "No, I'm not reading about the fires." Here he looked mysteriously at Zamata. His lips were twisted again in a mocking smile. "No, I'm not reading about the fires," he went on, winking at Zamta. "But confess now, my dear fellow, you're awfully anxious to know what I am reading about?" "I'm not in the least. Mayn't I ask a question? Why do you keep on?" "Listen, you are a man of culture and education?" "I was in the 6th class at the gymnasium," Simsalman talked with some dignity. "6th class, my cock sparrow, with your parting and your rings, you are a gentleman of fortune. Foo, what a charming boy!" Here Raskolnikov broke into a nervous laugh right in Zamatov's face. The latter drew back, more amazed than offended. "Foo, strange you are," Zamatov repeated very seriously. "I can't help thinking you are still delirious." "I'm delirious? You are fibbing, my cock sparrow. So I'm strange? You find me curious, do you?" "Yes, curious." "Shall I tell you what I was reading about, what I was looking for? See what a lot of papers I've made them bring me. Suspicious, eh? Well, what is it? You prick up your ears?" "How do you mean, prick up my ears?" "I'll explain that afterwards, but now, my boy, I declare to you—" "No, I confess. No, that's not right either. I make a deposition and you take it. I depose that I was reading, that I was looking and searching." He screwed up his eyes and paused. "I was searching and came here on purpose to do it. For the news of the murder of the old pawnbroker woman," he articulated at last, almost in a whisper, bringing his face exceedingly close to the face of Zalmatar. Zalmatar looked at him steadily without moving or drawing his face away. What struck Zalmatov afterwards as the strangest part of it all was that silence followed for exactly a minute. and that they gazed at one another all the while. "What if you have been reading about it?" he cried at last, perplexed and impatient. "That's no business of mine. What of it?" "The same old woman?" Raskolnikov went on in the same whisper, not heeding Zamotov's explanation. "About whom you were talking in the police office. You remember when I fainted? Well, do you understand now?" "What do you mean? Understand what?" Summonov, earnest alarmed. Raskolnikov's set and earnest face was suddenly transformed, and he suddenly went off into the same nervous laugh as before, as though utterly unable to restrain himself. And in one flash he recalled with extraordinary vividness of sensation a moment in the recent past, that moment when he stood with the axe behind the door, while the latch trembled and the men outside swore and shook it, and he had a sudden desire to shout at them, to swear at them, to put out his tongue at them, to mock them, to laugh and laugh and laugh. "You are either mad or—" began Zametov, and broke off as if stunned by the idea that had suddenly flashed into his mind. "Or what? Come, tell me." "Nothing," said Zametov, getting angry. "It's all nonsense." Both were silent. After his sudden fit of laughter, Raskolnikov began suddenly thoughtful and melancholy. He put his elbow on the table and leant his head on his hand. He seemed to have completely forgotten Zametov. The silence lasted for some time. "But why don't you drink your tea? It's getting cold," said Zametov. "What? Tea? Oh, yes." Raskolnikov sipped the glass, but a morsel of bread in his mouth. Suddenly looking at Zametov, seemed to remember everything and pulled himself together. At the same moment his face resumed its original mocking expression. He went on drinking tea. "There have been a great many of these crimes lately," said Zametov. "Only the other day I read in the Moscow news that a whole gang of false coiners had been caught in Moscow. It was a regular society. They used to forge tickets." "Oh, but it was a long time ago. I read about it a month ago," Raskolnikov answered calmly. "So consider them criminals?" he added, smiling. "Of course they're criminals. They're children, simpletons, not criminals. Why 100 people meeting for such an object? What an idea! 3 would be too many, and then they want to have more faith in one another than in themselves. One has only to blab in his cups, and it all collapses. Simpletons, they engage untrustworthy people to change the notes. What a thing to trust to a casual stranger! Well, let us suppose that these simpletons succeed and each makes $1 million. And what follows for the rest of their lives? Each is dependent on the others for the rest of his life. Better hang oneself at once. And they did not know how to change the notes either. The man who changed the notes took 5,000 rubles and his hands trembled. He counted the first 4,000, but did not count the 5,000. He was in such a hurry to get the money into his pocket and run away. Of course he roused suspicion, and the whole thing came to a crash through one fool. Is it possible that his hands tremble? Observed Zametov. Yes, that's quite possible. That, I feel quite sure, is possible. Sometimes one can't stand things. Can't stand what? Why, could you stand it then? No, I couldn't. For the sake of 100 rubles to face such a terrible experience? To go with false notes into a bank, where it's their business to spot that sort of thing? No, I should not have the face to do it. Would you? Raskolnikov had an intense desire again to put his tongue out. Shivers kept running down his spine. "I should do it quite differently," Raskolnikov began. "This is how I would change the notes. I'd count the first 1,000 3 or 4 times backwards and forwards, looking at every note, and then I'd send to the second 1,000. I'd count it halfway through, and then hold some 50-ruble note to the light, then turn it, then hold it to the light again to see whether it was a good one. I am afraid, I would say, a relation of mine lost 25 rubles the other day through a false note, and then I tell them the whole story, and after I began counting the third, 'No, excuse me,' I would say, 'I fancy I made a mistake in the 7th hundred in that second 1,000, and I'm not sure.' And so I would give up the third 1,000 and go back to the second, and so on to the end. Then when I had finished, I'd pick out one from the 5th and one from the second 1,000 and take them to the light and ask again, 'Change them, please,' and put the clerk into such a stew that he would not know how to get rid of me. When I'd finished and had gone out, I'd come back. 'No, excuse me,' and ask for some explanation. That's how I do it." "Phoo, what terrible things you say," said Zametov, laughing. But all that is only talk. I dare say when it came to deeds you'd make a slip. I believe that even a practiced, desperate man cannot always reckon on himself, much less you and I. To take an example near home, that old woman murdered in our district. The murderer seems to have been a desperate fellow. He risked everything in open daylight, was saved by a miracle. But his hands shook too. He did not succeed in robbing the place. He couldn't stand it. That was clear from the... Raskolnikov seemed offended. Clear? Why don't you catch him then? He cried maliciously, jibing at Zametov. Why, they will catch him. Who, you? Do you suppose you could catch him? You've a tough job. A great point for you is whether a man is spending money or not. If he had no money and suddenly begins spending, he must be the man, so that any child can mislead you. The fact is, they always do that, though, answered Zametov. A man will commit a clever murder at the risk of his life, and then at once he goes drinking in a tavern. They're caught spending money. They're not all as cunning as you are. You wouldn't go to a tavern, of course. Wiskin looked at Strand and looked steadily at Zametov. You seem to enjoy the subject and would like to know how I should behave in that case, too? He asked with displeasure. I should like to, Zametov answered firmly and seriously. Somewhat too much earnestness began to appear in his words and looks. Very much, very much. All right, and this is how I should behave, Raskolnikov began, again bringing his face close to Zametov's, again staring at him and speaking in a whisper, so that the latter positively shuddered. This is what I should have done. I should have taken the money and jewels. I should have walked out of there and gone straight to some deserted place with fences round it, and scarcely anyone to be seen, some kitchen garden or place of that sort. I should have looked out beforehand some stone weighing 100 weight or more which had been lying in the corner from the time the house was built. I would lift that stone. There would sure to be a hollow under it, and I would put the jewels and money in that hole. Then I rolled the stone back so that it would look as before, would press it down with my foot and walk away. And for a year or two, 3 maybe, I would not touch it, and well, they could search. There'd be no trace. You are a madman, said Zametov, and for some reason he too spoke in a whisper and moved away from Raskolnikov, whose eyes were glittering. He had turned fearfully pale and his upper lip was twitching and quivering. He bent down as close as possible to Zametov, and his lips began to move without uttering a word. This lasted for half a minute. He knew what he was doing, but could not restrain himself. The terrible word trembled on his lips like the latch on that door. In another moment it will break out, and another moment he will let it go. He will speak out. And what if it was I who murdered the old woman and Lisaveta? He said suddenly, and realized what he had done. Zametov looked wildly at him and turned white as the tablecloth. His face wore a contorted smile. But is it possible? He brought out faintly. Raskolnikov looked wrathfully at him. Oh, not that you believed it. Yes, you did? Not a bit of it. I believe it less than ever now, Zametov cried hastily. I've caught my cock sparrows, so you did believe it before, if now you believe less than ever? Not at all, cried Zametov, obviously embarrassed. Have you been frightening me so as to lead me up to this? You don't believe it, then? What were you talking about behind my back when I went out of the police office? And why did the explosive lieutenant question me after I fainted? Hey there, he shouted to the waiter, getting up and taking his cap. How much? 30 kopecks, the latter replied, running up. And here is 20 kopecks for vodka. See what a lot of money. He held out his shaking hand to Zametov with notes in it. Red notes and blue, 25 rubles. Where did I get them? And where did my new clothes come from? You know I had not a kopeck. You cross-examine my landlady, I'll be bound. Well, that's enough. I say, Cosé, till we meet again. He went out trembling all over from a sort of wild, hysterical sensation, in which there is an element of insufferable rapture. Yet he was gloomy and terribly tired. His face was twisted as after a fit. His fatigue increased rapidly. Any shock, any irritating sensation stimulated and revived his energies at once, but his strength failed as quickly when the stimulus was removed. Zametov, left alone, sat for a long time in the same place, plunged in thought. Raskolnikov had unwittingly worked a revolution in his brain on a certain point and had made up his mind for him conclusively. Ilya Petrovich is a blockhead, he decided. Raskolnikov had hardly opened the door of the restaurant when he stumbled against Razumihin on the steps. They did not see each other till they almost knocked against each other. For a moment they stood looking each other up and down. Razumihin was greatly astounded. Then anger, real anger, gleamed fiercely in his eyes. "Here you are," he shouted at the top of his voice. "You ran away from your bed, and here I've been looking for you under the sofa. We went out to the garret, almost beat Nastasia on your account, and here he is after all. Rodya, what is the meaning of it? Tell me the whole truth. Confess. Do you hear?" "It means that I'm sick to death of you all and I want to be alone," Raskolnikov answered calmly. "Alone? When you were not able to walk, when your face was as white as a sheet and you were gasping for breath? Idiot! What have you been doing in the Palais de Cristal? Run up at once." "Let me go," said Raskolnikov, and tried to pass him. This was too much for Rimsky. He grabbed him firmly by the shoulder. "Let you go? You dare tell me to let you go? Do you know what I'll do with you directly? I'll pick you up, tie you up in a bundle, carry you home under my arm, and lock you up." "Listen, Razumihin," Raskolnikov began quietly, apparently calm. "Can't you see that I don't want your benevolence? A strange desire you have to shower benefits on a man who curses them, who feels them a burden, in fact. Why did you seek me out at the beginning of my illness? Maybe I was very glad to die. Didn't I tell you plainly enough today that you were torturing me, that I was sick of you? You seem to want to torture people. I assure you that all that is seriously hindering my recovery, because it's continually irritating me. You saw Zasimov went away just now to avoid irritating me. You leave me alone too, for goodness sake. What right have you, indeed, to keep me by force? Don't you see that I am in possession of all my faculties now? How can I persuade you not to persecute me with your kindness? I may be ungrateful, I may be mean, only let me be, for God's sake. Let me be, let me be, let me be." Began calmly, gloating beforehand over the venomous phrases he was about to utter, but finished, panting for breath in a frenzy, as he had been with Lucien. Presuming he had stood a moment, thought, and let his hand drop. "Well, go to hell then," he said gently and thoughtfully. "Stay!" he roared as Raskolnikov was about to move. "Listen to me. Let me tell you that you are all a set of babbling, posing idiots. If you've any little trouble, you brood over it like a hen over an egg, and you're a plattering even in that. There isn't a sign of independent life in you. You're made of spermaceti ointment, and you limp in your veins instead of blood. I don't believe in any one of you. In any circumstances, the worst thing for all of you is to be unlike a human being." "Stop!" he cried with redoubled fury, noticing that Raskolnikov was again making a movement. "Hear me out. You know I'm having a housewarming this evening. I dare say they've arrived by now, but I left my uncle there. I just ran in to receive my guest. And if you weren't a fool, a common fool, a perfect fool, if you were an original instead of a translation, you see, Rodya, I recognize you're a clever fellow, but you're a fool. And if you weren't a fool, you'd come around to me this evening instead of wearing out your boots in the street. Since you have gone out, there's no help for it. I'll give you a snug easy chair. My landlady has one. Cup of tea, company. Or you could lie on the sofa. Anyway, you'd be with us. Zosimov will be there too. Will you come?" "No." "Rubbish!" Razumihin shouted out of patience. "How do you know? You can't answer for yourself. You don't know anything about it. Thousands of times I've fought tooth and nail with people and run back to them afterwards. One feels ashamed and goes back to a man. So remember, Pochinkov's house on the 3rd floor. Why, Mr. Presumihin, I do believe you let anybody beat you from sheer benevolence. Beat whom? Me? I twist his nose off at the mere idea. Pochinkov's house, 47, Babushkin's flat. I shall not come, Presumihin." The scoundrel turned and walked away. "I bet you will," Presumihin shouted after him. "I refuse to know you if you don't." "Stay, hey, is Omatov in there?" "Yes." "Did you see him?" "Yes." "Talk to him?" "Yes." "What about? Confound you, don't tell me then. Pochinkov's house, 47, Babushkin's flat, remember." Raskolnikov walked on and turned the corner into Sadovia Street. Razumihin looked after him thoughtfully. Then, with a wave of his hand, he went into the house, but stopped short of the stairs. "Confound it," he went on almost aloud. "He talks sensibly, but yet I am a fool. As if medmen didn't talk sensibly. And this was just what Wasolov seemed afraid of." Struck his finger on his forehead. "What if? How could I let him go off alone? He may drown himself. Ah, what a blunder. I can't." And he ran back to overtake Raskolnikov, but there was no trace of him. With a curse, he returned with rapid steps to the Palais de Cristal, questioned Zametov. Raskolnikov walked straight to the X bridge, stood in the middle, and leaning both elbows on the rails, stared into the distance. On parting with Razumihin, he felt so much weaker that he could scarcely reach this place. He longed to sit or lie down somewhere in the street. Bending over the water, he gazed mechanically at the last pink flush of the sunset, at the row of houses growing dark in the gathering twilight, at one distant attic window on the left bank, flashing as though on fire in the last rays of the setting sun, at the darkening water of the canal, and the water seemed to catch his attention. At last red circles flashed before his eyes, the houses seemed moving, the passers-by, the canal banks, the carriages, all danced before his eyes. Suddenly he started, saved again perhaps from swooning by an uncanny and hideous sight. He became aware of someone standing on the right side of him. He looked and saw a tall woman with a kerchief on her head, the long yellow-wasted face and red sunken eyes. She was looking straight at him, but obviously she saw nothing and recognized no one. Suddenly she leaned her right hand on the parapet, lifted her right leg over the railing, then her left, threw herself into the canal. The filthy water parted and swallowed up its victim for a moment. But an instant later the drowning woman floated to the surface, moving slowly with the current, her head and legs in the water, her skirt inflated like a balloon over her back. "A woman drowning! A woman drowning!" shouted dozens of voices. People ran up. Both banks were thronged with spectators. On the bridge, people crowded about Raskolnikov, pressing up behind him. "Mercy on it, it's our Afrosinia!" a woman cried tearfully close by. "Mercy, save her, kind people, pull her out!" A boat was shouted in the crowd. There was no need of a boat. A policeman ran down the steps of the canal, threw off his great coat and his boots, and rushed into the water. It was easy to reach her. She floated within a couple of yards from the steps. He caught hold of her clothes with his right hand, and with his lap seized a pole which a comrade held out to him. The drowning woman was pulled out at once. They laid her on the granite pavement of the embankment. She soon recovered consciousness, raised her head, sat up, and began sneezing and coughing. Stupidly wiping her wet dress with her hands, she said nothing. "She's drunk herself out of her senses," the same woman's voice wailed at her side. "Out of her senses. The other day she tried to hang herself. Cut her down. I ran out to the shop just now, left my little girl to look after her, and here she's in trouble again. A neighbor, gentlemen, a neighbor. We live close by, the second house from the end. See yonder?" The crowd broke up. The police still remained round the woman. Someone mentioned the police station. Raskolnikov looked on with a strange sensation of indifference and apathy. He felt disgusted. "No, that's loathsome. Water. It's not good enough," he muttered to himself. "Nothing will come of it," he added. "No use to wait. What about the police office? And why isn't Zometov at the police office? The police office is open till 10 o'clock. He turned his back to the railing and looked about him. "Very well, then," he said resolutely. He moved from the bridge and walked in the direction of the police office. His heart felt hollow and empty. He did not want to think. Even his depression had passed. There was not a trace now of the energy with which he had set out to make an end of it all. Complete apathy had succeeded to it. "Well, it's a way out of it," he thought, walking slowly and listlessly along the canal bank. "Anyway, I'll make an end, for I want to. But is it a way out? It doesn't matter. It'll be the square yard of space. What an end. Is it really the end? Shall I tell them or not? Damn, how tired I am. If I could find somewhere to sit or lie down soon. What I am most ashamed of is its being so stupid. But I don't care about that either. What idiotic ideas come into one's head." To reach the police office, he had to go straight forward and take the second turning to the left. It was only a few paces away. But at the first turning he stopped, and after a minute's thought turned into a side street and went 2 streets out of his way. possibly without any object, or possibly to delay a minute and gain time. He walked, looking at the ground. Suddenly something seemed to whisper in his ear. He lifted his head and saw that he was standing at the very gate of the house. He'd not passed it. He'd not been near it since that evening. An overwhelming, unaccountable prompting drew him on. He went into the house, passed through the gateway, then into the first entrance on the right, and began mounting the familiar staircase to the 4th story. The narrow, steep staircase was very dark. He stopped at each landing and looked round him with curiosity. On the first landing, the framework of the window had been taken out. That wasn't so then, he thought. Here was the flat on the 2nd story where Nikolai and Dmitri had been working. It's shut up and the door newly painted, so it's still that. Then the 3rd story and the 4th. Here. He was perplexed to find the door of the flat wide open. There were men there. He could hear voices. He had not expected that. After brief hesitation, he mounted the last stairs and went into the flat. It, too, was being done up. There were workmen in it. This seemed to amaze him. He somehow fancied that he would find everything as he left it, even perhaps the corpses in the same places on the floor. And now bare walls, no furniture. It seemed strange. He walked to the window and sat down on the windowsill. There were 2 workmen, both young fellows, but one much younger than the other. They were papering the walls with a new white paper covered with lilac flowers instead of the old dirty yellow one. Raskolnikov for some reason felt horribly annoyed by this. He looked at the new paper with dislike, as though he felt sorry to have it all so changed. The workmen had obviously stayed beyond their time, and now they were hurriedly rolling up their paper and getting ready to go home. They took no notice of Raskolnikov's coming in. They were talking. Raskolnikov folded his arms and listened. "She comes to me in the morning, said the elder to the younger, very early, all dressed up. 'Why are you printing and prinking?' says I. 'I am ready to do anything to please you, Tit Vasilich. It's a way of going on. Isn't she dressed up like a regular fashion book?' 'What is a fashion book?' the younger one asked. He obviously regarded the other as an authority. 'A fashion book is a lot of pictures, colored, and they come to the tailors here every Saturday by post from abroad to show folks how to dress. The male sex as well as the female. They're pictures. The gentlemen are generally wearing fur coats, and for the ladies, flounced coats. They're beyond anything you can fancy.' 'There's nothing you can't find in Petersburg,' the younger cried enthusiastically. 'Except father and mother, there's everything.' 'Except then, there's everything to be found, my boy,' the elder declared sententiously. Raskolnikov got up and walked into the other room where the strong box, the bed, and the chest of drawers had been. The room seemed to him very tiny without furniture in it. The paper was the same. The paper on the corners showed where the case of icons had stood. He looked at it and went to the window. The elder workman looked at him askance. 'What do you want?' he asked suddenly. Instead of answering, Raskolnikov went into the passage and pulled a bell. The same cracked note. He rang it a second and a third time. He listened and remembered. The hideous and agonizingly fearful sensation he'd felt then began to come back more and more vividly. He shuddered at every ring, and it gave him more and more satisfaction. 'Well, what do you want? Who are you?' the workman shouted, going out to him. Raskolnikov went inside again. 'I want to take a flat,' he said. 'I'm looking round.' 'It's not the time to look at rooms at night, and you ought to come up with a porter.' 'But the floors have been washed. Will they be painted?' Raskolnikov went on. 'Is there no blood?' 'What blood?' 'Why, the old woman and her sister were murdered here. There is a perfect pool there.' 'But who are you?' the workman cried, uneasy. 'Who am I? Yes, you want to know? Come to the police station, I'll tell you.' The workman looked at him in amazement. 'It's time for us to go. We're late.' 'Come along, Alyoshka. We must lock up,' said the elder workman. 'Very well, come along,' said Raskolnikov indifferently, and going out first he went slowly downstairs. 'Hey, porter!' he cried in the gateway. At the entrance several people were standing staring at the passers-by. The 2 porters, a peasant woman, a man in a long coat, and a few others. Raskolnikov went straight up to them. 'What do you want?' asked one of the porters. 'Have you been to the police office?' 'I've just been there. What do you want?' 'Is it open?' 'Of course.' 'The assistant there?' 'You was there first time. What do you want?' Raskolnikov made no reply, but stood beside them, lost in thought. 'He's been to look at the flat,' said the elder workman, coming forward. 'Which flat?' 'Where we are at work.' 'Why have you washed away the blood?' says he. 'There has been a murder here,' says he, 'and I've come to take it. and he began ringing at the bell, all but broke it. "Come to the police station," says he. "I'll tell you everything there." He wouldn't leave us. The porter looked at Raskolnikov, frowning and perplexed. "Who are you?" he shouted as impressively as he could. "I am Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, formerly a student. I live in Shield's house, not far from here, flat number 14. Ask the porter, he knows me." Raskolnikov said all this in a lazy, dreamy voice, not turning round but looking intently into the darkening street. "Why have you been to the flat?" "To look at it." "What is there to look at it?" "Take him straight to the police station," the man in the long coat jerked in abruptly. Raskolnikov looked intently at him over his shoulder and said in the same slow, lazy tone, "Come along." "Yes, take him," the man went on more confidently. Why was he going into that? What's in his mind, eh? "He's not drunk, but God knows what's the matter with him," muttered the workman. "But what do you want?" the porter shouted again, beginning to get angry in earnest. "Why are you hanging about?" "You funk the police station, then?" said Raskolnikov jeeringly. "How funk it? Why are you hanging about?" "He's a rogue," shouted the peasant woman. "Why waste time talking to him?" cried the other porter, a huge peasant in a full open coat and with keys on his belt. "Get along. He's a rogue and no mistake. Get along." And seizing Raskolnikov by the shoulder, he flung him into the street. He lurched forward but recovered his footing, looked at the spectators in silence, and walked away. "Strange man," observed the workman. "There are strange folks about nowadays," said the woman. "You should have taken him to the police station all the same," said the man in the long coat. "Better have nothing to do with him," decided the big porter. "A regular rogue. Just what he wants, you may be sure, but once take him up, you won't get rid of him. We know the sort." "Shall I go there or not?" thought Raskolnikov, standing in the middle of the thoroughfare at the crossroads, and he looked about him as though expecting from someone a decisive word. But no sound came. All was dead and silent, like the stones on which he walked, dead to him alone. All at once, at the end of the street, 200 yards away, in the gathering dusk, he saw a crowd and heard talk and shouts. In the middle of the crowd stood a carriage. A light gleamed in the middle of the street. "What is it?" Raskolnikov turned to the right and went up to the crowd. He seemed to clutch at everything and smiled coldly when he recognized it, for he had fully made up his mind to go to the police station and knew that it would all soon be over. An elegant carriage stood in the middle of the road with a pair of spirited gray horses. There was no one in it, and the coachman had got off his box and stood by. The horses were being held by the bridle. A mass of people had gathered round, the police standing in front. One of them held a lighted lantern which he was turning on something lying close to the wheels. Everyone was talking, shouting, exclaiming. The coachman seemed at a loss and kept repeating, "What a misfortune! Good Lord, what a misfortune!" Raskolnikov pushed his way in as far as he could, and succeeded at last in seeing the object of the commotion and interest. On the ground, a man who had been run over lay apparently unconscious and covered with blood. He was very badly dressed, but not like a workman. Blood was flowing from his head and face. His face was crushed, mutilated, and disfigured. He was evidently badly injured. "Merciful heaven!" wailed the coachman. "What more could I do? If I had been driving fast or had not shouted to him? But I was going quietly, not in a hurry. Everyone could see that I was going along just like everybody else. A drunken man can't walk straight, we all know. I saw him crossing the street, staggering and almost falling. I shouted again, and a second and a third time. Then I held the horses in, but he fell straight under their feet. Either he did it on purpose or he was very tipsy. The horses are young and ready to take fright. They started, he screamed. That made them worse. That's how it happened." "That's just how it was," a voice in the crowd confirmed. "He shouted, that's true. He shouted 3 times, another voice declared. 3 times it was, we all heard it," shouted a third. But the coachman was not very much distressed and frightened. It was evident that the carriage belonged to a rich and important person who was awaiting it somewhere. The police, of course, were in no little anxiety to avoid upsetting his arrangements. All they had to do was to take the injured man to the police station and the hospital. No one knew his name. Meanwhile, Raskolnikov had squeezed in and stooped closer over him. The lantern suddenly lighted up the unfortunate man's face. He recognized him. I know him, he shouted, pushing to the front. It's the government clerk retired from the service, Marmeladov. He lives close by in Kozel's house. Make haste for a doctor. I will pay, see? He pulled money out of his pocket and showed it to the policeman. He was in violent agitation. The police were glad that they had found out who the man was. Raskolnikov gave his own name and address, and as earnestly as if it had been his father, he besought the police to carry the unconscious Marmeladov to his lodging at once. Just here, 3 houses away, he said eagerly. The house belongs to Kozel, a rich German. He was going home, no doubt drunk. I know him, he is a drunkard. He has a family there, a wife, children. He has 1 daughter. It will take time to take him to the hospital, and there is sure to be a doctor in the house. I'll pay. At least he'll be looked after at home. They will help him at once. But he'll die before you get him to the hospital. He managed to slip something unseen into the policeman's hand. But the thing was straightforward and legitimate, and in any case help was closer here. They raised the injured man. People volunteered to help. Kozel's house was 30 yards away. Raskolnikov walked behind, carefully holding Marmeladov's head and showing the way. This way. We must take him upstairs head foremost. Turn round. I'll pay, I'll make it worth your while, he muttered. Katerina Ivanovna had just begun, as she always did at every free moment, walking to and fro in her little room from window to stove and back again with her arms folded across her chest, talking to herself and coughing. Of late she had begun to talk more than ever to her eldest girl, Polenka, a child of 10, who, though there was much she did not understand, understood very well that her mother needed her, and so always watched her with her big, clever eyes and strove her utmost to appear to understand. This time Polenka was undressing her little brother, who had been unwell all day and was going to bed. The boy was waiting for her to take off his shirt, which had to be washed at night. He was sitting straight and motionless on a chair, with a silent, serious face, with his legs stretched out straight before him, heels together and toes turned out. He was listening to what his mother was saying to his sister, sitting perfectly still with pouting lips and wide-open eyes, just as all good little boys have to sit when they are undressed to go to bed. A little girl still younger, dressed literally in rags, stood at the screen waiting for her turn. The door onto the stairs was open to relieve them a little from the clouds of tobacco smoke which floated in from the other rooms, and brought on long, terrible fits of coughing in the poor consumptive woman. Katerina Ivanovna seemed to have grown even thinner during that week, and the hectic flush on her face was brighter than ever. You wouldn't believe, you can't imagine, Polenka, she said, walking about the room, what a happy, luxurious life we had in my papa's house, and how this drunkard has brought me, and will bring you all to ruin. Papa was a civil colonel, and only a step from being a governor, so that everyone who came to see him said, "We look upon you, Ivan Mikhailovitch, as our governor. When," she coughed violently. "Oh, cursed life," she cried, clearing her throat and pressing her hands to her breast. When at the last ball at the Marshal's, Princess Bezemelny saw me, who gave me the blessing when your father and I were married, Polenka. She asked at once, 'Isn't that the pretty little girl who danced the shawl dance at the breaking up? You must mend that tear. You must take your needle and darn it, as I showed you, or tomorrow he will make the hole bigger,' she articulated with effort. Prince Shigolskoy, a camera junker, had just come from Petersburg then. He danced the mazurka with me and wanted to make me an offer next day, but I thanked him in flattering expressions and told him that my heart had long been another's. That other was your father, Polya. Papa was fearfully angry. 'Is the water ready? Give me the shirt and the stockings. Lida,' she said to the youngest one, 'you must manage without your chemise tonight, and lay your stockings out with it. I'll wash them together. How is it that drunken vagabond doesn't come in? He has worn his shirt till it looks like a dishcloth. He has torn it to rags. I'd do it all together so as not to have to work 2 nights running. Oh dear. Again. What's this?' she cried, noticing a crowd in the passage and the men who were pushing into her room carrying a burden. 'What is it? What are they bringing? Mercy on us!' "Where are we to put him?" asked the policeman, looking round when Marmeladov, unconscious and covered with blood, had been carried in. "On the sofa. Put him straight on the sofa with his head this way," Raskolnikov showed him. "Run over in the road. Trunk," someone shouted in the passage. Katerina Ivanovna stood, turning white and gasping for breath. The children were terrified. Little Lida screamed, rushed to Polanka and clutched at her, trembling all over. Having laid Marmeladov down, Raskolnikov flew to Katerina Ivanovna. "For God's sake, be calm, don't be frightened," he said, speaking quickly. "He was crossing the road and was run over by a carriage. Don't be frightened, he will come to. I told them to bring him here. I've been here already, you remember? He will come to. I'll pay." "He's done it this time," Katerina Ivanovna cried despairingly, and she rushed to her husband. Raskolnikov noticed at once that she was not one of those women who swooned easily. She instantly placed under the luckless man's head a pillow which no one had thought of, and began undressing and examining him. She kept her head, forgetting herself, biting her trembling lips and stifling the screams which were ready to break from her. Raskolnikov meanwhile induced someone to run for a doctor. There was a doctor, it appeared, next door but one. "I've sent for a doctor," he kept assuring Katerina Ivanovna. "Don't be uneasy, I'll pay. Haven't you watcher? And give me a napkin or a towel, anything, as quick as you can. He is injured but not killed, believe me," which she see what the doctor says. Katerina Ivanovna ran to the window. There, on a broken chair in the corner, a large earthenware basin full of water had been stood in readiness for washing her children's and husband's linen that night. This washing was done by Katerina Ivanovna at night at least twice a week, if not oftener, for the family had come to such a pass that they were practically without change of linen, and Katerina Ivanovna could not endure uncleanliness, and rather than see dirt in the house, she preferred to wear herself out at night, working beyond her strength when the rest were asleep, so as to get the wet linen hung on a line and dried by the morning. She took up the basin of water at Raskolnikov's request, but almost fell down with her burden. But the latter had already succeeded in finding a towel, wetted it, and began washing the blood off Marmeladov's face. Katerina Ivanovna stood by, breathing painfully and pressing her hands to her breast. She was in need of attention herself. Raskolnikov began to realize that he might have made a mistake in having the injured man brought here. The policeman, too, stood in hesitation. "Polanka," cried Katerina Ivanovna, "run to Sonia, make haste. If you don't find her at home, leave word that her father has been run over and that she is to come here at once when she comes in. Run, Polanka. There, put on the shawl." "Run your fastest," cried the little boy on the chair suddenly, after which he relapsed into the same dumb rigidity, with round eyes, his heels thrust forward and his toes spread out. Meanwhile, the room had become so full of people that you couldn't have dropped a pin. The policeman left, all except one, who remained for a time, trying to drive out the people who came in from the stairs. Almost all Madame Lepevish's lodgers had streamed in from the other rooms, inner rooms of the flat. At first they were squeezed together in the doorway, but afterwards they overflowed into the room. Katerina Ivanovna flew into a fury. "You might let him die at peace at least," she shouted at the crowd. "Is it a spectacle for you to gape at? With cigars, you might as well keep your hats on. And there is one in his hat. Get away. You should respect the dead at least." Her cough choked her, but her reproaches were not without result. They evident I stood in some awe of Katerina Ivanovna. The lodgers, one after another, squeezed back into the doorway with that strange inner feeling of satisfaction which may be observed in the presence of a sudden accident, even in those nearest and dearest to the victim, from which no living man is exempt, even in spite of the sincerest sympathy and compassion. Voices outside were heard, however, speaking of the hospital and saying that they'd no business to make a disturbance here. "No business to die," cried Katerina Ivanovna. She was rushing to the door to vent her wrath upon them, but on the doorway came face to face with Madame Paveshel, who had only just heard of the accident and ran in to restore order. She was a particularly quarrelsome and irresponsible German. "Ah, my God!" she cried, clasping her hands. "Your husband drunk and horses have trampled. To the hospital with him. I am the landlady." Amalia Ivanovna, I beg you to recollect what you were saying. Katerina Ivanovna began haughtily. She always took a haughty tone with the landlady that she might remember her place, and even now could not deny herself the satisfaction. Amalia Ivanovna, I have once before told you that to call me Amalia Ivanovna may not dare. I am Amalia Ivanovna. You are not Amalia Ivanovna, but Amalia Ivanovna, and as I am not one of your distinguished flatterers like Mr. Lebeziatnikov. He was laughing behind the door at this moment. A laugh and a cry of, "Are at it again," was in fact audible at the door. So I shall always call you Amalia Ivanovna, though I fail to understand why you dislike that name. You can see for yourself what has happened to Semyon Zaharovitch. He is dying. I beg you to close that door at once and to admit no one. Let him at least die in peace, or I warn you the Governor-General himself shall be informed of your conduct tomorrow. The prince knew me as a girl. He remembers Semyon Zaharovitch well, and has often been a benefactor to him. Everyone knows that Semyon Zaharovitch had many friends and protectors, whom he abandoned himself from an honorable pride, knowing his unhappy weakness. But now, she pointed to Raskolnikov, a generous young man has come to our assistance who has wealth and connections, and whom Semyon Zaharovitch has known from a child. You may rest assured, Amalia Ivanovna. All this was uttered with extreme rapidity, getting quicker and quicker, but a cough suddenly cut short Katerina Ivanovna's eloquence. At that instant the dying man recovered consciousness and uttered a groan. She ran to him. The injured man opened his eyes and, without recognition or understanding, gazed at Raskolnikov, who was bending over him. He drew deep, slow, painful breaths. Blood oozed at the corners of his mouth, and drops of perspiration came out on his forehead. Not recognizing Raskolnikov, he began looking round uneasily. Katerina Ivanovna looked at him with a sad but stern face, and tears trickled from her eyes. "My God, his whole justice crushed. How he's bleeding," she said in despair. "We must take off his clothes. Turn a little, Semyon Zaharovitch, if you can," she cried to him. Marmeladov recognized her. "A priest," he articulated huskily. Katerina Ivanovna walked to the window, laid her head against the window frame, and exclaimed in despair, "Oh, cursed life! A priest," the dying man said again after a moment's silence. "They've gone for him," Katerina Ivanovna shouted to him. He obeyed her shout and was silent. With sad and timid eyes he looked for her. She returned and stood by his pillow. He seemed a little easier, but not for long. Soon his eyes rested on little Lida, his favorite, who was shaking in the corner as though she were in a fit, and staring at him with her wondering, childish eyes. He sighed towards her uneasily. He wanted to say something. "What now?" cried Katerina Ivanovna. "Barefoot, barefoot," he muttered, indicating with frenzied eyes the child's bare feet. "Be silent," Katerina Ivanovna cried irritably. "You know why she is barefooted." "Thank God, the doctor!" exclaimed Raskolnikov, relieved. The doctor came in, a precise little old man, a German, looking about him mistrustfully. He went up to the sick man, took his pulse, carefully felt his head, and with the help of Katerina Ivanovna, he unbuttoned the blood-stained shirt and bared the injured man's chest. It was gashed, crushed, and fractured. Several ribs on the right side were broken. On the left side, just over the heart, was a large, sinister-looking yellowish-black bruise, cruel kick from the horse's hoof. The doctor frowned. The policeman told him that he was caught in a wheel and turned round with it for 30 yards on the road. "It's wonderful that he has recovered consciousness," the doctor whispered softly to Raskolnikov. "What do you think of him?" he asked. "He will die immediately." "Is there really no hope?" "Not the faintest. He is at the last gasp. His head is badly injured, too." "I could bleed him if you like, but it would be useless. He is bound to die within the next 5 or 10 minutes." "Better bleed him, then." "If you like, but I warn you it will be perfectly useless." At that moment other steps were heard. The crowd in the passage parted, and the priest, a little gray old man, appeared in the doorway bearing the sacrament. A policeman had gone for him at the time of the accident. The doctor changed places with him, exchanging glances with him. Raskolnikov begged the doctor to remain a little while. He shrugged his shoulders and remained. All stepped back. The confession was soon over. The dying man probably understood little. He could only utter indistinct, broken sounds. Katerina Ivanovna took little Lida, lifted the boy from the chair, knelt down in the corner by the stove, and made the children kneel in front of her. The little girl was still trembling, but the boy, kneeling on his little bare knees, lifted his hand rhythmically, crossing himself with precision, and bowed down, touching the floor with his forehead, which seemed to afford him a special satisfaction. Katerina Ivanovna bit her lips and held back her tears. She prayed too, now and then pulling straight the boy's shirt, and managed to cover the girl's bare shoulders with a kerchief, which she took from the chest without rising from her knees or ceasing to pray. Meanwhile, the door from the inner rooms was opened inquisitively again. In the passage, the crowd of spectators from all the flats on the staircase grew denser and denser, but they did not venture beyond the threshold. A single candle end lighted up the scene. At that moment, Paulinka forced her way through the crowd at the door. She came in panting from running so fast, took off her kerchief, looked for her mother, went up to her and said, "She's coming, I met her in the street." Her mother made her kneel beside her. Timidly and noiselessly, a young girl made her way through the crowd, and strange was her appearance in that room, in the midst of want, rags, death, and despair. She too was in rags. Her attire was all of the cheapest, but decked out in gutter finery of a special stamp, unmistakably betraying its shameful purpose. Sonia stopped short in the doorway and looked about her, bewildered, unconscious of everything. She forgot her fourth-hand, gaudy silk dress, so unseemly here with its ridiculous long train, and her immense crinoline that filled up the whole doorway, and her light-colored shoes, and the parasol she brought with her, though it was no use at night, and the absurd round straw hat with its flaring, flame-colored feather. Under this rakishly tilted hat was a pale, frightened little face with lips parted and eyes staring in terror. Sonia was a small, thin girl of 18, with fair hair, rather pretty, with wonderful blue eyes. She looked intently at the bed and the priest. She too was out of breath with running. At last whispers, some words in the crowd probably, reached her. She looked down and took a step forward into the room, still keeping close to the door. The service was over. Katerina Ivanovna now went up to her husband again. The priest stepped back and turned to say a few words of admonition and consolation to Katerina Ivanovna on leaving. "What am I to do with these?" she interrupted sharply and irritably, pointing to the little ones. "God is merciful. Look to the Most High for succor," the priest began. He is merciful, but not to us." "That's a sin, madam," observed the priest, shaking his head. "And isn't that a sin?" cried Katerina Ivanovna, pointing to the dying man. "Perhaps those who have involuntarily caused the accident will agree to compensate you, at least for the loss of his earnings." "You don't understand," cried Katerina Ivanovna, angrily waving her hand. "And why should they compensate me? Why, he was drunk and threw himself under the horses. What earnings? You brought us in nothing but misery. You drank everything away, the drunkard. He robbed us to get drink. He wasted their lives and mine for drink. And thank God he is dying, one less to keep. You must forgive in the hour of death. That's a sin, madam. Such feelings are a great sin." Katerina Ivanovna was busy with the dying man. She was giving him water, wiping the blood and sweat from his head, setting his pillow straight, and had only turned now and then for a moment to address the priest. Now she flew at him almost in a frenzy. "That's, father, that's words and only words. Forgive. If he'd not been run over, he'd have come home today drunk, and his only shirt dirty and in rags, and he'd have fallen asleep like a log, and I should have been sousing and rinsing till daybreak, washing his rags and the children's, and then drying them by the window, and as soon as it was daylight I should have been darning them. That's how I spend my nights. What's the use of talking forgiveness? I have forgiven as it is." A terrible hollow cough interrupted her words. She put her handkerchief to her lips and showed it to the priest. pressing her other hand to her aching chest. The handkerchief was covered with blood. The priest bowed his head and said nothing. Marmeladov was in the last agony. He did not take his eyes off the face of Katerina Ivanovna, who was bending over him again. He kept trying to say something to her. He began moving his tongue with difficulty and articulating indistinctly, but Katerina Ivanovna, understanding that he wanted to ask her forgiveness, called peremptorily to him, "Be silent, no need. I know what you want to say." And the sick man was silent, but at the same instant his wandering eyes strayed to the doorway and he saw Sonia. Till then he had not noticed her. She was standing in the shadow in a corner. "Who's that? Who's that?" he said suddenly in a thick, gasping voice, in agitation, turning his eyes in horror towards the door where his daughter was standing and trying to sit up. "Lie down, lie down!" cried Katerina Ivanovna. With unnatural strength he had succeeded in propping himself on his elbow. He looked wildly and fixedly for some time on his daughter, as though not recognizing her. He had never seen her before in such attire. Suddenly he recognized her, crushed and ashamed in her humiliation and gaudy finery, meekly awaiting her turn to say goodbye to her dying father. His face showed intense suffering. "Sonia, daughter, forgive!" he cried, and he tried to hold out his hand to her, but losing his balance he fell off the sofa, face downwards on the floor. They rushed to pick him up. They put him on the sofa, but he was dying. Sonia, with a faint cry, ran up, embraced him, and remained so without moving. He died in her arms. "He has got what he wanted," Katerina Ivanovna cried, seeing her husband's dead body. "Well, what's to be done now? How am I to bury him? What can I give them tomorrow to eat?" Raskolnikov went up to Katerina Ivanovna. "Katerina Ivanovna," he began, "last week your husband told me all his life and circumstances. Believe me, he spoke of you with passionate reverence. From that evening when I learnt how devoted he was to you all and how he loved and respected you especially, Katerina Ivanovna, in spite of his unfortunate weakness, from that evening we became friends. Allow me now to do something to repay my debt to my debt friend. Here are 20 rubles, I think, and if that can be of any assistance to you, then in short, I will come again. I will be sure to come again. I shall perhaps come again tomorrow. Goodbye." And he went quickly out of the room, squeezing his way through the crowd to the stairs. But in the crowd he suddenly jostled against Nicodim Fomitch, who had heard of the accident and had come to give instructions in person. They had not met since the scene at the police station, but Nicodim Fomitch knew him instantly. Is that you?" he asked him. "He's dead," answered Raskolnikov. "The doctor and the priest have been. All as it should have been. Don't worry the poor woman too much. She is in consumption as it is. Try and cheer her up if possible. You are a kind-hearted man, I know," he added with a smile, looking straight in his face. "But you are spattered with blood," observed Nikitin Fomitch, noticing in the lamplight some fresh stains on Raskolnikov's waistcoat. "Yes, I'm covered with blood," Raskolnikov said with a peculiar air, and he smiled, nodded and went downstairs. He walked on slowly and deliberately, feverish but not conscious of it, entirely absorbed in a new, overwhelming sensation of life and strength that surged up suddenly within him. This sensation might be compared to that of a man condemned to death who has suddenly been pardoned. Halfway down the staircase he was overtaken by the priest on his way home. Raskolnikov let him pass, exchanging a silent greeting with him. He was just descending the last steps when he heard rapid footsteps behind him. Someone overtook him. It was Polenka. She was running after him, calling, "Wait, wait!" He turned round. She was at the bottom of the staircase and stopped short a step above him. A dim light came in from the yard. Raskolnikov could distinguish the child's thin but pretty little face, looking at him with a bright, childish smile. She had run after him with a message which she was evidently glad to give. "Tell me, what is your name, and where do you live?" she said hurriedly in a breathless voice. He laid both hands on her shoulders and looked at her with a sort of rapture. It was such a joy to him to look at her, he could not have said why. "Who sent you?" "Sister Sonia sent me," answered the girl, smiling still more brightly. "I knew it was Sister Sonia sent you. Mama sent me too. When Sister Sonia was sending me, Mama came up too and said, 'Run fast, Polanka.'" Her full lips naively held out to kiss him. Suddenly her arms, the thinnest sticks, held him tightly, her head rested on his shoulder, and the little girl wept softly, pressing her face against him. "I am sorry for father," she said a moment later, raising her tear-stained face and brushing away the tears with her hands. "It's nothing but misfortunes now," she added suddenly, with that peculiarly sedate air which children try hard to assume when they want to speak like grown-up people. "Did your father love you?" "He loved Lita most," she went on very seriously without a smile, exactly like grown-up people. "He loved her because she is little and because she is ill too. And he always used to bring her presents. But he taught us to read and me grammar and scripture too," she added with dignity. "And mother never used to say anything, but we knew she liked it and father knew it too. And mother wants to teach me French, for it's time for my education to begin." "And do you know your prayers?" "Of course we do. We knew them long ago. I say my prayers to myself as I am a big girl now, but Koya and Lita say them aloud with mother. First they repeat the Ave Maria, and then another prayer, 'Lord forgive and bless Sister Sonia,' and then another, 'Lord forgive and bless our second father. For our elder father is dead and this is another one, but we do pray for the other as well.' Polenka, my name is Rodion. Pray sometimes for me too. And thy servant Rodion, nothing more." "I'll pray for you all the rest of my life," the little girl declared hotly, and suddenly smiling again, she rushed to him and hugged him warmly once more. Raskolnikov told her his name and address and promised to be sure to come the next day. The child went away quite enchanted with him. It was past 10 when he came out into the street. In 5 minutes he was standing on the bridge at the spot where the woman had jumped in. "Enough," he pronounced resolutely and triumphantly. "I've done with fancies, imaginary terrors, and phantoms. Life is real. Haven't I lived just now? My life is not yet died with that old woman. The kingdom of heaven to her. And now enough, madam, leave me in peace. Now for the reign of reason and light, and of will and of strength, and now we will see. We will try our strength," he added defiantly, as though challenging some power of darkness. "And I was ready to consent to live in a square of space. I am very weak at this moment, but I believe my illness is all over. I knew it would be over when I went out. By the way, Pochinkov's house is only a few steps away. I certainly must go to Razumie, and if it were not close by, let him win his bet. Let us give him more satisfaction too, no matter. Strength is what one wants. You can get nothing without it, and strength must be won by strength. That's what they don't know," he added proudly and self-confidently. And he walked with flagging footsteps from the bridge. Pride and self-confidence grew continually stronger in him. He was becoming a different man every moment. What was it that happened to work this revolution in him? He did not know himself. Like a man catching at a straw, he suddenly felt that he too could live, that there was still life for him, that his life had not died with the old woman. Perhaps he was in too great a hurry with his conclusions, but he did not think of that. "But I did ask her to remember that I servant Rodion in her prayers." The idea struck him. Well, that was "in case of emergency," he added, and laughed himself at his boyish sally. He was in the best of spirits. He easily found Razumidin. The new lodger was already known at Pochinkov's, and the porter at once showed him the way. Halfway upstairs he could hear the noise and animated conversation of a big gathering of people. The door was wide open on the stairs. He could hear exclamations and discussion. Razumihin's room was fairly large. The company consisted of 15 people. Raskolnikov stopped in the entry where 2 of the landlady's servants were busy behind a screen with 2 samovars. bottles, plates, and dishes of pie and savories, brought it from the landlady's kitchen. Raskolnikov sent him for Razumihin. He ran out delighted. At the first glance it was apparent that he had had a great deal to drink, and though no amount of liquor made Razumihin quite drunk, this time he was perceptibly affected by it. "Listen," Raskolnikov hastened to say, "I've only just come to tell you that you've won your bet and that no one really knows what may not happen to him. I can't come in. I am so weak that I shall fall down directly. And so good evening and goodbye. Come and see me tomorrow." "But do you know what? I'll see you home. If you say you're weak, you must. And your visitors? Who is the curly-headed one who has just peeped out?" "He? Goodness only knows. Some friend of Uncle's, I expect, or perhaps he's come without being invited. I'll leave Uncle with them. He is an invaluable person. Pity I can't introduce you to him now. But confound them all now. They won't notice me, and I need a little fresh air, for you come just in the nick of time. Another 2 minutes and I should have come to blows. They're talking such a lot of wild stuff, you simply can't imagine what men will say. Though why shouldn't you imagine? Don't we talk nonsense ourselves? And let them, that's the way to learn not to. Wait a minute, I'll fetch Zosimov." Zosimov pounced upon Raskolnikov almost greedily. He showed a special interest in him. Soon his face brightened. "You must go to bed at once," he pronounced, examining the patient as far as he could, "and take something for the night." "Will you take it? I got it ready some time ago. Powder." "Two, if you like," answered Raskolnikov. The powder was taken at once. "It's a good thing you're taking him home," observed Zosimov to Razumihin. "We shall see how he is tomorrow. Today he is not at all a myth. A considerable change since the afternoon. Live and learn." "Do you know what Zosimov whispered to me when we were coming out?" was the wink he blurted out as soon as they were in the street. "I won't tell you everything, brother, because they are such fools. Zosimov told me to talk freely to you on the way and get you to talk freely to me, and afterwards I am to tell him about it. He's got a notion in his head that you are mad or close on it. Only fancy, in the first place, you've 3 times the brains he has. In the second, if you were not mad, you needn't care a hang that he's got such a wild idea. And thirdly, that piece of beef whose specialty is surgery has gone mad on mental diseases. And what's brought him to this conclusion about you was your conversation today with Zametov." "Zametov told you all about it?" "Yes, and he did well. Now I understand what it all means, and so does Zametov. Well, the fact is, Rodya, the point is, I am a little drunk now. But that's no matter. The point is that this idea, you understand, was just being hatched in their brains. You understand? That is, no one ventured to say it aloud because the idea is too absurd, and especially since the arrest of that painter, that bubble's burst and gone forever. Why are they such fools? I gave Zametov a bit of a thrashing at the time. That's between ourselves, brother. Please don't let out a hint that you know of it. I've noticed he is a ticklish subject. It was at the wheeze of Onamda's. But today it's all cleared up. That Ilya Petrovitch is at the bottom of it. He took advantage of your fainting at the police station, but he is ashamed of it himself now. I know that." Raskolnikov listened greedily. Razumihin was drunk enough to talk freely. "I fainted them because it was so close and the smell of paint," said Raskolnikov. "No need to explain that. And it wasn't the paint only. The fever had been coming on for a month. Dostoyevsky testifies to that. But how crushed that boy is now, you wouldn't believe. I'm not worth his little finger, he says. Yours, he means. He has good feelings at times, brother. But the lesson you gave him today in the Palais de Cristal, that was too good for anything. You frightened him at first, you know. He nearly went into convulsions. You almost convinced him again of the truth of all that ridiculous nonsense. And then you suddenly put out your tongue at him. There now, what do you make of it? It was perfect. He is crushed, annihilated now. It was masterly, by Jove, it's what they deserve. Ah, that I wasn't there. He was hoping to see you awfully. Porfiry, too, wants to make your acquaintance. Ooh, he too, but why did they put me down as mad? Oh, not mad. I must have said too much, brother. What struck him, you see, was that only that subject seemed to interest you. Now it's clear why it did interest you, knowing all the circumstances and how that irritated you and worked in with your illness. I am a little drunk, brother, only confound him, he has some idea of his own. I tell you he's mad on mental diseases, but don't you mind him." For half a minute both were silent. "Listen, Razumihin," began Raskolnikov, "I want to tell you plainly. I've just been at a deathbed, a clerk who died. I gave them all my money. And besides, I've just been kissed by someone who, if I had killed anyone, would just the same. In fact, I saw someone else there with a flame-colored feather. But I'm talking nonsense. I am very weak. Support me. We shall be at the stairs directly." "What's the matter? What's the matter with you?" Izmail asked anxiously. "I am a little giddy, but that's not the point. I am so sad, like a woman. Look, what's that? Look. What is it? Don't you see? A light in my room, you see, through the crack." They were already at the foot of the last flight of stairs at the level of the landlady's door, and they could, as a fact, see from below that there was a light in Raskolnikov's garret. "Queer. Nastasia, perhaps," observed Razumihin. "She is never in my room at this time, and she must be in bed long ago, but I don't care. Goodbye." "What do you mean?" "I'm coming with you. We'll come in together." "I know we are going in together, but I want to shake hands here and say goodbye to you here. So give me your hand. Goodbye." "What's the matter with you, Rodya?" "Nothing. Come along. You shall be witness." They began mounting the stairs, and the idea struck Razumihin that perhaps Zosimov might be right after all. "I've upset him with my chatter," he muttered to himself. When they reached the door, they heard voices in the room. "What is it?" cried Razumihin. Raskolnikov was the first to open the door. He flung it wide and stood still in the doorway, dumbfounded. His mother and sister were sitting on his sofa and had been waiting an hour and a half for him. Why had he never expected, never thought of them, that the news that they had started, were on their way and would arrive immediately, had been repeated to him only that day? They had spent that hour and a half plying Nastasia with questions. She was standing before them and had told them everything by now. They were beside themselves with alarm when they heard of his running away today, ill, and, as they understood from her story, delirious. Good heavens, what had become of him? Both had been weeping, both had been in anguish for that hour and a half. A cry of joy, of ecstasy, greeted Raskolnikov's entrance. Both rushed to him, but he stood like one dead. A sudden, intolerable sensation struck him like a thunderbolt. He did not lift his arms to embrace them. He could not. His mother and sister clasped him in their arms, kissed him, laughed, and cried. He took a step, tottered, and fell to the ground fainting. Anxiety, cries of horror, moan. Razumihin, who was standing in the doorway, flew into the room, seized the sick man in his strong arms, and in a moment had him on the sofa. "It's nothing, nothing," he cried to the mother and sister. "It's only a faint, a mere trifle. Only just now the doctor said he was much better, that he is perfectly well. Watch her. See, he is coming to himself. He is all right again." And seizing Dunya by the arm so that he almost dislocated it, he made her bend down to see that he is all right again. The mother and sister looked on him with emotion and gratitude as their providence. They had heard already from Nastasia all that had been done for their Rodya during his illness by this very competent young man, Esterkaria. Alexandrovna, Raskolnikov called him that evening in conversation with Dunya. Raskolnikov got up and sat down on the sofa. He waved his hand weakly to Razumihin to cut short the flow of warm and incoherent consolations he was addressing to his mother and sister, took them both by the hand, and for a minute or two gazed from one to the other without speaking. His mother was alarmed by his expression. It revealed an emotion agonizingly poignant, and at the same time something immovable, almost insane. Vicaria Alexandrovna began to cry. Avdotya Romanovna was pale, her hand trembled in her brother's. "Go home with him," he said in a broken voice, pointing to Razumihin. "Goodbye till tomorrow. Tomorrow everything. Is it long since you arrived?" "This evening, Rodya," answered Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "The train was awfully late. But, Rodya, nothing would induce me to leave you now. I will spend the night here, near you." "Don't torture me," he said with a gesture of irritation. "I will stay with him," cried Razumihin. "I won't leave him for a moment. Bother all my visitors. Let them rage to their heart's content. My uncle is presiding there." How can I thank you?" Pulcheria Alexandrovna was beginning, once more pressing Razumihin's hands, but Raskolnikov interrupted her again. "I can't have it. I can't have it," he repeated irritably. "Don't worry me. Enough. Go away. I can't stand it." "Come, Mamma, come out of the room at least for a minute," Dee whispered in dismay. "We are distressing him, that's evident." "Mayn't I look at him after 3 years?" wept Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "Stay," he stopped them again. "You keep interrupting me and my ideas get muddled. Have you seen Luzhin?" "No, Rodya, but he knows already of our arrival. We have heard, Rodya, that Fyodor Petrovitch was so kind as to visit you today," Pulcheria Alexandrovna added somewhat timidly. "Yes, he was so kind. Dunya, I promised Luzhin I'd throw him downstairs and told him to go to hell." What are you saying? Surely you don't mean to tell us?" Pulcheria Alexandrovna began in alarm, but she stopped looking at Dunya. Avdotya Romanovna was looking attentively at her brother, waiting for what would come next. Both of them had heard of the quarrel from Nastasia, so far as she had succeeded in understanding and reporting it, and were in painful perplexity and suspense. "Dunya," Raskolnikov continued with an effort, "I don't want that marriage, so at the first opportunity tomorrow you must refuse Luzhin, so that we may never hear his name again." "Good heavens!" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "Brother, think what you are saying!" Avdotya Romanovna began impetuously, but immediately checked herself. "You are not fit to talk now, perhaps. You are tired," she had added gently. "You think I'm delirious? No, you are marrying Luzhin for my sake, but I won't accept the sacrifice. And so write a letter before tomorrow to refuse him. Let me read it in the morning, and that will be the end of it." "That I can't do," the girl cried, offended. "What right have you?" "Dunya, you're a hasty too. Be quiet. Tomorrow, don't you see?" the mother interposed in dismay. "Better come away." "He is raving," Razumihin cried tipsily. "Or how would he dare? Tomorrow all this nonsense will be over. Today, he certainly did drive him away. That was so. And Luzhin got angry too. He made speeches here, wanted to show off his learning, and went out crestfallen." "Then it's true?" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "Goodbye till tomorrow, brother," said Dunya compassionately. "Let us go, mother. Goodbye, Rodya." "Do you hear, sister?" he repeated after them, making a last effort. "I am not delirious. This marriage is an infamy. Let me act like a scoundrel, but you mustn't. One is enough. And though I am a scoundrel, I wouldn't own such a sister. It's me or Luzhin. Go now." "But you're out of your mind, despot," roared Razumihin. But Raskolnikov did not, and perhaps could not answer. He lay down on the sofa and turned to the wall, utterly exhausted. Avdotya Romanovna looked with interest at Razumihin. Her black eyes flashed. Razumihin positively started at her glance. Pulcheria Alexandrovna stood overwhelmed. "Nothing would induce me to go," she whispered in despair to Razumihin. "I will stay somewhere here. Escort Dunya home." "You'll spoil everything," Razumihin answered in the same whisper, losing patience. "Come out onto the stairs anyway. The stars are sure like. I assure you," he went on in a half-whisper on the stairs, "that he was almost beating the doctor and me this afternoon. Do you understand? The doctor himself. Even he gave way and left him so as not to irritate him. I remained downstairs on guard, but he dressed at once and slipped off, and he will slip off again if you irritate him at this time of night, and will do himself some mischief." "What are you saying?" "And Avdotya Romanovna can't possibly be left in those lodgings without you. Just think where you are staying. That blackguard Fyodor Petrovitch couldn't find you better lodgings. But you know I've had a little to drink, and that's what makes me swear. Don't mind it." "But I'll go to the landlady here." "We'll carry it," Alexandrovna insisted. "I'll beseech you to find some corner for Dunya and me for the night. I can't leave him like that. I cannot." This conversation took place on the landing just before the landlady's door. Nastasia lighted them from a step below. Razumihin was in extraordinary excitement. Half an hour earlier, while he was bringing Raskolnikov home, he had indeed talked too freely, but he was aware of it himself, and his head was clear, in spite of the vast quantities he had imbibed. Now he was in a state bordering on ecstasy, and all that he had drunk seemed to fly to his head with redoubled effect. He stood with the two ladies, seizing both by their hands, persuading them, and giving them reasons with astonishing plainness of speech, and at almost every word he uttered, probably to emphasize his arguments, he squeezed their hands painfully as in a vice. He stared at Avdotya Romanovna without the least regard for good manners. They sometimes pulled their hands out of his huge bony paws, but far from noticing what was the matter, he drew them all the closer to him. If they told him to jump head foremost from the staircase, he would have done it without thought or hesitation in their service. Though Pulcheria Alexandrovna felt that the young man was really too eccentric, and pinched her hand too much, in her anxiety over her Rodya she looked on his presence as providential, and was unwilling to notice all his peculiarities. But though Avdotya Romanovna shared her anxiety and was not of timorous disposition, she could not see the glowing light in his eyes without wonder and almost alarm. It was only the unbounded confidence inspired by Nastasia's account of her brother's queer friend which prevented her from trying to run away from him and to persuade her mother to do the same. She realized, too, that even running away was perhaps impossible now. 10 minutes later, however, she was considerably reassured. It was characteristic of Razumihin that he showed his true nature at once, whatever mood he might be in, so that people quickly saw the sort of man they had to deal with. "You can't go to the landlady, that's perfect nonsense," he cried. "If you stay, though you are his mother, you'll drive into a frenzy, and then goodness knows what will happen. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. Nastasia will stay with him now, and I'll conduct you both home. You can't be in the streets alone. Petersburg is an awful place in that way. But no matter, then I'll run straight back here, and a quarter of an hour later, on my word of honor, I'll bring you news how he is, whether he is asleep and all that. Then listen, then I'll run home in a twinkling. I've a lot of friends there, all drunk. I'll fetch Zosima. That's the doctor who is looking after him. He is there too, but he is not drunk. He is not drunk, he is never drunk. I'll drag him to Rodya and then to you, so that you'll get 2 reports in the hour. From the doctor, you understand, from the doctor himself. That's a very different thing from my account of him. If there's anything wrong, I swear I'll bring you here myself. But if it's all right, you go to bed, and I'll spend the night here in the passage. He won't hear me, and I'll tell Zosima to sleep at the landlady's, to be at hand. Which is better for him, you or the doctor? So come home then. But the landlady is out of the question. It's all right for me, but it's out of the question for you. She wouldn't take you, for she's a fool. She'd be jealous on my account of Avdotya Romanovna, and of you too, if you want to know. Of Avdotya Romanovna, certainly. She is an absolutely unaccountable character. But I am a fool too. No matter. Come along. Do you trust me? Come, do you trust me or not? "Let us go, mother," said Avdotya Romanovna. "He will certainly do what he has promised. He has saved Rodya already, and if the doctor really will consent to spend the night here, what could be better?" "You see, you understand me because you are an angel," Razumihin cried in ecstasy. "Let us go. Nastasia, fly upstairs and sit with him with a light. I'll come in a quarter of an hour." Though Pulcheria Alexandrovna was not perfectly convinced, she made no further resistance. Razumihin gave an arm to each and drew them down the stairs. He still made her uneasy, as though he was competent and good-natured. Was he capable of carrying out his promise? He seemed in such a condition. "Ah, I see you think I am in such a condition," Razumihin broke in upon her thoughts, guessing them, as he strolled along the pavement with huge steps, so that the two ladies could hardly keep up with him, a fact he did not observe, however. "Nonsense, that is, I am drunk like a fool, but that's not it. I am not drunk from wine. It's seeing you has turned my head. But don't mind me. Don't take any notice. I am talking nonsense. I am not worthy of you. I am utterly unworthy of you. The minute I've taken you home, I'll pour a couple of pailfuls of water over my head in the gutter here, and then I shall be all right. If only you knew how I love you both. Don't laugh, and don't be angry. You may be angry with anyone, but not with me. I am his friend, and therefore I am your friend too. I want to be. I had a presentiment. Last year there was a moment, though it wasn't a presentiment really, for you seem to have fallen from heaven, and I expect I shan't sleep all night. Zasimak was afraid a little time ago that he would go mad. That's why he mustn't be irritated." "What do you say?" cried the mother. "Did the doctor really say that?" asked Avdotya Romanovna, alarmed. "Yes, but it's not so, not a bit of it. He gave him some medicine, a powder, I saw it, and then you're coming here. It would have been better if you'd come tomorrow. It's a good thing we went away. And in an hour Asimov himself will report to you about everything. He is not drunk, and I shan't be drunk. And what made me get so tight? Because they got me into an argument, damn them. I've sworn never to argue. They talk such trash. I almost came to blows. I've left my uncle to preside. Would you believe they insist on complete absence of individualism, and that's just what they relish? Not to be themselves, to be as unlike themselves as they can. That's what they regard as the highest point of progress. If only their nonsense were their own, but as it is— "Listen," Pulcheria Alexandrovna interrupted timidly, but it only added fuel to the flames. "What do you think?" shouted Razumihin louder than ever. "You think I am attacking them for talking nonsense? Not a bit. I like them to talk nonsense. That's man's one privilege over all creation. Through error you come to truth. I am a man because I err. You never reach any truth without making 14 mistakes, and very likely 114. And a fine thing, too, in its way, but we can't even make mistakes on our own account. Talk nonsense, but talk your own nonsense, and I'll kiss you for it. To go wrong in one's own way is better than to go right in someone else's. In the first case, you are a man. In the second, you are no better than a bird. Truth won't escape you, but life can be cramped. There have been examples, and what are we doing now? In science, development, thought, invention, ideals, aims, liberalism, judgment, experience, and everything, we are still in the preparatory class at school. We prefer to live on other people's ideas. It's what we're used to. Am I right? Am I right? Cried Razumihin, pressing and shaking the two ladies' hands. Oh, mercy, I do not know, cried poor Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Yes, though I don't agree with you in everything, added Avdotya Romanovna earnestly, and at once uttered a cry, for he squeezed her hand so painfully. Yes, you say yes. Well, after that, you, he cried in a transport, you are a fountain of goodness, purity, sense, and perfection. Give me your hand. Do you give me yours too? I want to kiss your hands here at once, on my knees. and he fell on his knees on the pavement, fortunately at that time deserted. "Leave off, I entreat you, what are you doing?" Pulcheria Alexandrovna cried, greatly distressed. Get up, said Dunya, laughing, though she too was upset. "Not for anything to you, let me kiss your hands. That's it, enough. I get up and we'll go on. I am a luckless fool, I am unworthy of you and drunk, and I am ashamed. I am not worthy to love you, but to do homage to you is the duty of every man who is not a perfect beast, and I have done homage. Here are your lodgings, and for that alone Roger was right in driving your Pyotr Petrovitch away. How dare he put you in such lodgings? It's a scandal. Do you know the sort of people they take in here? And you his betrothed. You are his betrothed, yes? Well, then I'll tell you, your fiancé is a scoundrel." "Excuse me, Mr. Razumihin, you are forgetting," Pulcheria Alexandrovna beginning. Yes, you are right. I did forget myself. I am ashamed of it." Razumihin made haste to apologize. But you can't be angry with me for speaking so, for I speak sincerely and not because, that would be disgraceful. In fact, not because I'm in, Well, anyway, I won't say why, I daren't. But we all saw today when he came in that man is not of our sort. Not because he had his hair curled at the barber's, not because he was in such a hurry to show his wit, but because he is a spy, a speculator, because he is a skinflint and a buffoon. That's evident. Do you think him clever? No, he is a fool. And is he a match for you? Good heavens! Do you see, ladies?" He stopped suddenly on the way upstairs to their rooms. "Though all my friends there are drunk, yet they are all honest, and though we do talk a lot of trash, and I do too, yet we shall talk our way to the truth at last, for we are on the right path. Well, Pyotr Petrovitch is not on the right path. Though I've been calling them all sorts of names just now, I do respect them all, though I don't respect Zametov. I like him, for he is a puppy, and that bullock Zelsuman, because he is an honest man and knows his work. But enough, it's all said and forgiven. Is it forgiven? Well, then let's go on. I know this corridor. I've been here. There was a scandal here at No. 3. Where are you? Here? Which number, 8? Well, lock yourselves in for the night, then. Don't let anybody in, and in a quarter of an hour I'll come back with news, and half an hour later I'll bring Zosima, you'll see. Goodbye, I'll run." "Good heavens, Dudia, what is going to happen?" said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, addressing her daughter with anxiety and dismay. "Don't worry yourself, mother," said Dunya, taking off her hat and cape. "God has sent this gentleman to our aid, though he has come from a drinking party. We can depend on him, I assure you, and all that he has done for Rodya." Dunya, goodness knows whether he will come. How could I bring myself to leave Rodya? And how different I had fancied our meeting. How sullen he was, as though not pleased to see us. Tears came into her eyes. "No, it's not that, mother. You didn't see. You were crying all the time. He is quite unhinged by a serious illness, that's the reason." That illness, what will happen? And how he talked to you, Dunya," said the mother, looking timidly at her daughter, trying to read her thoughts, and already half consoled by Dunya's standing up for her brother, which meant that she had already forgiven him. "I am sure he will think better of it tomorrow," she added, probing her further. "And I am sure that he will say the same tomorrow about that," Avdotya Romanovna said finally, and of course there was no going beyond that, for this was the point which Pulcheria Alexandrovna was afraid to discuss. Dunya went up and kissed her mother. The latter warmly embraced her without speaking. Then she sat down to wait anxiously for Razumihin's return, timidly watching her daughter, who walked up and down the room with her arms folded, lost in thought. This walking up and down when she was thinking was the habit of Dochi Roman was, and the mother was always afraid to break in on her daughter's mood at such moments. Razumihin, of course, was ridiculous in his sudden, drunken infatuation for Avdotya Romanovna. Yet apart from his eccentric condition, many people would have thought it justified if they had seen Adosia Romanovna, especially at that moment when she was walking to and fro with folded arms, pensive and melancholy. Adosia Romanovna was remarkably good-looking. She was tall, strikingly well-proportioned, strong and self-reliant. The latter quality was apparent in every gesture, though it did not in the least detract from the grace and softness of her movements. In face, she resembled her brother, but she might be described as really beautiful. Her hair was dark brown, a little lighter than her brother's. There was a proud light in her almost black eyes, and yet at times a look of extraordinary kindness. She was pale, but it was a healthy pallor. Her face was radiant with freshness and vigor. Her mouth was rather small. The full red lower lip projected a little, as did her chin. It was the only irregularity in her beautiful face, but it gave it a peculiarly individual and almost haughty expression. Her face was almost more serious and thoughtful than gay, but how well smiled, how well youthful, light-hearted, irresponsible laughter suited her face. It was natural enough that a warm, open, simple-hearted, honest giant like Bezumian, who had never seen anyone like her and was not quite sober at the time, should lose his head immediately. Besides, as chance would have it, he saw Junior for the first time transfigured by her love for her brother and her joy at meeting him. Afterwards he saw her lower lip quiver with indignation at her brother's insolent, cruel, and ungrateful words, and his fate was sealed. He had spoken the truth, moreover, when he blurted out in his drunken talk on the stairs that Praskovia Pavlovna, Raskolnikov's eccentric landlady, would be jealous of Pulcheria Alexandrovna, as well as of Adosia Romanovna on his account. Although Pulcheria Alexandrovna was 43, her face still retained traces of her former beauty. She looked much younger than her age, indeed, which is almost always the case with women who retain serenity of spirit, sensitiveness, and pure, sincere warmth of heart to old age. We may add in parenthesis that to preserve all this is the only means of retaining beauty to old age. Her hair had begun to grow gray and thin, there had long been little crow's-foot wrinkles round her eyes, her cheeks were hollow and sunken from anxiety and grief, and yet it was a handsome face. She was Dunya over again, 20 years older, but without the projecting underlip. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was emotional, but not sentimental, timid and yielding, but only to a certain point. She could give way and accept a great deal even of what was contrary to her convictions, but there was a certain barrier fixed by honesty, principle, and the deepest convictions which nothing would induce her to cross. Exactly 20 minutes after resuming his departure, there came 2 subdued but hurried knocks at the door. He had come back. "I won't come in. I haven't time," he hastened to say when the door was opened. "He sleeps like a top, soundly, quietly, and God grant he may sleep 10 hours. Nastasia's with him. I told her not to leave till I came. Now I'm fetching Zazima. He will report to you, and then you'd better turn in. I can see you are too tired to do anything." And he ran off down the corridor. "What a very competent and devoted young man!" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, exceedingly delighted. "He seems a splendid person," Adosia warned the Rukov with some warmth, resuming her walk up and down the room. It was nearly an hour later when they heard footsteps in the corridor and another knock at the door. Both women waited this time, completely relying on Razumian's promise. He actually had succeeded in bringing Zosimov. Zosimov had agreed at once to desert the drinking party to go to Raskolnikov's, but he came reluctantly and with the greatest suspicion to see the ladies, mistrusting Razumian in his exhilarated condition. But his vanity was at once reassured and flattered. He saw that they really were. They were really expecting him as an oracle. He stayed just 10 minutes and succeeded in completely convincing and comforting Pulcheria Alexandrovna. He spoke with marked sympathy, but with the reserve and extreme seriousness of a young doctor at an important consultation. He did not utter a word on any other subject and did not display the slightest desire to enter into more personal relations with the two ladies. Remarking at his first entrance the dazzling beauty of Avdotya Romanovna, he endeavored not to notice her at all during his visit, and addressed himself solely to Pulcheria Alexandrovna. All this gave him extraordinary inward satisfaction. He declared that he thought the invalid at this moment going on very satisfactorily. According to his observations, the patient's illness was due partly to his unfortunate material surroundings during the last few months, but it had partly also a moral origin, was, so to speak, the product of several material and moral influences, anxieties, apprehensions, troubles, certain ideas, and so on. Noticing stealthily that Abdokharamov was following his words with close attention, Zossimov allowed himself to enlarge on this theme. On Pulcheria Alexandrovna's anxiously and timidly inquiring as to some suspicion of insanity, he replied with a composed and candid smile that his words had been exaggerated, that certainly the patient had some fixed idea, something approaching a monomania. He, Zossimov, was now particularly studying this interesting branch of medicine, but of that it must be recollected that until today the patient had been in delirium, and that no doubt the presence of his family would have a favorable effect on his recovery and distract his mind. If only all fresh shocks can be avoided, he added significantly. Then he got up, took leave with an impressive and affable bow, while blessings, warm gratitude, and entreaties were showered upon him, and Avdotya Romanovna spontaneously offered her hand to him. He went out exceedingly pleased with his visit, and still more so with himself. "Oh, we'll talk tomorrow. Go to bed at once," Razumihin said in conclusion, following Zossimov out. "I'll be with you tomorrow morning as early as possible with my report." "That's a fetching little girl, Avdotya Romanovna," remarked Zossimov, almost licking his lips as they both came out into the street. "Fetching? You said fetching?" roared Razumihin, and he flew at Zossimov and seized him by the throat. "If you ever dare, do you understand? Do you understand?" he shouted, shaking him by the collar and squeezing him against the wall. "Do you hear?" "Let me go, you drunken devil," said Zossimov, struggling, and when he had let him go, he stared at him and went off into a sudden guffaw. Razumihin stood facing him in gloomy and earnest reflection. "Of course I am an ass," he observed, somber as a storm cloud, "but still, you are another." "No, brother, not at all such another. I'm not dreaming of any folly." They walked along in silence, and only when they were close to Raskolnikov's lodgings, Razumihin broke the silence in considerable anxiety. "Listen," he said. "You're a first-rate fellow, but among your other failings you're a loose fish. That I know, and a dirty one, too. You're a feeble, nervous wretch and a mass of whims. You're getting fat and lazy and can't deny yourself anything, and I call that dirty because it leads one straight into the dirt. You've let yourself get so slack that I don't know how it is you were still a good, even a devoted doctor. You, a doctor, sleep on a feather bed and get up at night to your patients. In another 3 or 4 years you won't get up for your patients. But hang it all, that's not the point. You are going to spend tonight in the landlady's flat here. Hard work I've had to persuade her, and I'll be in the kitchen, so here's a chance for you to get to know her better. It's not as you think. There's not a trace of anything of the sort, brother. But I don't think. Here you have modesty, brother, silence, bashfulness, a savage virtue. And yet she's sighing and melting like wax, simply melting. Save me from her by all that's unholy. She's most prepossessing. I'll overpay you. I'll do anything." Zossimov laughed more violently than ever. "Why, you are smitten. But what am I to do with her? It won't be much trouble, I assure you. Talk any rot you like to her, as long as you sit by her and talk. You're a doctor, too. Try curing her of something. I swear you won't regret it. She has a piano, and you know I strum a little. I have a song there, a genuine Russian one. I shed hot tears. She likes the genuine article, and well, it all began with that song. Now you're a regular performer, a maitre, a Rubinstein. I assure you, you won't regret it. But have you made her some promise, something signed, a promise of marriage, perhaps? Nothing, absolutely nothing of the kind. Besides, she is not that sort at all. Chebarov tried that. Well, then drop her. I can't drop her like that. Why can't you? Well, I can't, that's all about it. There's an element of attraction here, brother. Then why have you fascinated her? I haven't fascinated her. Perhaps I was fascinated myself in my folly. But she won't care a straw whether it's you or I. So long as somebody sits beside her, sighing. I can't explain the position, brother. Look here, you're good at mathematics and working at it now. Begin teaching her the integral calculus. Upon my soul, I'm not joking. I'm in earnest. It'll be just the same to her. She will gaze at you and sigh for a whole year together. I talked to her once for 2 days at a time about the Prussian House of Lords. One must talk of something. She just sighed and perspired. And you mustn't talk of love. She's bashful to hysterics, but just let her see you can't tear yourself away. That's enough. It's fearfully comfortable. You're quite at home. You can read, sit, lie about, write. You may even venture on a kiss if you're careful. But what do I want with her? I can't make you understand. You see, you are made for each other. I have often been reminded of you. You'll come to it in the end. So does it matter whether it's sooner or later? There's the featherbed element here, brother. And not only that, there's an attraction here. Here you have the end of the world, anchorage, quiet haven, the navel of the earth, the 3 fishes that are the foundation of the world. The essence of pancakes, of savory fish pies, of the evening samovar, of soft sighs and warm shawls and hot stoves to sleep on, as snug as though you were dead, and yet you're alive, the advantages of both at once. Well, hang it, brother, what stuff I'm talking, it's bedtime. Listen, I sometimes wake up at night, so I'll go in and look at him. But there's no need, it's all right. Don't you worry yourself, yet if you like, you might just look in once too. But if you notice anything, delirium or fever, wake me at once. But there can't be. Razumihin waked up next morning at 8 o'clock, troubled and serious. He found himself confronted with many new and unlooked-for perplexities. He had never expected that he would ever wake up feeling like that. He remembered every detail of the previous day, and he knew that a perfectly novel experience had befallen him, that he had received an impression unlike anything he had known before. At the same time, he recognized clearly that the dream which had fired his imagination was hopelessly unattainable. So unattainable that he felt positively ashamed of it, and he hastened to pass to the other more practical cares and difficulties bequeathed him by that thrice accursed yesterday. The most awful recollection of the previous day was the way he had shown himself base and mean, not only because he had been drunk, but because he had taken advantage of the young girl's position to abuse her fiancé in his stupid jealousy, knowing nothing of their mutual relations and obligations, and next to nothing of the man himself. And what right had he to criticize him in that hasty and unguarded manner? Who had asked for his opinion? Was it thinkable that such a creature as Avdotya Romanovna would be marrying an unworthy man for money? So there must be something in him. The lodgings? But after all, how could he know the character of the lodgings? He was furnishing a flat. Phoo! How despicable it all was! And what justification was it that he was drunk? Such a stupid excuse was even more degrading. In wine is truth, and the truth had all come out, that is, all the uncleanness of his coarse and envious heart. And would such a dream ever be permissible to him, Razumihin? What was he beside such a girl? He, the drunken, noisy braggart of last night? Was it possible to imagine so absurd and cynical a juxtaposition? Razumihin blushed desperately at the very idea, and suddenly the recollection recollection forced itself vividly upon him of how he had said last night on the stairs that the landlady would be jealous of Avdotya Romanovna. That was simply intolerable. He brought his fist down heavily on the kitchen stove, hurt his hand, and set one of the bricks flying. "Of course," he muttered to himself a minute later with a feeling of self-abasement, "of course all these infamies can never be wiped out or smoothed over. And so it's useless even to think of it, and I must go to them in silence and do my duty. In silence, too, and not ask forgiveness and say nothing, for all is lost now." And yet as he dressed he examined his attire more carefully than usual. He hadn't another suit. If he had had, perhaps he wouldn't have put it on. I would have made a point of not putting it on. But in any case he could not remain a cynic and a dirty sloven. He had no right to offend the feelings of others, especially when they were in need of his assistance in asking him to see them. He brushed his clothes carefully. His linen was always decent. In that respect he was especially clean. He washed that morning scrupulously. He got some soap from Nastasia. He washed his hair, his neck, and especially his hands. When I came to the question whether to shave his stubbly chin or not, Praskovya Pavlovna had capital razors that had been left by her late husband. The question was angrily answered in the negative. Let it stay as it is. What if they think that I shaved on purpose to? They would certainly think so, not on any account. And the worst of it was he was so coarse, so dirty, he had the manners of a pothouse. And even admitting that he knew he had some of the essentials of a gentleman, what was there in that to be proud of? Everyone ought to be a gentleman, and more than that. And all the same, he remembered, he too had done little things, not exactly dishonest, and yet, and what thoughts he sometimes had. And to set all that beside Avdotya Romanovna. Confound it, so be it. Well, he'd make a point then of being dirty, greasy, pothouse in his manners, and he wouldn't care. He'd be worse. He was engaged in such monologues when Zossimov, who had spent the night in Praskovya Pavlovna's parlor, came in. He was going home and was in a hurry to look at the invalid first. Razumihin informed him that Raskolnikov was sleeping like a dormouse. Zossimov gave orders that they shouldn't wake him and promised to see him again about 11. "If he is still at home," he added. "Damn it all, if one can't control one's patients, how is one to cure them? Do you know whether he will go to them or whether they are coming here?" "They are coming, I think," said Razumihin, understanding the object of the question. "And they will discuss their family affairs, no doubt. I'll be off. You, as the doctor, have more right to be here than I. But I am not a father-confessor. I shall come and go away. I have plenty to do besides looking after them." "One thing worries me," interposed Razumihin, frowning. "On the way home I talked a lot of drunken nonsense to him, all sorts of things, and amongst them that you were afraid that he might become insane. You told the ladies so, too. I know it was stupid. You may beat me if you like. Did you think so seriously?" "That's nonsense, I tell you. How could I think it seriously? You yourself described him as a monomaniac when you fetched me to him, and we added fuel to the fire yesterday. You did, that is, with your story about the painter. It was a nice conversation when he was, perhaps, mad on that very point. If only I'd known what happened that at the police station, and that some wretch had insulted him with this suspicion, I would not have allowed that conversation yesterday. These monomaniacs will make a mountain out of a molehill, and see their fancies as solid realities. As far as I remember, it was Zosimov's story that cleared up half the mystery, to my mind. Why, I know one case in which a hypochondriac, a man of 40, cut the throat of a little boy of 8, because he couldn't endure the jokes he made every day at table. And in this case his rags, the insolent police officer, the fever in this suspicion, all that working upon a man half frantic with hypochondria and with his morbid, exceptional vanity. That may well have been the starting point of illness. Well, bother it all. And by the way, that Zametov certainly is a nice fellow, but He shouldn't have told all that last night. He is an awful chatterbox. But whom did he tell it to? You and me? And Porphyry? Oh, what does that matter? And by the way, have you any influence on them, his mother and sister? Tell them to be more careful with him today. They'll get on all right, Razumihin answered reluctantly. Why is he so set against this Luzern? A man with money, and she doesn't seem to dislike him, and they haven't a farthing, I suppose, eh? But what business is it of yours? Razumihin cried with annoyance. How can I tell whether they've a farthing? Ask them yourself, and perhaps you'll find out. Oh, what an ass you are sometimes. Last night's wine has not gone off yet. Goodbye. Thank your Praskovia Pavlovna for my night's lodging. She locked herself in, made no reply to my bonjour through the door. She was up at 7 o'clock. The samovar was taken into her from the kitchen. I was not vouchsafed a personal interview. At 9 o'clock precisely, Razumihin reached the lodgings at Bakalaev's house. Both ladies were waiting for him with nervous impatience. They had risen at 7 o'clock or earlier. He entered looking as black as night, bowed awkwardly, and was at once furious with himself for it. He had reckoned without his host. Pulcheria Alexandrovna fairly rushed at him, seized him by both hands, and was almost kissing them. He glanced timidly at Avdotya Romanovna, but her proud countenance wore at that moment an expression of such gratitude and friendliness, such complete and unlooked-for respect, in place of the sneering looks and ill-disguised contempt he had expected, that had thrown into greater confusion than if he had been met with abuse. Fortunately, there was a subject for conversation, and he made haste to snatch at it. Hearing that everything was going well and that Rodya had not yet waked, Pulcheria Alexandrovna declared that she was glad to hear it, because she had something which it was very necessary to talk over beforehand. Then followed an inquiry about breakfast and an invitation to have it with them. They had waited to have it with him. Avdotya Romanovna rang the bell. It was answered by a ragged, dirty waiter, and they asked him to bring tea, which was served at last, but in such a dirty and disorderly way that the ladies were ashamed. Razumihin furiously attacked the lodgings, but remembering Luzhin, stopped in embarrassment and was greatly relieved by Pulcheria Alexandrovna's questions. It was showered in a continual stream upon him. He talked for 3/4 of an hour, being constantly interrupted by their questions, and succeeded in describing to them all the most important facts he knew of the last year of Raskolnikov's life, concluding with a circumstantial account of his illness. He omitted, however, many things which were better omitted, including the scene at the police station with all its consequences. They listened eagerly to his story, and when he thought he had finished and satisfied his listeners, he found that they considered he had hardly begun. Tell me, what do you think? Excuse me, I still don't know your name," Pulcheria Alexandrovna put in hastily. "Dmitri Prokofitch." "I should like very much to know Dmitri Prokofitch, how he looks on things in general now, that is, how can I explain? What are his likes and dislikes? Is he always so irritable? Tell me, if you can, what are his hopes and, so to say, his dreams? Under what influence is he now? In a word, I should like—" "Mother, how can he answer all that at once?" observed Dunya. "Good heavens, I had not expected to find him in the least like this, Dmitri Prokofitch." "Naturally," answered Razumihin. "I have no mother, but my uncle comes every year, and almost every time he can scarcely recognize me, even in appearance, though he is a clever man, and your 3 years' separation means a great deal. What am I to tell you? I have known Rodya for 1.5 years. He is morose, gloomy, proud, and haughty, and of late, and perhaps for a long time before, he has been suspicious and fanciful. He has a noble nature and a kind heart. He does not like showing his feelings and would rather do a cruel thing than open his heart freely. Sometimes, though, he is not at all morbid, but simply cold and inhumanly callous. It's as though he were alternating between two characters. Sometimes he is fearfully reserved. He says he is so busy that everything is a hindrance, and yet he lies in bed doing nothing. He doesn't jeer at things, not because he hasn't the wit, but as though he hadn't time to waste on such trifles. He never listens to what is said to him. He is never interested in what interests other people at any given moment. He thinks very highly of himself, and perhaps he is right. Well, what more? I think your arrival will have a most beneficial influence upon him." "God grant it may," cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, distressed by Razumihin's account of her Rodya. And Razumihin ventured to look more boldly at Avdotya Romanovna at last. He glanced at her often while he was talking, but only for a moment, and looked away again at once. Avdotya Romanovna sat at the table listening attentively, then got up again and began walking to and fro with her arms folded and her lips compressed, occasionally putting in a question without stopping her walk. She had the same habit of not listening to what was said. She was wearing a dress of thin, dark stuff, and she had a white, transparent scarf round her neck. Razumihin soon detected signs of extreme poverty in their belongings. Had Avdotya Romanovna not been dressed like a queen, he felt that he would not be afraid of her. But perhaps just because she was poorly dressed and that he noticed all the misery of her surroundings, his heart was filled with dread, and he began to be afraid of every word he uttered, every gesture he made, which was very trying for a man who already felt diffident. "You've told us a great deal that is interesting about my brother's character, and have told it impartially. I am glad. I thought that you were too uncritically devoted to him," observed Avdotya Romanovna with a smile. "I think you are right that he needs a woman's care," she added thoughtfully. "I didn't say so, but I dare say you are right. Only—" "What?" "He loves no one, and perhaps he never will," Razumihin declared decisively. "You mean he is not capable of love?" "Do you know, Avdotya Romanovna, you were awfully like your brother in everything indeed," he blurted out, suddenly to his own surprise, but remembering at once what he had just before said of her brother, he turned as red as a crab and was overcome with confusion. Avdotya Romanovna couldn't help laughing when she looked at him. "You may both be mistaken about Rodya," Pulcheria Alexandrovna remarked, slightly piqued. "I am not talking of our present difficulty, Dunya. What Fyodor Petrovitch writes in this letter and what you and I have supposed may be mistaken, but you can't imagine, Dmitri Prokofitch, how moody and, so to say, capricious he is. I never could depend on what he would do when he was only 15, and I'm sure that he might do something now that nobody else would think of doing. For instance, do you know how a year and a half ago he astounded me and gave me a shock that nearly killed me when he had the idea of marrying that girl, what was her name, his landlady's daughter? Did you hear about that affair?" asked Avdotya Romanovna. "Do you suppose," Pulcheria Alexandrovna continued warmly, "do you suppose that my tears, my anxieties, my illness, my possible death from grief, our poverty, would have made him pause? No, he would calmly have disregarded all obstacles. And yet it isn't that he doesn't love us." "He has never spoken a word of that affair to me," Razumihin answered cautiously. "But I did hear something from Praskovya Pavlovna herself, though she is by no means a gossip. And what I heard certainly was rather strange." "And what did you hear?" both the ladies asked at once. "Well, nothing very special. I only learned that the marriage, which only failed to take place with the girl's death, was not at all to Praskovya Pavlovna's liking. They say, too, the girl was not at all pretty. In fact, I am told positively ugly, and such an invalid, and queer. But she seems to have had some good qualities." "She must have had some good qualities, or it's quite inexplicable. She had no money either, and he wouldn't have considered her money. But it's always difficult to judge in such matters." "I am sure she was a good girl," Avdotya Romanovna observed briefly. "God forgive me, I simply rejoiced at her death, though I don't know which of them would have caused most misery to the other, he to her or she to him," Pulcheria Alexandrovna concluded. Then she began tentatively questioning him about the scene on the previous day with Lusin, hesitating and continually glancing at Dunya, obviously to the latter's annoyance. This incident, more than all the rest, evidently cost her uneasiness, even consternation. Razumia described it in detail again, but this time he added to his own conclusions. He openly blamed Raskolnikov for intentionally insulting Fyodor Petrovitch, not seeking to excuse him on the score of his illness. He had planned it before his illness, he added. I think so too, Pulcheria Alexandrovna agreed with a dejected air. But she was very much surprised at hearing Vergirin express himself so carefully, and even with a certain respect about Fyodor Petrovitch. Avdotya Romanovna, too, was struck by it. So this is your opinion of Fyodor Petrovitch? Pulcheria Alexandrovna could not resist asking. I can have no other opinion of your daughter's future husband, Razumihin answered firmly and with warmth. And I don't say it simply from vulgar politeness, but simply because Avdotya Romanovna has of her own free will deigned to accept this man. If I spoke so rudely of him last night, it was because I was disgustingly drunk and mad besides. Yes, mad, crazy. I've lost my head completely, and this morning I am ashamed of it. He crimsoned and ceased speaking. Avdotya Romanovna flushed, but did not break the silence. She had not uttered a word from the moment they began to speak ablution. Without her support, Pulcheria Alexandrovna obviously did not know what to do. At last, faltering and continually glancing at her daughter, she confessed that she was exceedingly worried by one circumstance. You see, Dmitri Prokofitch, she began, I'll be perfectly open with Dmitri Prokofitch, Dunya. Of course, mother, said Avdotya Romanovna emphatically. This is what it is, she began in haste, as though the permission to speak of her trouble lifted a weight off her mind. Very early this morning we got a note from Fyodor Petrovitch in reply to our letter announcing our arrival. He promised to meet us at the station, you know. Instead of that, he sent a servant to bring us the address of these lodgings and to show us the way. And he sent a message that he would be here himself this morning. But this morning this note came from him. You'd better read it yourself. There is one point on it which worries me very much. You will soon see what that is, and tell me your candid opinion, Dmitri Prokofitch. You know Rosen's character better than anyone, and no one can advise us better than you can. Nunia, I must tell you, made her decision at once. But I still don't feel sure how to act, and I've been waiting for your opinion. Razumihin opened the note, which was dated the previous evening, and read as follows. Dear Madam, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, I have the honor to inform you that owing to unforeseen obstacles, I was rendered unable to meet you at the railway station. I sent a very competent person with the same object in view. I likewise shall be deprived of the honor of an interview with you tomorrow morning by business in the Senate that does not admit of delay, and also that I may not intrude on your family circle while you are meeting your son and Avdotya Romanovna, your brother. I shall have the honor of visiting you and paying you my respects at your lodgings not later than tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock precisely. And herewith I venture to present my earnest, and I may add imperative request that Rodion Romanovitch may not be present at our interview, as he offered me a gross and unprecedented affront on the occasion of my visit to him in his illness yesterday. And moreover, since I desire from you personally an indispensable and circumstantial explanation upon a certain point, in regard to which I wish to learn your own interpretation, I have the honor to inform you, in anticipation, that if, in spite of my request, I meet Rodion Romanovitch, I shall be compelled to withdraw immediately. And then you have only yourself to blame. I write in the assumption that Rodion Romanovitch, who appeared so ill at my visit, suddenly recovered 2 hours later, and so being able to leave the house, may visit you also. I was confirmed in that belief by the testimony of my own eyes in the lodging of a drunken man who was run over and has since died, to whose daughter, a young woman of notorious behavior, he gave 25 rubles on the pretext of the funeral, which greatly surprised me, knowing what pains you were at to raise that sum. Herewith expressing my special respect to your estimable daughter, Avdotya Romanovna, I beg you to accept the respectful homage of your humble servant, P. Illusion. What am I to do now, Dmitri Prokofitch? Began Pulcheria Alexandrovna, almost weeping. How can I ask Rodya not to come? Yesterday he insisted so earnestly on our refusing Fyodor Petrovitch, and now we are ordered not to receive Rodya. He will come on purpose if he knows, and what will happen then? Act on Avdotya Romanovna's decision. He's and me answered calmly at once. Oh, dear me. She says, goodness knows what she says. She doesn't explain her object. She says that it would be best, at least not that it would be best, but that it's absolutely necessary that Rodya should make a point of being here at 8 o'clock, and that they must meet. I didn't want even to show him the letter, but to prevent him from coming by some stratagem with your help, because he is so irritable. Besides, I don't understand about that drunkard who died and that daughter, and how he could have given that daughter all the money which cost you such sacrifice, mother, put in Avdotya Romanovna. He was not himself yesterday, Razumihin said thoughtfully. If you only knew what he was up to in a restaurant yesterday, though there was sense in it too. He did say something as we were going home yesterday evening about a dead man and a girl, but I didn't understand a word. But last night I myself... The best thing, mother, will be for us to go to him ourselves, and there I assure you we shall see at once what's to be done. Besides, it's getting late. Good heavens, it's past 10, she cried, looking at the splendid gold enameled watch which hung round her neck on a thin Venetian chain, and looked entirely out of keeping with the rest of her dress. A present from her fiancé, thought Razumihin. We must start, Dunin, we must start, her mother cried in a flutter. He will be thinking we are still angry after yesterday, from our coming so late. Merciful heavens! While she said this, she was hurriedly putting on her hat and mantle. Unia, too, put on her things. Her gloves, as resuming he noticed, were not merely shabby, but had holes in them, and yet this evident poverty gave the two ladies an air of special dignity, which is always found in people who know how to wear poor clothes. Razumihin looked reverently at Dunia and felt proud of escorting her. The queen who mended her stockings in prison, he thought, must have looked then every inch a queen, and even more a queen than at sumptuous banquets and levées. My God! Exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Little did I think that I should ever fear seeing my son, my darling Rodya. I am afraid, Dmitri Prokofitch, she added, glancing at him timidly. Don't be afraid, mother, said Dunia, kissing her. Better have faith in him. Oh, dear, I have faith in him, but I haven't slept all night, exclaimed the poor woman. They came out into the street. Do you know, Dunia, when I dozed a little this morning, I dreamed of Marfa Petrovna. She was all in white. She came up to me, took my hand, and shook her head at me, but so sternly as though she were blaming me. Is that a good omen? Oh, dear me, you don't know, Dmitri Prokofitch, that Marfa Petrovna is dead. No, I didn't know. Who is Marfa Petrovna? She died suddenly, and only fancy. Afterwards, Mamma, put in Dunia, he doesn't know who Marfa Petrovna is. Ah, you don't know? And I was thinking that you knew all about us. Forgive me, Dmitri Prokofitch, I don't know what I am thinking about these last few days. I look upon you really as a providence for us, and so I took it for granted that you knew all about us. I look on you as a relation. Don't be angry with me. What, but dear me, what a cupboard he lives in. I wonder whether he is awake. Does this woman, his landlady, consider it a room? Listen, you say he does not like to show his feelings, so perhaps I shall annoy him with my weaknesses? Do advise me, Dmitri Prokofitch, how am I to treat him? I feel quite distracted, you know. Don't question him too much about anything if you see him frown. Don't ask him too much about his health, he doesn't like that. "Oh, Dmitri Prokofitch, how hard it is to be a mother. Oh, but here are the stairs. What an awful staircase. Mother, you are quite pale. Don't distress yourself, darling," said Dunia, caressing her. Then with flashing eyes she added, "He ought to be happy at seeing you, and you are tormenting yourself so. Wait, I'll peep in and see whether he has waked up." The ladies slowly followed Razumihin, who went on before, and when they reached the landlady's door on the 4th story, they noticed that her door was a tiny crack open and that 2 keen black eyes were watching them from the darkness within. When their eyes met, the door was suddenly shut with such a slam that Pulcheria Alexandrovna almost cried out. "He is well, quite well," Zesimav cried cheerfully as they entered. He had come in 10 minutes earlier and was sitting in the same place as before, on the sofa. Raskolnikov was sitting in the opposite corner, fully dressed and carefully washed and combed, as he had not been for some time past. The room was immediately crowded, yet Nastasya managed to follow the visitors in and stayed to listen. Raskolnikov really was almost well, as compared with his condition the day before, but he was still pale, listless, and somber. He looked like a wounded man, or one who had undergone some terrible physical suffering. His brows were knitted, his lips compressed, his eyes feverish. He spoke little and reluctantly, as though performing a duty, and there was a restlessness in his movements. He only wanted a sling on his arm or a bandage on his finger to complete the impression of a man with a painful abscess or a broken arm. The pale, somber face lighted up for a moment when his mother and sister entered, but this only gave it a look of more intense suffering in place of its listless dejection. The light soon died away, but the look of suffering remained, and Zossimov, watching and studying his patient with all the zest of a young doctor beginning to practice, noticed in him no joy at the arrival of his mother and sister, but a sort of bitter, hidden determination to bear another hour or two of inevitable torture. He saw later that almost every word of the following conversation seemed to touch on some sore place and irritate it. But at the same time, he marveled at the power of controlling himself and hiding his feelings in a patient who the previous day had, like a monomaniac, fallen into a frenzy at the slightest word.
"Yes."
"I see myself now that I am almost well," said Raskolnikov, giving his mother and sister a kiss of welcome which made Pulcheria Alexandrovna radiant at once. "And I don't say this as I did yesterday," he said, addressing Grushenko with a friendly pressure of his hand. "Yes, indeed, I am quite surprised in him today," began Zossimov, much delighted at the lady's entrance, for he had not succeeded in keeping up a conversation with his patient for 10 minutes. "In another 3 or 4 days, if he goes on like this, he will be just as before, that is, as he was a month ago, or 2, or perhaps even 3. This has been coming on for a long while, eh? Confess now that it has been perhaps your own fault," he added with a cynical smile, as though still afraid of irritating him. "It is very possible," answered Raskolnikov coldly. "I say, too," continued Zossimov with zest, "that your complete recovery depends solely on yourself. Now that one can talk to you, I should like to impress upon you that it is essential to avoid the alimentary, so to speak, fundamental causes tending to produce your morbid condition. In that case, you will be cured. If not, it will go from bad to worse. These fundamental causes I don't know, but they must be known to you. You are an intelligent man, and must have observed yourself, of course. I fancy the first stage of your derangement coincides with your leaving the university. You must not be left without occupation, and so work in a definite aim set before you might, I fancy, be very beneficial." Yes, you are perfectly right. I will make haste and return to the university, and then everything will go smoothly." Zossimov, who had begun his sage advice partly to make an effect before the ladies, was certainly somewhat mystified when, glancing at his patient, he observed unmistakable mockery on his face. This lasted an instant, however. Pulcheria Alexandrovna began at once thanking Zossimov, especially for his visit to their lodging the previous night. "What, he thought of you last night?" Raskolnikov asked, as though startled. "Then you have not slept either after your journey." "Last Herodia, that was only till 2 o'clock. Donia and I never go to bed before 2 at home." "I don't know how to thank him either," Raskolnikov went on, suddenly frowning and looking down. "Setting aside the question of payment, forgive me for referring to it," he turned to Samsonov. "I really don't know what I have done to deserve such special attention from you. I simply don't understand it. And and it weighs upon me, indeed, because I don't understand it. I tell you so candidly." "Don't be irritated," Zosima forced herself to laugh. "Assume that you are my first patient. Well, we fellows just beginning to practice love our first patients as if they were our children, and some almost fall in love with them. And of course I am not rich in patience." "I say nothing about him," added Raskolnikov, pointing to Razumihin, "though he has had nothing from me either but insult and trouble." "What nonsense he is talking! Why, you are in a sentimental mood today, are you?" shouted Razumihin. If he had had more penetration, he would have seen that there was no trace of sentimentality in him, but something indeed quite the opposite. But Avdotya Romanovna noticed it. She was intently and uneasily watching her brother. "As for you, mother, I don't dare to speak," he went on, as though repeating a lesson learned by heart. "It is only today that I have been able to realize a little how distrusted you must have been here yesterday, waiting for me to come back." When he had said this, he suddenly held out his hand to his sister, smiling without a word. But in this smile there was a flash of real, unfeigned feeling. Donia caught it at once and warmly pressed his hand, overjoyed and thankful. It was the first time he had addressed her since the dispute the previous day. The mother's face lighted up with ecstatic happiness at the sight of this conclusive, unspoken reconciliation. "Yes, that is what I love him for," resuming, exaggerating it all, muttered to himself, with a vigorous turn in his chair. "He has these movements. And how well he does it all," the mother was thinking to herself. "What generous impulses he has, and how simply, how delicately he put an end to all the misunderstanding with his sister, simply by holding out his hand at the right minute and looking at her like that. And what fine eyes he has, and how fine his whole face is. He is even better looking than Donia. But good heavens, what a suit, how terribly he is dressed. Vasha, the messenger boy in Afanasy Ivanitch's shop, is better dressed. I could rush at him and hug him, weep over him, but I am afraid. Oh dear, he's so strange. He's talking kindly, but I am afraid. Why, what am I afraid of?" "Oh, Rhodia, you wouldn't believe," she began suddenly in haste to answer his words to her, "how unhappy Donia and I were yesterday. Now that it's all over and done with, we are quite happy again, I can tell you. Fancy, we ran here almost straight from the train to embrace you and that woman. Here she is. Good morning, Nastasya. She told us at once that you were lying in a high fever and had just run away from the doctor in delirium, and they were looking for you in the streets. You can't imagine how we felt. I couldn't help thinking of the tragic end of Lieutenant Putanchikov, a friend of your father's. You can't remember him, Rhodia, who ran out of the same way in a high fever and fell into the well in the courtyard, and they couldn't pull him out till next day. Of course, we exaggerated things. We were on the point of rushing to find Pyotr Petrovitch to ask him to help. Because we were alone, utterly alone," she said plaintively, and stopped short, suddenly, recollecting it was still somewhat dangerous to speak of Pyotr Petrovitch, "although we are quite happy again." Yes, of course it's very annoying," Raskolnikov muttered in reply, but with such a preoccupied and inattentive air that Dunya gazed at him in perplexity. "What else was it I wanted to say?" he went on, trying to recollect. "Oh yes, mother. And you too, Donia, please don't think that I didn't mean to come and see you today and was waiting for you to come first." "What are you saying, Rhodia?" cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. She too was surprised. "Is he answering us as a duty?" Donia wondered. "Is he being reconciled and asking forgiveness as though he were performing a rite or repeating a lesson? I've only just waked up and wanted to go to you, but was delayed owing to my clothes. I forgot yesterday to ask her, Nastasya, to wash out the blood. I've only just dressed." "Blood? What blood?" Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked in alarm. "Oh, nothing. Don't be uneasy. It was when I was wandering about yesterday, rather delirious, I chanced upon a man who had been run over, a clerk." "Delirious? But you remember everything," Razumihin interrupted. "That's true," Raskolnikov answered with special carefulness. "I remember everything, even to the slightest detail, and yet, why I did that and went there and said that, I can't clearly explain now." "A familiar phenomenon," interposed Susath. "Actions are sometimes performed in a masterly and most cunning way, while the direction of the actions is deranged and dependent on various morbid impressions. It's like a dream." perhaps it's a good thing, really, that he should think me almost a madman. Why, people in perfect health act in the same way too, observed Donia, looking uneasily at Zosimov. There is some truth in your observation, the latter replied. In that sense, we are certainly all not infrequently like madmen, but with the slight difference that the deranged are somewhat madder, for we must draw a line. A normal man, it is true, hardly exists. Among dozens, perhaps hundreds of thousands, hardly one is to be met with. As the word madman, carelessly dropped by Zosimov in his chatter on his favorite subject, everyone frowned. Raskolnikov sat, seeming not to pay attention, plunged in thought with a strange smile on his pale lips. He was still meditating on something. Well, what about the man who was run over? I interrupted him, Rasimhin cried hastily. What? Raskolnikov seemed to wake up. Oh, I got spattered with blood helping to carry him to his lodging. By the way, Mama, I did an unpardonable thing yesterday. I was literally out of my mind. I gave away all the money you sent me to his wife for the funeral. She is a widow now, in consumption, a poor creature. 3 little children starving, nothing in the house. There's a daughter, too. Perhaps you'd have given it yourself if you'd seen them. But I had no right to do it, I admit, especially as I knew how you needed the money yourself. To help others, one must have the right to do it, or else, he laughed. He laughed. That's right, isn't it, Donia? No, it's not, answered Donia firmly. Yeah, you too have ideals, he muttered, looking at her almost with hatred and smiling sarcastically. I ought to have considered that. Well, that's praiseworthy, and it's better for you, that if you reach a line you won't overstep, you will be unhappy, and if you overstep it, maybe you will be still unhappier. But all that's nonsense, he added irritably, faxed to Pink carried away. I only meant to say that I beg your forgiveness, Mother. He concluded, shortly and abruptly. That's enough, Rhodey. I am sure that everything you do is very good, said his mother, delighted. Don't be too sure, he answered, twisting his mouth into a smile. A silence followed. There was a certain constraint in all this conversation, and in the silence, and in the reconciliation, and in the forgiveness, and all were feeling. It is as though they were afraid of me, Raskolnikov was thinking to himself, looking askance at his mother and sister. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was indeed growing more timid the longer she kept silent. In their absence I seemed to love them so much, flashed through his mind. Do you know, Rhodia, Marfa Petrovna is dead, Pulcheria Alexandrovna suddenly blurted out. What Marfa Petrovna? Oh, mercy on us, Marfa Petrovna Svidrigailov. I wrote you so much about her. Ah, yes, I remember. So she's dead. Oh, really? He roused himself suddenly, as if waking up. What did she die of? Only imagine, quite suddenly, Pulcheria Alexandrovna answered hurriedly, encouraged by his curiosity. On the very day I was sending you that letter. Would you believe it? That awful man seems to have been the cause of her death. They say he beat her dreadfully. Why, were they on such bad terms? He asked, addressing his sister. Not at all. Quite the contrary, indeed. With her he was always very patient, considerate. In fact, all those 7 years of their married life he gave way to her, too much so indeed, in many cases. All of a sudden he seems to have lost patience. Then he could not have been so awful if he controlled himself for 7 years. You seem to be defending him, Donia. No, he's an awful man. I can imagine nothing more awful, Donia answered, almost with a shudder, knitting her brows and sinking into thought. That had happened in the morning. Pulcheria Alexandrovna went on hurriedly, and directly afterward she ordered the horses to be harnessed and to drive to the town immediately after dinner. She always used to drive to the town in such cases. She ate a very good dinner, I am told. After the beating? That was always her habit, and immediately after dinner, so as not to be late in starting, she went to the bathhouse. You see, she was undergoing some treatment with baths. They have a cold spring there, and she used to bathe in it regularly every day, and no sooner had she got into the water when she suddenly had a stroke. I should think so, said Zosimov. And did he beat her badly? What does that matter? Put in Donia. But I don't know why you want to tell us such gossip either, Mother, said Raskolnikov irritably, as if it were in spite of himself. My dear, I don't know what to talk about, broke from Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Why, are you all afraid of me? He asked with a constrained smile. "That's certainly true," said Donia, looking directly and sternly at her brother. "Mother was crossing herself with terror as she came up the stairs." His face worked as though in convulsion. "But what are you saying, Donia? Don't be angry, please, Rhodia. Why did you say that, Donia?" Lucaria Alexandrovna began, overwhelmed. "You see, coming here I was dreaming all the way in the train how we should meet, how we should talk over everything together, and I was so happy I did not notice the journey. But what am I saying? I am happy now." "You should not, Donia. I am happy now, simply in seeing you, Rhodia." "Hush, Mother," he muttered in confusion, not looking at her but pressing her hand. "We shall have time to speak freely of everything." As he said this, he was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion and turned pale. Again that awful sensation he had known of late passed with deadly chill over his soul. Again it became suddenly plain and perceptible to him that he had just told a fearful lie, that he would never now be able to speak freely of anything, that he would never again be able to speak of anything to anyone. The anguish of this thought was such that for a moment he almost forgot himself. He got up from his seat and, not looking at anyone, walked toward the door. "What are you about?" cried Razumihin, clutching him by the arm. He sat down again and began looking about him in silence. They were all looking at him in perplexity. "But what are you all so dull for?" he shouted, suddenly and quite unexpectedly. "Do say something. What's the use of sitting like this? Come, do speak. Let us talk. We meet together and sit in silence. Come, anything." "Thank God! I was afraid the same thing as yesterday was beginning again," said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, crossing herself. "What is the matter, Rhodia?" asked Avdotya Romanovna distrustfully. "Oh, nothing. I remembered something," he answered, and suddenly laughed. "Well, if you remembered something, that's all right. I was beginning to think," muttered Zosimov, getting up from the sofa. "It is time for me to be off. I will look in again, perhaps, if I can." He made his bows and went out. "What an excellent man," observed Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "Yes, excellent, splendid, well-educated, intelligent," Raskolnikov began, suddenly speaking with surprising rapidity and a liveliness that he had not shown till then. "I can't remember where I met him before my illness. I believe I have met him somewhere. And this is a good man, too," he nodded at Razumihin. "Do you like him, Donia?" he asked her, and suddenly, for some unknown reason, laughed. "Very much," answered Donia. "Ho! What a pig you are!" Razumihin protested, blushing in terrible confusion, and he got up from his chair. Pulcheria Alexandrovna smiled faintly, but Raskolnikov laughed aloud. "Where are you off to?" "I must go." "You need not at all. Stay, Zosimov is gone, so you must. Don't go. What's the time? Is it 12 o'clock? What a pretty watch you have got, Donia. But why are you all silent again? I do all the talking." "It was a present from Marfa Petrovna," answered Donia. "And a very expensive one," added Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "Ah, what a big one! Hardly like a lady's." "I like that sort," said Donia. "So it is not a present from her fiancée," thought Razumihin, and was unreasonably delighted. "I thought it was Lucian's present," observed Raskolnikov. "No, he has not made Donia any presents yet." "Ah, and do you remember, Mother, I was in love and wanted to get married?" he said suddenly, looking at his mother, who was disconcerted by the sudden change of subject and the way he spoke of it. "Oh, yes, my dear." Pulcheria Alexandrovna exchanged glances with Donia and Razumihin. Yes. What shall I tell you? I don't remember much indeed. She was such a sickly girl," he went on, growing dreamy and looking down again. "Quite an invalid. She was fond of giving alms to the poor and was always dreaming of a nunnery, and once she burst into tears when she began talking to me about it. Yes, I remember. I remember very well. She was an ugly little thing. I really don't know what drew me to her then. I think it was because she was always ill. If she had been lame or hunchback, I believe I should have liked her better still." He smiled dreamily. "Yes, it was a sort of spring delirium." "No, it was not only spring delirium," said Donia with feeling. He fixed a strained, intent look on his sister, but he did not hear or did not understand her words. Then, completely lost in thought, he got up, went to his mother, kissed her, went back to his place, and sat down. "You love her even now?" said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, touched.
Her?
"Now? Oh, yes. You ask about her? No, That's all now, as it were, in another world, and so long ago. And indeed, everything happening here seems somehow far away. He looked intently at them. You know, I seem to be looking at you from 1,000 miles away. But goodness knows why we are talking of that. And what's the use of asking about it? He added with annoyance, and biting his nails fell into dreamy silence again. What a wretched lodging you have, Rodia. It's like a tomb, said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, suddenly breaking the oppressive silence. I am sure it's quite half through your lodging you've become so melancholy. My lodging, he answered listlessly. Yes, the lodging had a great deal to do with it. I thought that too. If only you knew, though, what a strange thing you've just said now, Mother, he said, laughing strangely. A little more, and their companionship, this mother and this sister, with him after 3 years absent. Intimate tone of conversation, in face of the utter impossibility of really speaking about anything, would have been beyond his power of endurance. But there was one urgent matter which must be settled one way or the other that day, so he had decided when he woke. Now he was glad to remember it as a means of escape. Listen, Donia, he began, gravely and dryly. Of course I beg your pardon for yesterday, but I consider it my duty to tell you again that I do not withdraw from my chief point. It is me or Lucian. If I am a scoundrel, you must not be. One is enough. If you marry Lucian, I cease at once to look on you as a sister. Rodia, it is the same as yesterday again, Pulcheria Alexandrovna cried mournfully. And why do you call yourself a scoundrel? I can't bear it. You said the same yesterday. Brother, Donia answered firmly and with the same dryness. In all this there is a mistake on your part. I thought it over at night and found out the mistake. It is all because you seem to fancy I am sacrificing myself to someone and for someone. That is not the case at all. I am simply marrying for my own sake because things are hard for me. Though, of course, I shall be glad if I succeed in being useful to my family. But that is not the chief motive for my decision. She is lying, he thought to himself, biting his nails vindictively. Proud creature. She won't admit she wants to do it out of charity. Too haughty. Oh, base characters. They even love as though they hate. Oh, how I hate them all. In fact, continued Donia, I am marrying Pyotr Petrovitch because of two evils I choose the less. I intend to do honestly all he expects of me, so I am not deceiving him. Why did you smile just now? She too flushed, and there was a gleam of anger in her eyes. All? He asked with a malignant grin. Within certain limits. Both the manner and form of Pyotr Petrovitch's courtship showed me at once what he wanted. He may, of course, think too well of himself, but I hope he esteems me too. Why are you laughing again? And why are you blushing again? You are lying, sister. You are intentionally lying simply from feminine obstinacy, simply to hold your own against me. You cannot respect Lucian. I've seen him and talked with him. So you are selling yourself for money, and so in any case you are acting basely, and I am glad at least that you can blush for it. It is not true. I am not lying, cried Donia, losing her composure. I would not marry him if I were not convinced that he esteems me and thinks highly of me. I would not marry him if I were not firmly convinced that I can respect him. Fortunately, I can have convincing proof of it this very day. And such a marriage is not a vileness, as you say. And even if you were right, if I really had determined on a vile action, is it not merciless on your part to speak to me like that? Why do you demand of me a heroism that perhaps you have not either? It is despotism that is tyranny. If I ruin anyone, it is only myself. I am not committing a murder. Why do you look at me like that? Why are you so pale? Rodia, darling, what's the matter? Good heavens, you have made him faint, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. No, nonsense. It's nothing. A little giddiness, not fainting. You have fainting on the brain. Yes. What was I saying? Oh, yes. In what way will you get convincing proof today that you can respect him and that he esteems you, as you've said? I think you said today? Mother, show Rodia Pyotr Petrovitch's letter, said Donia. With trembling hands, Pulcheria Alexandrovna gave him the letter. He took it with great interest, but before opening it, he suddenly looked with a sort of wonder at Donia. It is strange, he said, slowly, as though struck by a new idea. What am I making such a fuss for? What is it all about? Marry whom you like." He said this as though to himself, but said it aloud, and looked for some time at his sister as though puzzled. He opened the letter at last, still with the same look of strange wonder on his face. Then, slowly and attentively, he began reading, and read it through twice. Pulcheria Alexandrovna showed marked anxiety, and all indeed expected something particular. "What surprises me," he began after a short pause, handing his letter to his mother, but not addressing anyone in particular, was that he is a businessman, a lawyer, and his conversation is pretentious indeed, and yet he writes such an uneducated letter. They all started. They had expected something quite different. "But they all write like that, you know," Razumihin observed abruptly. "Have you read it?" "Yes." "We showed him, Rhodia. We salted him just now," Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, embarrassed. "That's just the jargon of the courts," Razumihin put in. "Legal documents are written like that to this day." "Legal?" "Yes, it's just legal. Business language, not so very uneducated and not quite educated. Business language. Pyotr Petrovitch makes no secret of the fact that he had a cheap education. He is proud indeed of having made his own way," Avdotya Romanovna observed, somewhat offended by her brother's tone. "Well, if he's proud of it, he has reason. I don't deny it. You seem to be offended, sister, at my making only such a frivolous criticism on the letter, and to think that I speak of such trifling matters on purpose to annoy you. It is quite the contrary. An observation, apropos of the style, occurred to me. That is by no means irrelevant, things stand. There is one expression, 'blame yourselves,' put in very significantly and plainly, and there is besides a threat that he will go away at once if I am present. That threat to go away is equivalent to a threat to abandon you both if you are disobedient, and to abandon you now after summoning you to Petersburg. Well, what do you think? Can one resent such an expression from Lushin, as we should if he pointed to Razumihin, had written it, or Zosima, or one of us?" "No," answered Donia, with more animation. "I saw clearly that it was too naively expressed and that perhaps he simply has no skill in writing. That is a true criticism, brother. I did not expect, indeed. It is expressed in legal style and sounds coarser than perhaps he intended, but I must disillusion you a little. There is one expression in the letter, one slander about me, and rather a contemptible one. I gave the money last night to the widow, a woman in consumption, crushed with trouble, and not on the pretext of the funeral, but simply to pay for the funeral, and not to the daughter, a young woman, as he writes, of notorious behavior, whom I saw last night for the first time in my life, but to the widow. In all this I see a too hasty desire to slander me and to raise dissension between us. It is expressed again in legal jargon, that is to say, with a too obvious display of the aim, and with a very naive eagerness. He is a man of intelligence, but to act sensibly, intelligence is not enough. It all shows the man, and I don't think he has a great esteem for you. I tell you this simply to warn you, because I sincerely wish for your good." Dunya did not reply. Her resolution had been taken. She was only awaiting the evening. "Then what is your decision, Rhodia?" asked Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who was more uneasy than ever at the sudden new businesslike tone of his talk. "What decision?" "You see, Pyotr Petrovitch writes that you are not to be with us this evening and that he will go away if you come. So will you come?" "That, of course, is not for me to decide, but for you first. If you are not offended by such a request, and secondly by Donia, if she too is not offended, I will do what you think best," he added dryly. "Donia has already decided, and I fully agree with her," Pulcheria Alexandrovna hastened to declare. "I decided to ask you, Rhodia, to urge you not to fail to be with us at this interview," said Donia. "Will you come?" "Yes." "I will ask you, too, to be with us at 8 o'clock, she said, addressing Razumihin. "Mother, I'm inviting him to." "Quite right, Donia. Well, since you have decided," added Pulcheria Alexandrovna, "so be it. I shall feel easier myself. I do not like concealment and deception. Better let us have the whole truth. Pyotr Petrovitch may be angry or not now,